off. Ladies is pimps too, go and brush your shoulders off. Niggas is crazy, baby, don't forget that boy told you get that.
That my best friend. She a real bad bitch, got her own money. She don't need no nigga on the dance floor. She had 2-3 drinks, now she twerking. She throw it out and come back in. My best friend. She a real bad bitch, got her own car. She don't need no lift in a strip club. No, my girl wants it, now she twerking. She throw it out and come back in. As I'm my bestie in a taxi, fresh blowout, skin on town, she pretty. Bitch, you look good with a T at the end. I'm a hyper every time, now my motherfucking friend. She been on with a T like, bitch, guess what? All the rich ass boys wanna fuck. I ass sitting up, cause look, don't touch. And I'm back bustin' bands every time we link up. That my best friend, she a real bad bitch, got her own money. She don't need no nigga on the dance floor. She had 2-3 drinks, now she twerking. She throw it out and come back.
Sicker than your average, sicker than your average. Call me when you want, call me when you need. Call me in the morning, I'll be alright. Sicker than your average, sicker than your average.
Mic check, mic check. We good, ladies and gentlemen? Are we good? All right. What's up? What's going on, team? And good morning, traders, and happy Money Monday. That's right, baby. The Monday we've all been waiting for. Money freaking Monday, baby. I'm happy to have you guys here. Good morning. And again, happy Money Monday. It is November 22nd. Happy Turkey Week. Baka, baka, baka. Turkey Week this week, baby, on Thursday. I'm super excited. I cannot wait to get fat. And I cannot wait to put myself into a food coma. I know about you guys, but I absolutely enjoy the one time a year that I get to put myself in a food coma, and I don't have nothing to worry about the rest of the day. I can eat, sleep, and we're good. So anyway, guys, I hope you're having a wonderful morning. I hope you guys had an amazing weekend and that you guys are fired up and ready to attack this Money Monday. Hit me with a good morning, traders inside of chat, and hit me with a good morning, ladies and gentlemen, over on YouTube. We got Jake, Steve, Danny, good morning. Happy Monday. Everybody inside the chat. Angel, good morning, team. Happy Money Monday. Angel already in here at 7 o'clock. He's ready to go. He's ready to attack. We also have some new faces. We also have some new members inside of chat today as well. So if you are new, go ahead and say, I am brand new. First day in chat, I would like to say welcome to the team. And I know everybody else inside of chat would like to give you a formal welcome to the Alpha Day Trading team. Actually, we can say the Alpha Day Trading family. We want to welcome you to the team, welcome you to the family, let you know that if you ever need anything whatsoever, do not hesitate to reach out. We're one big happy family. We're here for the same reasons. We're here to have fun together. We're here to learn together, to trade together, and to make consistent profits together. We have those same four things in mind, right? All of us. And we're here to help one another succeed. So if you can never get a hold of me, like it's lunch, right? And I'm not here. Maybe I'm eating lunch, but we have other traders in chat and you have a question, never hesitate to ask your question. I know we have great traders in chat that will give you the right answer. And when I come back, I will get you an answer as well. So welcome to the team, everybody. Welcome, welcome. Again, good morning. I hope you guys are having an awesome morning and I hope you guys are ready to attack this beautiful day, guys, this beautiful day. So it's a really easy day. It's easy. Right? We don't have a lot of press releases, number one. We had maybe like 6 stocks with the press release. Normally coming in on Mondays, we have like 20 stocks I'm dissecting as far as press releases. So again, not a very crazy day with press releases. We don't have 20 stocks to dissect. Had about 8, and it's pretty easy. I was able to grab 4 stocks that have the best potential for today. Why is that? Let's take a moment and let's ask ourselves, why is today a slower Monday, right? Don't get me wrong. We have ISPC up 97%, but we all know why today's a little bit on the slower side. It's a holiday week. We know that if there's a holiday this week, typically it's a little bit on the slower side. And typically, historically, Thanksgiving week is one of the slower weeks. It's one of the most celebrated holidays, right? You have, Christmas, you have all these other holidays, but Thanksgiving is the holiday where you have people, traveling. They're traveling out of town. They're going out of state. They're visiting family. So with that being said, you have a lot of, for this holiday in particular and Christmas as well, people travel. They leave. If you have people traveling Wednesday to go leave to see family and friends, whatever the case is, on Thursday, do you really think they're going to rush back to be here on Friday to trade Friday? Or do you think they're going to have a nice 4-day weekend? From my experience in the market, we have nice 4-day weekends, right? So Wednesdays are typically really slow as people are wrapping up their days early because like Wednesday is going to kind of like be Friday, right? Thursday, the market's closed. Friday, it's Black Friday. People really aren't here in the market on Black Friday. So Wednesday's kind of like the Friday. Traders packing up, wrapping up early on Wednesday to travel, to leave, to go enjoy, and celebrate this holiday with their loved ones, their friends and family. So I just want you to be mindful of that. I want you to be mindful that it's going to be a little bit on the slower side. And we already see that bright and early at 9 o'clock this morning on this beautiful Money Monday, right? We don't have 20 stocks, with press releases. We don't have 20 stocks that are gapping up on high relative volume. We actually only have like 2 or 3 stocks that have good news that are actually gapping up and they're trading on, higher relative volume. So it's a pretty easy day, but I just wanted you to be mindful. If this is your first Thanksgiving week in the market, usually this week is pretty slow. Not saying it's choppy, it's just slow. So we're here identifying the best opportunities. We're going to attack upon the best opportunities, make our money, and then just sit on those hands and not give our profits back. This week's all about consistent base hits. I mean, every week is all about consistent base hits. But this week, right, we need to be extra mindful that we're going to see a lack of volume, right? Wednesday's going to probably be like our Fridays, pretty slow. And we probably really won't see any consistent movement here on Friday. So just be mindful of that, right? Coming into market on Wednesday, coming into the market on Friday, just prepare around that idea, right? That we could definitely see a very, very slow Wednesday and a very, very slow Friday as traders are leaving, they're celebrating the holidays, and probably enjoying a 4-day weekend, all right? So what do we really have moving today, right? I know 99.9% of you are probably watching ISPC at this point in time. Now, what's going on with ISPC? Why is this stock up 98% in pre-market? I mean, shoot, 98%. That's not bad for a beautiful Money Monday, guys, right? Trading 10.8 million shares. And on average, this stock trades 68 68,000. So why is the stock up almost 100%? Why is the stock trading so much volume when it only trades 68,000 shares, right? Why is this? Well, at 8 o'clock, there was a press release with ISPC. They were selected by the U.S. government and private researchers to supply critical human biospecimens for advanced phase of COVID-19 research. What really gets me is they were selected by the U.S. government out of any other company out there. The U.S. government and some private researchers selected ISPC out of any other healthcare company, right? This is a healthcare stock. Out of any other company out there, they were selected to supply critical human biospecimens for advanced phase of COVID-19 research. That's why there's a lot of hype. That's why the stock is up almost 100%. That's why this stock is trading extremely high relative volume, right? ISPC is the number one stock we're watching. It has great news. It's a very, very low float stock coming in at 3 million in float. Again, high relative volume, up 100%. Like literally we could be done. In all reality, we could be done right now. We could just focus on ISPC, and this is the stock of the day, right? This meets all the criteria, the lowest float stock, the best relative volume, the best press release, the best movement in pre-market. Like why overwhelm ourselves? Why have, 10 other distractions on our watch list? Like this is the stock of the day. We're done. All right, let's get ready, guys. No, I'm kidding. I only trade on Monday this week. You will see volume drop off massively Tuesday around 11. So Matt, someone that's been in the market almost double the time as me, right? He's like, hey, this week, the holiday week, he's only trading today because he's going to see volume. Again, we see volume really fade on off, right? Tuesday, Wednesday, and it doesn't return until the following Monday. So identify your opportunities, attack upon the opportunity, make your profit, and enjoy those profits. And then enjoy the holidays. Enjoy this time with friends and family and loved ones. The real reason we're all here is for freedom. 99% of us are here because we want that freedom. We're willing to sacrifice, in my opinion, when I first started day trading, I'm willing to sacrifice some money for time, right? My time is more valuable than money. When I first started doing this, I took a 50% a year pay cut because my time was more valuable than money. So never forget the real reason that you started trading. A lot of us started trading because we value our time more than money. And honestly, a lot of you guys are crushing it. You value your time so much more than money that you're here for a couple hours a day and you're still making more than you were making in your past job, right? So just always be mindful. Never be too addicted to trading to where you forget why you really started in the first place. And one of the biggest reasons was freedom, guys. Never forget. One of the biggest reasons why you got into this was to have more time. It was to have freedom, right? So ISPC, number one stock we're watching today, ladies and gentlemen. We know exactly why. We have support, a couple different levels, 875 support, and then all the way back down towards around $8, making its way up to $10 resistance, guys. I mean, this stock, all-time high, $10. The sky is the limit. This stock over $10 has room to 15. The stock up over 15 has room to 20, right? The stock has already ran from around $5 to $10 here in pre-market in just the last about hour and 8 minutes here on ISPC. And it's easily breaking $10 right now. Look, all-time high ISPC, 1073, 1075, 1080. So right now, guys, again, this is the number one stock. Right now, again, we have our support levels. And again, bear with me. I'm a little out of it today. My allergies are kicking my butt, guys. If anybody lives here in Florida, Angel, you already know, right? We have 90-degree weather, and then boom, it's like 50 degrees outside. I woke up with a massive headache. My nose is stuffy. I'm foggy. You got to love that Florida change in weather. So abrupt, so quick. So bear with me, guys. Bear with me, all right? Just a little foggy today. I took some allergy medicine, and obviously it makes you a little groggy. So again, ISPC, we're just looking at all these prior highs here in pre-market. So support's back down towards around $9.86 to $10, right? Anything below that $9.86, $10 level, you're going to come back down towards around $9.01. Anything under $9.01, back down underneath those lows, right around $8. This stock just broke 10 and ripped to $11.57, right? That was a $1.50 move in literally 2 minutes. This is where the focus is. This is where 90% of traders are currently at, is on ISPC. This is the stock that we should really put 90% of our focus on. Now, there's other stocks that are back burner stocks that we should keep on watch, but I do not want to overwhelm you guys today. I do not want you to have 10 stocks on your watch list and you're sifting through all 10 stocks throughout the day. Find 1 or 2 stocks that you really like, identify these stocks, add them to your watch list, do your due diligence, get to know these stocks, all right? How are they moving? Are there a lot of rug pulls? Are they breaking out clean? Good volume, bad volume, choppy, inconsistent, manipulated? Get to know these stocks. Because if you get to know these stocks and how they're moving and how they're reacting, you can better plan around that to make better profits, right? If you see a lot of rug pulls, do you want to buy and hold? No, you want to go all in and all out. But if you see a nice consistent uptrend, this stock is really just grinding. Nice pullbacks, nice rip. Nice pullback, nice rip, right? Maybe you want to go all in and scale out of your position and leave a runner on the table. But how do you know if the stock's consistent to be a runner or if you should go all in, all out? Well, you don't know if you have 30 stocks and you're all over the place. You'll know if you really take some time to focus on those 1 or 2 stocks and get to know those stocks and how they're moving, right? So you can better plan around that. So right now, again, guys, it's clear. It's easy. The number 1 stock is ISPC. Support's all the way back down at $9.86 to $10. Obviously, we have high day resistance at $11.75. Over $11.75, you just want to play this about every dollar. 13, 14, and then 15 being your next main level of resistance here on ISPC. We also have ASTR. But when I look at ASTR, is there a reason that I really want to be looking at ASTR, like right out of the gate? Come on, guys, look at it. Right, look at it. It's fading, it's falling, it's in a downtrend. Why do we really want to put too much focus and too much of our attention here on ASTR? I mean, I really don't think we should. ASTR is a large float stock. It's 100 million in float. The larger the float, the slower the stock is. As day traders, we like lower float stocks because they can rip quick for quick, easy profits. Now, ASTR is trading 7.7 million shares. On average, it trades 3.44. So we have 2x on the volume. We're trading almost 3 times the average volume. But look at ISPC. It's trading like 100x. It's not quite 100x. It's above 100x. But, I'm just proving this, like trying to give you guys a little bit of a breakdown and compare the two, right? When you're really trying to determine what stock is a better stock to watch for the day. When we just looked at all the criteria on ISPC, now we're looking at some of the data and we're trying to get some of that criteria on ASTR, right? We look at the float right off the bat. Whoa, large float stock. ISPC is a lower float. Traders like lower float stocks, number 1. Number 2, volume, right? ISPC is trading high relative volume. ASTR is trading 3 times the average volume, not even 3 times yet, right? It's actually about a little over 2 times, and it's up 27%. ISPC is up 125%. So you can even see right off the bat, there's a big difference between ISPC and ASTR just looking at the flow, looking at the volume, looking at how it's moving here in pre-market. And based on that alone, you can get an idea of where you should put your focus. Do you really want to put your focus on ASTR out of the gate? Or do you want to put your focus on ISPC out of the gate, right? That's what's going through my mind. That's how I'm breaking down these stocks, guys. If you ever wonder, how does he pick and choose his stocks for the day? This is what I'm really looking at. All of this data to really get an idea. Are there other traders really looking at the stock as well? Is there really a lot of focus with the stock? Is it worth my time, right? ASTR, why is it moving? So shares are trading higher after the company completed its first commercial orbital launch for the United States Space Force. Okay, so they completed their first commercial orbital launch for the USSF, the United States Space Force. Well, here this morning, that was the only stock that had good news. That stock ripped, right? That stock was like the number 1 gainer. It was around $10, boom, all the way to $15.45. It was up 50% in pre-market. Since then, it's given a lot back. Now it's only up about 27%. So is it something that I think we should watch right out of the gate? No, I don't think it's something we should be watching like right out of the gate, but it is a stock that needs to go on our back burner just in case we see ISPC fade and fall and it lose the attention. ASTR is going to be the next stock that traders resort to, that go from ISPC and shift possibly to ASTR. We have good news. We have good volume. I'm not crazy about the float being 100 million in float. Definitely not a stock that you're going to see rip $2-3 a minute, probably 20 to 30 cents a minute. But there definitely could be some good opportunity here on ASTR. So right now, support was that that 1263. That was a pretty good level of support there over on ASTR, but it's making its way back down towards around that natural $12 level, and it's starting to bounce. So what I would really like to see on ASTR before I'm interested in the stock is to see a simple break of this downtrend, to break back above that 1260 level, 1260 coming from the daily chart as well, being a pretty decent level of support, now resistance. I'd like to see us break downtrend resistance, break above 1261 resistance, turn back into support, and then see that potential next leg up towards around 1366, 1485, and then potentially retesting those pre-market highs of 1545. So right now, it's a game of patience. I want to see it break the downtrend, break back above 1260. If we see that happen, and now we have new support back above that 1260 level, I do like it for a next leg up towards around that 1366, 1485, 15 bucks, and then retesting those pre-market highs of 1545. Now, if this stock ever breaks back above that 1545, let's say this is where every trader goes, right? ISPC dumps out of the gate, fading and falling, and we see the shift of buyers go from ISPC over to ASTR. We have room to 1690 and then potentially up towards around 1798 here on ASTR. These are the top two stocks. Both of these stocks have news. Both of these stocks are trading good relative volume. You know, ASTR is 3x. ISPC is like 100x. If I'm doing my math right, again, I'm out of it. What's 10x of 68,000, 680,000? So it'd be 100x, right? It's still trading like 30 times the relative volume, 30 times, you know, the average volume. So we have much better volume and much better relative volume on ISPC. So both have really, really good press releases. Both are trading good volume. Obviously, ISPC is the lower float stock, and traders love low float stocks. That's the number one stock out of the gate, ISPC. Number two out of the gate, ASTR. Now we have some back burner sleeper plays. I am watching PROG today again. PROG, we had this one on watch Tuesday of last week, right? Tuesday was a big winner for all of us. And then once again on Friday, off that $4 bounce up to 460, absolutely exceeding our expectations and ripping all the way to $5.15. I'll be looking for PROG over that 515. Easy stuff. A break and hold over $5.15 on PROG. Your next target is going to be Tuesday's open, right around 582, and then Tuesday's spiking high, right around 618. So again, a break and hold over 515 here on PROG. I will look to take this long to 580, $6, and then $6.18. However, you see here we had a nice uptrend here in pre-market. We cracked the uptrend. If we come back up and we reject this old uptrend support as new resistance, and we're not breaking 515, we're not getting back above that trend line, right? And it's holding the stock down as new resistance, we could look to take shorts or to take puts over on PROG back down towards around 468, and then back down towards around 440, and then down towards around $4.13. So calls or puts, long and short. I still think PROG looks good to the long side, but again, if we are below this trend line, we cannot break above 515, and we see a lot of resistance, and it's looking weaker today, then we could look to take the short or take some puts down to that 468, 440, and then 413. But if we break and hold 515, I'm going to take this long to 580, $6, and potentially 618 today here on PROG. All right, that's it. Number one penny stock to watch out of the gate, ISPC. Number two to watch out of the gate, ASTR. Number three, back burner sleeper play, PROG. I like this one a lot. That's it, guys. 3 penny stocks to watch today. Pretty easy day, right? There's not 20. There's not 10. There's 3. That's a pretty easy day. Now, again, you're probably like, why are we not watching VG, Josh? VG was acquisition news. It's going to sit here all day and just trade sideways, right? Why not PRFX? Well, PRFX, guys, has no news, right? There's no credibility behind PRFX. Yeah, it's a low flow stock. Yeah, it's trading high relative volume, but there's no credibility behind the stock. And that's exactly why you saw it pump and dump. So yes, there's good volume. Yes, it's a low float stock, but what's the catalyst? What's the reason for that stock to have gone from 240 all the way to 381? There wasn't a reason. And that's why you saw that stock give everything back. CEI Why are we not trading CEI? I mean, look at that post-market chart and look at the pre-market action. It's in a downtrend. It's selling off. It's fading. And even when we had CEI, what was it, last Wednesday? It wasn't even that big of an opportunity, right? In my opinion, there's a lot of bag holders on CEI. Anytime this tries to get a pop to the upside, it gets slammed down. Why? Because there's a lot of bag holders. Anytime the stock pops up, they're selling. They're selling. They're selling. It's really hard to get CEI moving back to the upside. Again, last Wednesday, we had some action. We made a couple bucks. But overall, it was having a really hard time getting that nice big move to the upside. And the reason I think is you have a lot of traders still bag holding CEI. And any chance they get to sell, anytime they're slightly out of the red a little bit more, they're going to sell, which is holding this stock down. CEI, another reason is it's only trading 26 million shares. On average, it trades 200 million shares. We don't even have a reason for the stock to be moving up. We don't have high relative volume. It's a large float stock. And then you take that mindset of there's a lot of traders still holding this, most likely, right? Back holders, any chance that anytime it pops up, they're going to sell. They're going to try and get some of those losses back. And that's why I don't think CEI is one of the best stocks to watch for today. So, again, ISPC number 1, ASTR number 2, PROG number 3. Now, let's go ahead and talk about some option plays for today. Moderna. Yes, mRNA. So I'd like to see if mRNA can stay above this 268.73 level. If Moderna can stay above that 268.73, I'd like to see a break above Friday's highs for the next leg up to 281, right? So over 275, I will take this long up to 281.18. That's your next level of resistance here on mRNA. If we start to crack below this 268 and we start cracking below Friday's close, right around 263, we could see Moderna back down towards around 259. So I know you're like, but Josh, what if it cracks 268? Can I just take puts down the 259? I think you still need to wait for the crack below Friday's close. You're like, but I'm missing out on 7 points of opportunity. But if you wait for the confirmation and you see the right setup, even at a 263 entry, you still have $4 to the downside you can capitalize on. So again, would you rather take a risky trade to make $10 to the downside, or a more conservative, least risky trade, but still to make a solid, consistent $4 base it if we get the confirmation? I would rather take the low risk, moderate reward trade, right? That I'm just waiting a little bit longer for the right confirmation to make sure I'm on the right side of the trade. So that's kind of what I'm looking at here on Moderna. Again, over 268.73, we have potential back to 275. Anything over 275, I'll take this long to 281. Starting to crack below 268, I'm flipping my bias from long to short. I'd really like to see this cracking below Friday's close to take some puts possibly down to Friday's lows, right around 259 here on mRNA. Lucid, I am watching Lucid today as well. I mean, coming off a strong green day there on Friday. I mean, big green day there on Tuesday. Nice healthy pullback on decreasing volume Wednesday, Thursday. Nice bounce there on Friday from around $47.75 up towards around $55 there on LCID. Now, right now, LCID is slightly gapping down here in pre-market, but we are trying to hold above some resistance from Friday. Right around that 52.70, we can see that we're really trying to hold this up as new support. I still think LCID has room to the upside today, right? I do. Such a good day there on Friday, such a strong day. We can see it's not dumping on off. It's actually trying to hold its gains. As long as we can stay above, I would say like that 52.50 level. Let's just bring this down a little bit, right around like 52.50. I think we could see another nice green day here on Lucid. Over 55.25, we have room next to 57.69. Anything over 57.69, we then have room to 59.56. But if we do not see this hold this level today, and we do not see this breaking Friday's highs for calls to around 57.69 and then that 59.56, what could we see? Right? What could we see? We could see the stock gapping down slightly, and we could see it sit right in the middle of Friday's green day. And that could possibly present a mid-candle breakout opportunity for us on Lucid, right? Still way too early to tell, way too early. But If we do not see that break over Friday's highs for those long opportunities up to 57.69 and 59.56, we could see this still set up for a possible trade, whether that be tomorrow or Wednesday. Again, Lucid looking strong. I do think this has a lot of opportunity to continue up towards around that top target of 59.56, but we'll have to sit back first 5-10 minutes and see what we have in store here on LCID. Playboy was my mid-candle breakout trade from Thursday. I was able to grab that trade over 40, took it up to 42. Nice little trade there on PLBY, and I'm watching this one again today. So we had that big green day there on Tuesday. Wednesday, Thursday, we consolidated, right? My trade was there on Thursday for the mid-candle breakout, but it rejected. It got slammed right back down inside that $37 to $40 little range of consolidation that the stock's kind of been trading over the last couple of days. And then Friday, we saw a really nice day there on Playboy, right? We could actually look at this as a what? Maybe a little bit of a bullish engulfing candle, right? Strong green day, right? 2 days consolidation in the middle of that first green day. And then we had a nice big gap down. And that green day on Friday completely ate up the prior 2 days. So we have a nice bullish continuation formation, right? A bullish engulfing candle. And we could easily see PLBY breaking back above that 41.44 up towards around Thursday's highs of 43.25. And then I still have a top target on PLBY up towards around $48. So I'm looking for a continuation on PLBY off of that slight, bullish engulfing candle there on Friday. Wasn't the volume that I really wanted to see, but I do like the price action. I do like the candle formation, and I'm just looking for a simple break and hold over 41.44. Possibly take this long back up towards around Thursday's highs of 43.25. And if we get that break over 43.25, a big window of opportunity all the way up towards around $48 there on PLBY. We have about 2 minutes to go. Tesla long over pre-market highs, right? A little bit of a gap and go possibly. Long over 1175 up towards around $1,200. Easy stuff. Tesla breaking above 1175, I'll take it long to 1200. If we're not breaking 1175 and we look iffy and we see more selling than buying, I'll look to take it back down to possibly fill that slight gap here in pre-market down towards around 1144 there on Tesla. So easy stuff on Tesla. Long or calls over 1175 to 1200. Puts underneath that pre-market low. So under 1160, I'll look for some puts down towards around 1144. Simple support resistance trade there. And then Apple and NVIDIA are back burner plays, guys. Both of these stocks are overextended, right? NVIDIA, Apple, especially Apple. I mean, Apple last week alone went from 149 to 161. It's just 4 days to the upside. $11 to the upside. The stock's going to pull back. It's just when is it going to pull back? Again, we know that NVIDIA needed to pull back, but this stock just never pulled back, right? We knew that AMD needed to pull back. That stock never pulled back, right? So the last thing that I want to do is be chasing puts when we have this kind of momentum and this kind of action behind a stock to the upside. Just because it looks like it needs to pull back doesn't mean we're ready for puts. Remember, it was NVIDIA. Puts at, no, was it NVIDIA? What was it? Was it AMD? It was AMD. Puts at 130? No. Puts at 140? No. Puts at 150? No. I mean, we were looking at puts, and it's like, it's not time. Yes, if you would have nailed the top, you would have got 2 days to the downside, but immediately would have been stopped out of that trade if you were greedy and held this. Just because the stock's overextended, excuse me, guys, is overextended, doesn't mean we're going to see a big enough pullback for you to really capitalize to the short side, right? There's a lot of momentum behind a stock. It'll continue to grind its way to the upside like we saw on AMD. So the same thing with Apple. Just because it's overextended, right? It moved $11 without pulling back. Doesn't mean we're going to jump in the puts right away. But if we do start cracking back below Friday's close at 160.55 and we see it drop below 160.55 and it's now resistance, then yes, we can take it back down towards around 159 and then 158.70 to the short side here on Apple. So again, NVIDIA and Apple, I'm just observing these. These are back burner stocks that could set up. I like Tesla a lot better for options. I like Playboy a lot better, and I like Lucid and Moderna a lot better. But to get our day going, ladies and gentlemen, it is ISPC. We got a minute to go, baby, and we are live. The market is open. Let's have an awesome Money Monday. Remember, sit back, relax, wait for the trade to come to you. Wait for the best of the best opportunity to present itself. Make sure you're prepared. You have a plan. And then all you have to do is react to the opportunity. You're already prepared. You know what you're getting yourself involved with. The trade goes, here's your opportunity. You react to it. You make consistent profits in the market. Have a good trading day, guys. Be smart, be safe, and let's attack it. Let's have an awesome Money Monday. Yo, my bad, guys. I was so just zoned in to this analysis, to this commentary this morning. Just everything that we had going on, trying to be very, very thorough with a little bit of education behind it as well. So if I missed a good morning over inside of chat, what's up? What's going on in good morning? And if I missed a good morning over on YouTube, I do apologize, guys. What's up? What's going on? And good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Happy Money Monday. Let's have some fun. Let's make some money. And let's just make it happen, guys. So right now, again, ISPC, we know support's back down at 686, or I'm sorry, 986 with that $12 resistance. Breaking over 12 bucks, I mean, technically has room to $15 here on ISPC. As you guys can see, I have 0 trades on the day. I am tradeless. 0 trades. Nothing that I see, nothing that I like. Again, ASTR over 1260. That's where we want to be watching that one. PROG over 515. That's where we want to be watching PROG, a break and hold over 515. Maybe coming off of a cup and handle formation from Friday. Just check that out on like a 5 or a 10-minute chart. You see a slight cup and handle trying to form, and we're inside of a squeeze on PROG as well. So don't sleep on PROG. Do not fall asleep on PROG, guys. Apple and Nvidia out of the gate straight to the upside. What are you doing? You chasing this? No. You're sitting back waiting for a pullback. I can't say how many times I've seen a stock open, squeeze, and actually go red on the day. A little bit of a panic pop on Apple. A little bit of a panic pop on Nvidia. Just because it's high, just because it's new all-time highs, breaking over pre-market highs, doesn't mean you're going to see it continue this trend higher today. I can't say how many times I've seen something like this, right, on Apple or any stock, and then it goes red on the day, closes red. So just be smart, be safe. Do not chase this. Right now, we're watching ISPC looking like it's getting halted to the downside. So again, I'm liking ASTR and PROG. So ASTR over that 1260 and a hold. That's when we have room to 1366. PROG, we do have a 30-minute squeeze here on PROG. We've been squeezing for the past like 3 hours. I'm just looking to see if we fire out of the squeeze and see what side of the trade we should be on. So, you know, on ASTR, I just want to see a break and a pullback, right? So it just broke over that 1260. I'd like to see a nice, healthy pullback. It could be 2 candles, could be 3 candles. I just want to see a nice, healthy pullback, right? Get a nice base, find support, see a little bit of that U shape, and then we could possibly take it for that next leg up into the 1366 on ASTR. So right now it's PROG and ASTR, the top 2 stocks that we're watching right now. ASTR for the pullback down towards around that 1260. And then PROG, I will not get involved with this until it's breaking and holding 515 on PROG. ISPC, again, halted to the downside at 933. We'll be live at 938. We have support right there at 986. We also have the VWAP. We also have $10 natural support as well. So again, right off the bat, 986 could be a great area for a nice dip buy. For a nice quick little dip buy, scalp this. If we gap down, come right into that 986, I will take this long for a quick 20-cent pop, 30-cent pop for a quick little scalp. It'll be an in and out. ASTR is not even looking back. You know pull back? You pull back. Come on. You don't go to 1366 without us. You pull back first. Yeah, I don't know. It's not listening to me, guys. She's not listening. She's just breaking 1260 and going. She's just breaking the 1260 and just going. And look at that, guys. Rejection at 1260. Rejection at 1260. Boom. Clean break. Hasn't even looked back yet. Going, gone. Oh, and you guys want to be here around 10:30, 11 o'clock. You guys want to be here around 10:30, 11 o'clock. We got one of the biggest specials, one of the biggest promotions of the year for Black Friday. You guys have been emailing the crap out of me saying, Josh, you guys got a Black Friday special? You got a Black Friday sale? I want to save money. I want to join the team. I'm waiting for the holidays because maybe you start dropping some discounts. You know what, guys? The fact that I got like 19 or 20 emails in the last 2 weeks asking about holiday promotions, I got you a turkey promotion. Gobble, gobble. All right, we're going to gobble up those profits. We're going to gobble up those profits, guys. You're going to gobble up those earnings. You're going to gobble up the savings. So I'll let you guys know right around 10:30, 11 o'clock what I have planned. And this is going to be one of the biggest promotions that we've had this year. So if you guys are in chat and you want to take advantage of it, you guys can. You guys are on YouTube or TikTok, you want to take advantage of it, you can. This is for everybody. It's for everybody. I'm going to take advantage of it. It's so damn good. All right, let's get that pullback on ASTR. Let's get that pullback here. 1260 pullback, nice, healthy. And then PROG, again, breaking over that 515, guys. That's the entry. Break and hold over 515. We have room to 582, $6, and then 618. We'll be live in about 50 seconds here on ISPC. So ISPC, right now, guys, I am looking for that dip buy opportunity down towards around that 986 to 990 level. I am looking for a dip buy. I'm looking to grab a couple thousand shares right off that level for about 20, 30 cents to the upside. Anything under 975, I cut it. So I'll risk maybe 10 to 15 cents, looking for a quick little bounce. So again, this is a dip buy, not a reversal trade. This is a dip buy. This is a quick entry, in and out quick. Talking maybe like a 5 to 10 second trade here at most. ISPC right now. Let's see what we have in store, guys. We should be live in 5 seconds. I'm looking at like a 990 entry. I did not get filled. It only came down to 10. That was the dip. I did not get a fill. I'm out. I'm out. Not even taking the trade. No fills. No fill. Came down to $10 and bounced. If it would have came down to that 990, I would have gotten filled and I would have capitalized on that bounce. It was about 10 cents away. It's all good. All right, not chasing the stock now. I was not filled. I am not chasing the stock. No entries. But it's nice to see a 50 to 60 cent bounce, 10 cents away from your level. If it would have been at 990, definitely could have got that fill. So it is all good. We just sit back and wait for the next best opportunity. You got PROG getting ready for an entry, guys. I mean, look at this on like a 30-minute chart. Look at that potential big cup and handle that we have, right? Potential big cup and handle formation here on PROG. Again, for me, I would want to be patient and wait for this to break and actually see it staying above that 515 level. So a quick break, a quick pullback. I will be looking to make entries here on PROG, guys. We're starting to see that nice break. So right now, PROG, man, ISPC bounced crazy. It bounced about $1.50 there. So that was a huge bounce. Huge bounce to the upside. ISPC, did anybody grab that dip? I mean, I never got filled at 990, but did anybody get a fill in the low 10s? If so, I mean, good job, guys. Good job and good work. So far, 0 trades for me on the day. I'm just waiting for PROG to break and hold above 515 for an entry up to 580. ASTR, I highly doubt I'm going to get a pullback to my 1260. It's already screaming up toward that 1366 level. And ISPC, I missed the trade by 10 cents. On these types of trades, these dip buys, when I have a price, that's the price I honor. When I say 990, it's not 10, 10, 10, 10, 20. It's 990. I didn't get filled at 990. I canceled my order, and that's that. So again, right now, my focus is on PROG, guys. You got ISPC halted. We'll come back to that. But PROG has a lot of great potential today, guys. A lot of good potential on PROG. We can go ahead and take that trend line out of there. Let's bring support up. And let's run it right around just that 507, 506 level is a good level of support. Like, we could even put our stops under $5. Risk 20 cents to make 60 cents. I mean, that's a 3-to-1 setup. So even risking 20 cents to make 60, that's still a good setup, guys. It's still a good risk reward, putting stops under 5. I'm going to start a position here very, very soon on PROG. I'm going to start scaling in. This is a kind of a scale in, scale out kind of trade. To me, this is not an all in, all out. This is probably something that'll take probably an hour or so to get to that top target of 580. Kind of like what it took on Tuesday and how it took on Friday. It took about 30 minutes to an hour to see that full move. So this is going to be a scale in, scale out kind of trade. Just because I want to give it some breathing room, because big picture, I still think this has a lot of great potential. So I started a little position, a light position, about 600 shares there at 518. And I want to work with this. So right now I have a 580 target. Right now I'm risking under $5, but I do not have a full position. I only have about a third or a fourth of what I would really like to take here on PROG. Just plain simple technical, support and resistance. Support, resistance. ASTR is still trying to work its way up towards around that 1366. You do not want to see it back below $13 here, guys. Back below 13, you'll probably see it back down to that 1260. And then ISPC was halted at 939.13. You'll be live at 944.13. It's got about 2 minutes to go there over on ISPC. So again, right now, ISPC is where the volatility is. This is where, everybody's still at, is ISPC. But this is a riskier trade, right? It's a very volatile stock. The stock's moving very, very quick from a high of 12, getting halted at 1030, coming down to 10, squeezing in a halt within 1 minute up towards around 1144. This stock has a lot of opportunity. There's a lot of potential with ISPC, but it's a very risky stock. It's a very volatile stock. So make sure you have the right plans in place to make sure you do not get, caught up, holding a bag if the stock does end up fading and falling. PROG said, you know what, Josh? Not today, buddy. Not today. We're still good, though. Again, that's why I didn't go full position, because I realized I need to give it a little bit of breathing room, but it was above that 515. It came back, started to see the bounce. I took an entry, and then it cracked right away. So right now, still holding on to it. No reason to get out yet. We'll be live. We are live on ISPC, guys. New all-time high, new intraday high, over pre-market highs of 12. Support is back down at the halt level. Support is back down at that halt level, guys. So 1144 support here on ISPC. 1144 support here on ISPC. It has room to $15, guys. I am not in. I am not long on ISPC yet. I have yet to see an entry. I have yet to see a trade really stand out. This may be a decent add on PROG. Look at that long lower shadow. Nice bounce above VWAP. Oh, yeah, that's definitely an add. That's definitely an add here on PROG. Why am I not adding to it? Why is it not letting me add to it? That's weird. What's going on, Lightspeed? What's the deal? Why can I not add to this? Again, below that $13, guys, on ASTR, I'd be getting out of that trade. If you guys were in this for any reason at 1260, anything below like 1290, I would be looking to lock up those remaining profits if you have any right now on ASTR. Right now, still, I mean, the only entry that I saw was 990 on ISPC. 990 on ISPC, or the gap up out of the halt into the halt level at 1144. But that was a quick one. That was almost an impossible one to get involved with, in my opinion. So right now, I'm just managing PROG. I do think PROG has decent potential. Overall, the daily chart looks good. I just want to see it back above 515. So right now, you have support at 1144 on ISPC, but it's a little risky right now, guys. It's very risky. Could this scream and rip all the way to 15? Absolutely. Could it dump all the way back down to 1144? Absolutely. Right now, there's no entries on ISPC. Right now, in my opinion, no entries on ISPC. You got to wait for a bottom, wait for some support to set in, wait for a pattern, wait for something where we have high probability, high odds of being on that right side of the trade. Right now, no entries on ASTR. I mean, if you would have grabbed it over 1260, good job. Risky, but good job. It played out for you. Almost to 1366, up towards around 1356. Right now, pulling back a little bit for a nice little downtrend here on this, and see if you ever get a nice little downtrend break set up. And again, the only thing that I have right now is PROG. PROG, if we can break over this intraday high of 523, I feel better about PROG. So right now, my stop has to be under 469. So my stop right now has to be under that pullback at 469. If this one doesn't break momentarily over that the intraday high here of 523, it may not get that move up to 580 today. But it has the potential, and that's why I went ahead and started a little bit of a position here on PROG. Just trying to be patient with it. See, this is why we do not want to be touching ISPC when it's risky like that, right? We do not buy at the high a day. We do not chase these low float volatile stocks. The last thing you want to do is be in at 12 bucks, looking for a new all-time high, or a new all-time high, new intraday high, and get slammed to the downside $1. And now you're stuck in a hole, right? Do you want to be in that trade right now? Absolutely not. This is why we sit back, we're patient, we wait for the best of the best opportunities. Buying at $12 was not the best of the best opportunity. So right now, ISPC is halted to the downside. Too inconsistent? Yeah, it is a little inconsistent. I mean, honestly, ASTR has been nice. I mean, again, but I can't really look back in hindsight. Usually looking back in hindsight, you can be like, oh, I would have bought it here, I would have bought it here and sold there. Looking at ASTR, I don't see any reason why I would have got involved, right? I wanted to see a break and a hold over 1260. I wasn't just going to buy it for the break over 1260. So looking at it in hindsight, I don't see any entries there. ISPC, the only entry that I saw that I missed was the 990 entry. It bounced at 10. Okay, it happens. And then PROG, I have an entry here. And we talked about why. Targets, stop losses, size, all that good stuff. So right now, The only trade that I saw that I think has good potential is going to be PROG, especially if we can just get a break over 523. Once we break 523, 525, right? Confirm an intraday uptrend. We'll be putting in higher highs and higher lows. That'll make me feel good about PROG, making me feel like we still have opportunity to the upside. We have already traded about 10 million shares out of the gate as well. So far, we've already traded about 15 million shares on the day. About 15 million shares here on PROG. I have a 515 cost basis. I have a 580 target. My stops are at like 495. So I'm risking that 20 cents and I'm looking for 60. So basically, to put that in perspective of dollar amounts, I'm looking to risk $200 to make $600 on PROG. Again, slow, steady trade. This is a scale in, scale out kind of trade for me. So right now, I'm just scaling in, scaling out. ISPC will be live at 9:53:25. You got about 2 minutes and 25 seconds left. mRNA has done nothing for us. LCID, hey guys, LCID, again, this was a top options play of the day. Lucid over Friday's highs of 55.40. This thing has room to 57.69 and then 59.56. Do not forget about LCID. Playboy has done nothing. Tesla broke and held that 11.75. So Tesla, nice break over that 11.75, pulled back to 11.77, almost right up to that $1,200 target. So if you guys were on Tesla for options, you guys are absolutely crushing it right now. They're on Tesla. Again, I don't feel comfortable buying Apple like this. I mean, it's way too overextended, right? Today, tomorrow, I think we start to see a nice big pullback. Back down probably like 157 on Apple. And then same thing with NVIDIA, right? Like, why am I grabbing NVIDIA out of the gate? Even looking at it in hindsight, I don't really see a reason to be jumping into NVIDIA unless it was just that break and hold over those pre-market highs at 338. So right now, I mean, again, from 335 to 345, losing a little bit of buying momentum, kind of topped out there at 345. Pull back on NVIDIA if you guys are long and you guys are like, okay, where does it have room to come down to? All that good stuff. You have some room down towards around 341.50 there on NVIDIA. Apple, it's losing a little bit of momentum. You can see it's just getting tighter and tighter and tighter as it's moving up. It is losing a little bit of momentum here over on Apple. So eventually we will see it roll over, throw a little bit of an uptrend here on Apple, throw it on a nice little uptrend. And if it ever cracks out of this uptrend, right, you could look for some puts back down towards around 162.50. And ISPC is live again. So right now, team, we're only about, 23 minutes into the market. We're 23 minutes in. ISPC, one entry, that was missed. That was the only opportunity that I saw. ASTR, again, I never really, I saw the opportunity over 1260, but I was not a buyer over 1260 until we pulled back. We just didn't get the pullback into the 1260. So again, that wasn't a trade that I was able to get on, but if you guys were looking at ASTR over that 1260 and you were able to jump in, I mean, hey, you got about $1 to the upside there. I'm still working with PROG, and honestly, after we just got rejected there on PROG, I'm really not a fan of it now. Really not a fan of PROG after we put in that lower high. I think I'll get stopped out here. So we'll see. We shall see. Maybe PROG isn't ready to get that move higher today. Maybe tomorrow or Wednesday, but still looking at the daily chart. Still looking at how this thing's moving, knowing that it still has some attention. I still think we could see this back up to 582 and then up towards around 618, maybe by Wednesday. But again, being it's a holiday week, that could definitely be put on the back burner for a little bit into next week. So again, I'll have to stop out of PROG at like 495. That's my stop loss here on PROGs, right around that 495. Yeah, so LGVN was a mover Thursday, pretty inconsistent, and it was a mover on Friday. Pretty inconsistent. Very, very choppy stock. So it was a prior day mover. The real reason why this is just now getting some attention is because nothing is really doing that much. You got ISPC, that's losing a lot of focus, right? You have ASTR, that's really just kind of topping out right now. It already made its move. It already ran over $1 to the upside, already made its move. Now it's starting to top out. It's losing some interest. It's losing some attention. PROG had a lot of great opportunity. The stock simply isn't getting that move to the upside. It is starting to fade and fall, losing some focus, losing some attention. Where are traders going to go? They're going to go the prior day movers. GTEC was a mover on Friday. LGVN was a mover on Friday as well. So that's what we're seeing is a little bit of a shift from ISPC, ASTR, PROG. Traders are losing interest in these stocks and resorting back to the last stock they know, the last stock that moved, which was LGVN on Friday. So let's look at LGVN real quick. If you guys are interested in LGVN, obviously you want to see a gap up out of the halt. Support for, 943. Where could we see LGVN go? Well, next level of resistance, right around like 1037. They're on LGVN. So let's add LGVN to our intraday watch list. And let's keep this one on watch. After it goes live out of this halt, let's see if there's any opportunity here on LGVN. LGVN was halted at 953.49, so it'd be live at 958.49. You got about a minute left here on LGVN, about 1 minute left. ISPC, just chopping around a little bit. Just chopping around here a little bit. ASTR with a nice little double top, and PROG just looking really, really weak now. I mean, it was looking good, and then boom. I'll tell you what, not looking good whatsoever right now. So I don't think PROG is going to get that move over 515. Traders wanted it. Right idea. Good trade. Good opportunity. It's just one of those trades that didn't work in our favor, and it happens, right? Good plan too. Nice risk to reward, nice entry, scale in, scale out. The trade was there. It was a good setup. It's just one of those trades that is not working in our favor. So here comes the stop out. PROG. 0 for 1 on the day. Not yet, though. I'm not out yet. Haven't been stopped out yet. So it's not yet 0 for 1. But right now, the way it's looking, oh, yeah, it's looking like it's 0 for 1 on the day. For sure. But again, the market's the market. Anything could happen. Anything could happen. We will be live. Oh, we got a possible 10-minute halt. LGVN. We should have been live there right around 9:58:59. So right around that 9:59. We are now 15 minutes past. So right now, looks like we're going to have a 10-minute halt here on LGVN. Playboy, we got to take that off the watch list. That's not doing anything today. Lucid, I'm just still waiting for Lucid, LCID, to break above that 55.25. But here's a trade right now, guys. If you like Lucid, you think LCID has a lot of great potential. I mean, the stock is pulling back to the prior high at 54. Stock is also pulling back into the third point of the trend line off a really nice pullback, nice decreasing volume pullback, nice bounce off the trend line. This could be the bounce over that 55.25 that gets Lucid going up to 57.69. If you were to take this trade, stops go below the VWAP. If you were to take this trade, stops are below 54. Ideally, placing stops below the VWAP. You have a 57.69 target. You have a 59.56 target there on LCID. If you would have just taken that on the third point of the trend line off a nice healthy pullback into that prior high. Right now, LCID, it's trying to get that 55.25 break, guys. Right now, it's definitely getting that volume. Traders want it. They see it. Congrats if you guys were able to take that trade there on LCID. So right now, the only thing that I have going is PROG. And right now, that big, nasty rejection candle, I'm going to be getting out. I'm going to be getting out here in a moment. So if you guys are looking to buy it, it could be a good time to buy. You know, when I get out of trades, they usually rip. So if you're like, hey, shall I buy Prague? Well, just wait until I close out of my position, right? Whenever I close out, yeah, sure, go ahead and buy because it'll probably rip. It'll probably go. I'm still in. I have yet to close out of that position. Gringo says, just stop out, dude. Just stop out, right? Because we'll probably see it go to $6 today if you just go ahead and walk away from the trade. All right, I got you guys. I got you. So, I mean, if we can get back above 5, I guess we're still in play, but the second we close below that 495, I'm going to have to walk away. And right now, it doesn't look like a good entry at all. Like, if I wasn't in this, I wouldn't be jumping in. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. It still looks very weak, looking very bearish, looking like a nice little stop out inbound. But every time it comes to that 494, 495, you get a lot of orders on that time in sales. I mean, it prints green. I mean, big orders, a lot of orders. I mean, every time it came down to that level, it bounced really nice. But then out of nowhere, boom, look at that. I'm going to get a stop out here on PROG. Again, it hasn't closed below. If it closes below, I'm going to have to get out. Yeah, buyers don't want it today, guys. Not going to happen today on PROG. Definitely not looking like it's going to happen today. Everybody's like, come on, Josh, get out. You get out, the trade goes in my favor. You get out of the trade, dude, the trade goes in my favor. Just get out, right? Just get out. Take your $200 loss. Take your $200 loss and move on. Go trade something else. Let us make the money on PROG, right? Just go ahead and get on out. Yeah, that looks weak. I'm out, guys. I have to get out. I held it a little bit longer, another 6 to 7 cents, just to give it a chance. I don't think there's a chance here. I mean, I was patient with it. I stuck to my plan, scaling in, put my stop in the system. Honestly, right here, like 10 minutes ago, I was like, I want to get out. I want to get out. I don't like it whatsoever right here. I'm like, you know what? Stick to your plan, Josh. Stick to your plan. Yeah, I'm out. It's fine. 0 for 1 on the day. Very, very small loss. That's easy to recover. One trade will make that up plus some. Probably put me at my daily goal. If we get a good trade. LGVN is now live, guys. LGVN with a massive gap up from around 944, well over $10, spiking towards around $10.50 resistance. Now, Where can it go next? Right? I'm sure you guys are asking, okay, well, over that 1050, where's it going? $11 next. $11 next here on LGVN, and then potentially up towards around 1188 there on LGVN, but not really finding a lot of killer good opportunities right now. Right? Not really finding a lot of great opportunities at this point in time. Matt's like, I got to come in, make my money, and get out. I'm taking a whole week vacation because volume just won't be here. So right now, we're about 35 minutes in, which is A-okay, guys. Sometimes the best opportunity comes at what? 10:30? 11? 11:30? Can't say how many times we've seen some early morning spikes, a lot of fading and falling for about an hour and 15 minutes, then boom, right around 11 o'clock, we get some nice lunchtime action. So if you're looking at AEVA, 1055 next. Got room to 1055, and your support level is going to be right back down around that 990 to $10. Slow and steady. Light volume day. Light volume, right at the average. But it is moving up pretty nicely from around what? An opening of around 920 to 1020. AEVA, just a continuation from Friday. That's really all we're seeing. We don't have any fresh news. All we're seeing was a nice bounce there on Friday, slight gap and go here on AEVA. So again, if you guys are in this one, it has room to that 1050 to 1055. Matt, yeah, took one trade today and I'm probably done for the week. Listen, I usually don't trade that much during this week. I was saying that this morning. Usually, Thanksgiving week, the week of Thanksgiving, the week of Christmas, the weeks of big holidays, right? 4th of July. I usually don't trade as much because the volume's not there. The consistency's not there. You get a couple good opportunities, and that's that, right? Pure OG was a decent opportunity. I took it. It was a stop out, right? ASTR, missed it. ISPC, missed it. So it happens, right? It happens, but we're only 37 minutes into the day. And that's the beautiful thing about trading is anything can happen in 30 seconds. Anything can happen in 5 minutes. It's just being alert. It's being alert. What's moving? Why is it moving? Waiting for your opportunities and just waiting. That's it. It's just a game of patience. And I know I'm kind of sifting through a little bit because I just want to make sure that I'm giving you guys the commentary that you need if you're in one of these trades, right? I know I go to LGV and I talk about it. I go to ISPC, I talk about it. I'm doing this because I have no trades open. I have no interest in anything that I see right now. But if you guys are in a trade, I at least want to commentate on these levels just so you can kind of revalidate your levels and your plan if you are currently in a trade. So if you guys, for any reason, are in LGVN, you really don't want to see this back below 1030, right? In a perfect world, you really wouldn't want to see it back below. I would even call it 1025, guys. Put it like 1025 at the lowest. Breaking over that 1102, you have room to 1188. They're on LGVN. Thoughts on Moderna? Let's throw Moderna on a 5 minute. And my thoughts on Moderna still stand. I'd like to really see it breaking above pre-market highs. At least we know we have room to 274.84. Pre-market highs are right here at 272.50. So breaking pre-market highs, we know we have room to Friday's highs of 274.84. Over Friday's highs is where we're going to see a lot of action move into Moderna. And we could easily see this up towards around 281. So my thoughts on it right now is first, if we are thinking long, we need to be breaking over pre-market highs. We break pre-market highs, you could see a quick, very quick spike up towards around Friday's highs. But really where I would feel confident with getting in is waiting for a break and hold over 275. Then I want to jump in on Moderna up to 281. Right now, trying to buy at 272 or 274, to me is just a little risky because technically we do have room towards around 260 there on Moderna. So I like it. It just needs to break and hold over a few of those key technical levels, right? You got 273.30 is the 20 EMA. You got pre-market highs of 272.30. You got 273.30. You have 275. I mean, you got about 3 levels of resistance there on Moderna, right? I really want to see it break and hold over first. Then that's when we have room to 278, and then 281 there on mRNA. Yeah, if you guys caught Lucid, you guys are crushing it right now. Again, third point up the trend line, nice healthy pullback into that 54.20 level. Man, if I wasn't in PROG, I was very tempted to take that. But you guys know that I don't really trade more than one stock at a time. It's rare that I have more than one trade on at a time. And at that point in time, I was too busy observing PROG. But Lucid, the trade was back down at 54. The trade, when we were talking about it, was right there off the trend line. It came down, nice volume bounce. I said right here, that's a good entry. Stops under VWAP. You have a target of 57.60 on it. If you guys are not in Lucid right now, I would not be jumping into Lucid. You guys are already $2.50 too late. The trade was off that third point of the trend line, off the pullback into the prior high for the bounce and for the break over 55.25. So I think you're just a little too late if you didn't catch it off the trend line right around 10 o'clock. I wouldn't want to be chasing it now because that's where we have room to pull back to. We have room to pull back to that 55.25 level. But right now, if you're in it, you have some breathing room. Right now, you technically have room to that 57.69 there on LCID. Tesla's already hit. Tesla already made its move. Tesla was a break and hold over 1175. Break, hold, 1175. Came down to 1176. Right after that, ran right up to 1194. 6 points away from our target. So with that being said, Tesla has already made its move. From our entry to our target, it's already made its move. But right now, it could definitely be setting back up. But we still have some room to pull back towards around that 1176 first. So I wouldn't be touching this until we see it back down right around that 1176 and possibly even breaking this little downtrend that we have here on Tesla as well. So again, Tesla could be a trade coming on up. Lucid, if you're not in, I think you're already too late. Apple's a momentum trade, guys. Apple's all momentum. You look for a pullback, a little bit of consolidation, jump in. I'm not a fan of, I don't know. I'm just not a fan of it. I'm just going to sit back on my hands, not take any calls or go long on Apple. I'm going to be waiting for a proper setup to the short side, right? Stair-stepping its way up. There's opportunity. But once it starts pulling back, it should be volatile. It could be quick. And I think we have more opportunity to the short side versus to the long side. And again, it's a game of patience. Could it start pulling back today? Yes. Maybe not. Could it start pulling back tomorrow? Absolutely. I'm more or less waiting for the best of the best short opportunity versus trying to chase this at all-time highs at 165, especially when it's already way too overextended. Way too overextended. So how's LGVN doing? It's not doing. ISPC, how's that doing? Nothing right now. ASTR, how's that doing? Nothing right now. PROG said, F you, Josh. Not today, buddy. Not today. You can trade me good 2 days. But 3 days in a row? No. You got me there on Tuesday. You got me on Friday. You're not getting me today. All right, PROG, you win. You win. We went 2 for 3 on you. That's fine. I don't expect 100%. So I'll take it. It's okay. So we looked at ASTR, not really a lot going on there. ISPC, that one's still chopping around a little bit. AVYA was one that Chris, was it AVYA? No, it wasn't AVYA. It was not AVYA, it was AEVA. Again, that one had room to that 255. Just light volume, it's traded like 10 to 15,000 shares. MPLN. Nothing there, guys. So really, today's a game of patience. Let's be honest. Right now, team, it's a game of patience at the end of the day. So, that's what I'm doing. I'm sitting back. I'm being patient. I'm waiting for really good opportunities. And until we have like the next best, A+ setup, I'm not trading. So now the time to say, hey, what do you think about this stock? What do you think about that stock? Give me some analysis. Maybe you guys have questions. Again, right now, I'm not personally looking to trade anything at this point in time. I don't see any good setups. I don't see any reason to jump in on anything. And every now and then, not every now and then, but all the time, you have to be willing to sit on the sidelines. You have to be willing to sit on your hands. And right now, it's definitely a time for me to be sitting on my hands. What do I think about LGVN? I think we saw ISPC fading and falling, ASTR fading and falling, PROG fading and falling. These were the top 3 stocks that were on watch. And these were the right 3 stocks because ISPC ended up running about $2.50 here today from low to high. ASTR from around 1240 to 1340. Nice run to the upside. Even PROG from around 490 to that 523 level. We had some nice action out of the gate. But right around that 945, right? Perfectly. 945, 950, PROG, fading and falling. 940 to 955, ASTR, fading and falling. 940 to 945, ISPC, fading and falling. Do you see out of the market conditions is we have that initial 20-minute spike, 20-minute rip out of the gate, followed by a lot of fading and falling. So now that we see these main stocks fading and falling, where do traders go? Where do they go? They think, okay, well, these stocks that we're looking at today for these reasons, right? Fresh news today, fresh falling today, these fresh stocks, they're not doing anything. What was moving last week? What was moving Friday? Oh, LGVN, boom. That's why the stock's moving on up. And what time did that start moving on up? 945 to 950. You see, based on the time, look at this. This is a good, while nothing's moving or set up, this is a good example of market conditions and shifts, right? We can call them mob shifts, the majority of buyers. We can call them just shifts, right? And we can see this. You take your top 3 stocks today that traders were looking at. Prog, ASTR, ISPC. All 3 of these top stocks spiked out of the gate, hit highs right around 945 to 950, right? Hit intraday highs right around that time, all at the same time. And then they all faded and they all started falling right around the same time as well. PROG fade and fall. ASTR fade and fall. ISPC fade and fall. And then you go look at LGV, and when did this one start getting some hype? When the other ones started to fade and the other ones started to fall. Prog selling off, ASTR selling off, ISPC selling off, traders getting out of these trades. What's the next stock? Boom, LGVN. And that's when you see it run right after the other ones start fading and falling. That is a just perfect example of a shift, a mob shift, where traders are on a set list of stocks, those 3 that we named off, and they all start leaving those stocks and going to the next one that they think has the best opportunity. And in this case, in this example, being LGVN. You could just see it beautifully based on time. Every stock fading and falling at 945. And then boom, moments later, Friday's top gainer getting some hype. It's not a coincidence. It's not a coincidence. That's just the way, money moves, right? That's the way traders move from one penny stock to another, to another, to another. We call those mob shifts. So right now, if we look at like ISPC, ASTR, PROG, it's safe to say that those stocks probably won't get any hype or any attention until what? LGVN fades. Why would I say that? Well, when those 3 stocks started pulling back, fading and falling, LGVN is now in a nice strong uptrend. This is where the focus is. So as long as LGVN is ripping to the upside and it's a long trade, you probably won't see any great opportunity on Prog, ASTR, or ISPC. Now, if we start to see LGVN crack, fade, fall, and dump, right, we could definitely see more attention and more focus and more volume move back into one of those 3 stocks that we were watching earlier today. So for now, as we can see, 80% of the focus right now at this point in time at 1020 is on LGVN. And while the focus is here, this is where we're at, right? Until we see this fade and fall and crack and dump. If that happens, we probably won't see any opportunity with ISPC, ASTR, or PROG, all right? Easy to trade harder and sit and wait. Agreed. Yeah, it's easy to trade in a bad market. It's really hard to sit back on your hands. You know, you see this all the time. Is some of the best traders? I mean, all of the best traders, they trade less, right? Like some traders just enjoy the thrill of trading and they'll just trade the trade. You know, trading should be boring. You're sitting on your hands more than you're actually in trades. Professional traders sit on the sidelines more than they're actually in an open trade. And it's a game of patience. And this is the hardest thing about trading is patience. We see something move up 25 cents. We think it's a buy. No, it is not, right? Again, we have to really master the patience of trading, being disciplined and being willing to sit on our hands and sit on the sidelines, especially when there's not A+ opportunity. Right? I'm not even seeing any kind of B+ opportunity. All the opportunity that I'm seeing is just average. It's a C. There's a C on LGV and a C on ISPC, right? It's average opportunity. And, you know, I don't really want to take advantage of average opportunity. I want exceptional. I want B+, A+ setups. And I'm willing to sit on my hands and on the sidelines until I see one of those B+ or A+ setups. So Neo is having a nice run to the upside. Neo is having a nice little pop to the upside. Let's go look at like our EV related stocks. Where is that watch list? So what do we really see today EV wise? You got Tesla. Obviously Tesla's up 54, Neo's up, Lucid's up, ChargePoint, GeoEV, Plug, Ride. You know, pretty much all of the top, you know, EV related stocks are moving higher today. Neo, Lucid, right? We were already watching LCID. I thought LCID was a great opportunity, and it really was. I mean, you guys were able to possibly capitalize on about $2 to the upside within like 15 minutes. Neo is moving as well. And, you know, where could we see NIO go? Next target on Neo is going to be up towards around. I'm going to bring it down here a little bit. A little bit more. 43.50. 43.50 there on NIO is where you're looking to go next. We are starting to break above that 46.20 level. So as long as we're pushing above 42.60, has room to 43.49, so not a big window of opportunity. The best opportunity was on Tesla, and the best opportunity was there on Lucid. And right now we're starting to see Lucid become a little top heavy here. So right now on LCID, couple different things we could see. Maybe it starts to set up for a little bit of a downtrend break, but also it may be setting up for a little bit of a head and shoulders formation there on LCID. So we'll see if this one starts to crack this neckline off of a lower high. We could look maybe to short this back down towards around 55.55. I mean, the opportunity isn't the best. Confirmation on entries would be 56, just to take it down 40 cents. And stops are well over 40 cents. So that, to me, doesn't seem like the best opportunity unless you anticipate this being a head and shoulders and you get in now. But we all know what happens when you anticipate trades. You know, you got like 60% odds in your favor. I mean, most of the time you get stopped out. What do you think about you as a swing trader long hold? Well, I don't know anything about you. Right? I know it's Unity. Is it Unity? Yeah, you. So as far as like long-term hold, I am not an investor. I mean, I do invest, but I invest in companies that I know. Apple, Tesla, Facebook, Snapchat, stuff like that, right? Walmart. A company like Unity Software, I don't hold this. I don't own it. I do not know anything about it, but we can look at it from a technical perspective, right? A lot of resistance at 172.70, you know, through this entire year, just selling off, big U-shape, boom, nice big breakout over that 172.70 all-time high, making new all-time highs. For a swing trade, you got to see the stock pull back. The stock just went from 172 all the way to 210, and we are very, very overbought on the RSI. I would not think about touching this until it comes back down into the 170s. U is a metaverse play. I love having a team, guys. I love having a team. So let's go metaverse-related stocks, and let's add U, right? Let's add U. So again, I still don't know enough about U. I'm going to have to go do some research on U. But from a technical perspective, if we're looking at it for a swing trade, right, you definitely need to see the stock pull back down into the 170s. Definitely, right? Maybe it doesn't retest that prior high, right? Maybe it comes back down to fill the gap, right? You got a little bit of a gap that it left right here. But overall, we see that big move to the upside from, again, when did the move start? 160 all the way to 205. We're starting to see it pull back. We're starting to see it top on out. We are very, very overbought on the RSI, starting to see some selling momentum move in. I personally think you have room back down into that 175 to 180 level before you see it consolidate, build a new floor of support for the next leg up. So I would say it has potential. It's just not today. I just don't think it's ready to go for today. Now, if you want to own this, you want to own it, right? I just talked swing trade. That's my analysis for a swing trade. You wait. You want to invest in this, you tell yourself right now, this is not a swing trade. This is an investment. What's an investment? 5, 10, 20 years down the road? What's a swing trade? A day, a week, a month, right? Swing trades, we have a different approach. Investing, we have a different approach. What do we do with investments? We simply dollar cost average into these investments. And when you're dollar cost averaging into an investment, you could really care less what the price is at. Let's be honest. When you're investing, do you really care what the price is at? No. Your goal is to come in with your set amount of money and buy some shares. A month later, you come in with a set amount of money, you buy shares. A month later, you come in with a set amount of money, you buy shares. So if you want to invest in this, then you go ahead and allocate this to your portfolio, figure out how much weight you want to put on this one stock. You figure out what that equates to as far as a dollar amount, and you simply come in and you buy that amount of shares, right? And you do that every single month for the next 5 to 10 years, and you don't care what the price is at. You don't care. All right? That's an investment. So if you want to invest in it, dollar cost average. If you want to swing trade it, I think you need to wait for around 174 to 180 before you start getting your feet wet for a swing trade. Starting to get that crack of Lucid, starting to roll over on Tesla. Apple has a lot of divergence, a lot of bearish divergence on Apple. I still wouldn't be taking this long on Apple. You do see a lot of that divergence starting to set in on Apple. So literally just waiting for a simple crack. Looking for a crack down below a level of support. I want to see it actually start to form a little bit of a downtrend, and maybe we have some put opportunity on Apple. Yeah, Jeff, absolutely. Absolutely. That's what I'm here for. Kind of look at a stock, break it down from a technical perspective, then ask, you want to day trade this? You want to swing it? You want to invest it? And based on your approach and how you want to get involved in a particular stock, really differentiates on how we get involved, right? How we start allocating our funds, right? Whether it's an investment, day trade, or swing trade. Equities or options is another thing. You want to get equities, you want to get options, right? That's a huge difference as well. Now we got to start talking expiration dates, right? Strike prices, all that good stuff if you're looking at options. So there's definitely more to it than just, some quick TA, but that's why I like to ask you guys, again, what are you looking to do? Invest, swing trade, options, equities? And that's going to allow me to give you a much better, more accurate answer. So right now, guys, I mean, what did we say? It's probably going to be a slow day, right? What we're seeing right now in the market is really going to set the tone for the rest of the week, right? We have some nice action out of the gate. Then things start rolling over, fading and falling, and then boom, traders resort back to a prior day mover like LGVN. Still not the best opportunity right now to be jumping in on anything, guys, okay? Yeah, things are starting to move a little bit, like ASTR is above VWAP, right? ISPC's back above 1144, but are these really like A+ setups? Jumping in right now on ISPC, is that an A+ setup? Or is that a, I hope it holds 1144 support and rips, right? If you're like, you know, it's an average setup, it's a pullback setup, take the right size, right? We have certain size we take on A+ setups. We have certain plans and certain sizes we take on C setups, right? So if this is a C grade, right? It's not an A and B, it's a C. Then you already know that maybe you take a lot less size, give it a lot more breathing room, and you be patient with the stock, right? Hey, so I missed a couple questions on YouTube. So Cody's got a question real quick. Real quick, Skylar in chat, can you point out the head and shoulders on Lucid? So yes, the head and shoulders on Lucid. So right here, we can see that it had a nice uptrend, 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 uptrend. And right when we started to see this, so at this point in time, we really don't know anything, right? All we can see is it's in a very nice, strong uptrend. And when we start to see this, right, and we start to see that weakness, we're not seeing the break and the rip, right? We're not seeing the break and rip. We're not seeing the break and rip. We're seeing the break. We're starting to see it kind of topple on over. We're starting to see buyers losing momentum, losing steam. And you're starting to see that rainbow, that little arch, right? At this point in time, we could safely connect our lows, right? And we could run this out to the right. And we could see that if this starts to crack this neckline, that could be a good head and shoulders formation. So we play it one at a time. Boom. Cracking the head and shoulders. Entry. Bop, 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 bop. Nice little short opportunity there on LCID. So I start to notice the head and shoulders formation when we don't see the same consistency. I mean, look at this. Rips straight up. Nice pullback. Nice break. Ripping straight up. Nice pullback. Break. Ripping straight up. Nice pullback. Break. It's not really ripping straight up. Not ripping straight up. Looking a little top heavy. Head and shoulders confirmation. Entry. Boom, 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 boom. Take profit for a nice, $2 to the downside. $1.50 to the downside. Absolutely. 100%. Garrett, hey Josh, I got your message on TikTok. How do I join? Garrett, I do not send messages on TikTok. So if someone reached out to you on TikTok, it's not me. Someone's trying to scam you. Look at the username. Is it really my account? Is it alpha_day trading? Is it .alpha day trading? Right. Go look at the account. That's not me. I don't reach out to anybody. Right. So mine's just Alpha Day Trading. No dots, no underscores, no hashtags, nothing. There's a lot of fake accounts floating around, guys. I will never ever reach out to you. I will never ever say, hey, join a WhatsApp. I don't even have WhatsApp. Okay. So it says Josh H. Again, I don't have multiple accounts on TikTok. The only account that I have that's separate on TikTok is Josh Howerton. Is Josh Howerton, and I follow one person on that account, and that's me, Alpha Day Trading. I was trying to do a duet live, one phone showing the screen, one phone showing me. I was going to do a duet live, and so I set up an account, Josh Howerton, Alpha Day Trading. That account follows one person. It has no posts. That's the only other account that I have, and I don't even use it. So, again, it's not me. So, Roblox reversal, RBLX, RBLX. I see the rips are getting weaker. RBLX reversal, 125 then started heading back up. So, what I see is a go-to possible bear flag, right? You have a strong move to the downside, followed by this period of consolidation back up to the 9 EMA and the VWAP. We could easily see this rejection, breaking out of this flag formation for the next leg down. I like what you see here on RBLX. I do like what you're seeing here on RBLX. So let's go ahead and fine tune this real quick. Go ahead and get a great idea. All right, so we have that downtrend that we just broke above. Technically, we can go ahead and remove that. Let's go ahead and run a trend line off the lows, run a trend line off the highs. And what you want to see here, Skylar, is this ideally not break to the upside of this trend line connecting the highs. You don't want to see it break above. If it starts breaking above, it'll probably trend higher all the way back up to 135.55. As long as we see it get rejected below this trend line, rejected off the VWAP, and we start to see it crack this uptrend here, that is a bear flag. You would want to short this. You would definitely want to look to short this back down towards around the low a day, right around 125.50. And then your next target on Roblox would be down towards around 121.40. 121.40. So yeah, I like it. I like it a lot. If we get rejected here off the VWAP, we start to see it come back down below the 9 EMA on the 5-minute chart. We start to see it back down below like 129. We could definitely look for some puts or to short Roblox back down towards around that 125.53. And then if we get a measured move or a similar move down, we could see it down next to 121.40 there on RBLX. Pure OG still fading and falling. Moderna, not yet. Lucid gave a lot back. I do like Roblox, RBLX. Like, honestly, out of everything that I see, I like RBLX the most. And so right now, I'm really focused here on RBLX, guys. Roblox for the bear flag. RBLX. I think this one has a lot of good opportunity to the downside, guys. So I grabbed a short on Roblox, small short on RBLX, because I feel like I was kind of chasing it off that red candle, but I liked the crack. I like what we're seeing, but if we run it off the wicks, we're still technically inside of this formation. So if you run it off the wicks, we can see that we're actually still intact. We could technically bounce back up to 131. I didn't take a big size, but if we run it off our bodies, we actually just cracked. So that's something to be mindful of. Back above 130, guys, I'm going to have to get out and look for a better entry. I have 250 shares to the short side on RBLX. If we come back above 130, I will exit this position and I'll look for a better entry, maybe back up into the 131s here. So I'm going to run a very, very tight stop on this because I feel like I chased it here to the short side. Right? I can admit it. I feel like I rushed into that trade. I saw the move. I saw the price action. I got in. But right now, looking at it, readjusting my technicals, it does technically, it is still inside of that bear flag. And it could pop back up into the 131s. Where do I want to get long? Right, not 130, but 131. But right now, we're still doing pretty good. Right now, we're definitely looking like we're on the right side of the trade here. So it's really getting pulled down here on RBLX. Really getting pulled down here on RBLX now. So as you guys can see, I am short 250 shares at pretty much 130, 129.87. Like, honestly, if it breaks back above 130, we'll probably see it back at VWAP. I think I can get a better entry. So right now at this point in time on RBLX, I am running a very tight stop, pretty much a break-even stop loss on RBLX, because I think I can get a much better entry, especially if it breaks back above 130. I think I can get short back up at like 131. So right now I'm running a very, very tight stop here. And I want to see this crack below 129 and start to really crack out of this bearish flag. Right? Really want to start to see this dump, crack, fade, and fall out of this bear flag on Roblox. And do me a favor over on YouTube. He said, wow, glad I checked. Thank you for that. Almost got scammed. Yeah, so report that account, please. Report the account, block the account. Moving forward, you know, I don't reach out to anybody at all. I don't initiate conversations. I respond to you, but I don't initiate because I want to prevent anybody thinking that one of these fake accounts could be me. Again, it's not me, guys. Not me. So report it, block it, and just always make sure you're looking at the handle. You're making sure you're looking at the username. Here we go. Now we're starting to see some nice... Hey, Skylar, I'm going to give you 10%, buddy. You brought Roblox to my attention. We saw a beautiful bear flag. That, to me, was about a B setup, B+ setup. Taking the trade, not too shabby. Currently up about, $200, give or take. But let's see. Let's see if we can see this crack and fade a little bit. I don't like that buying pressure. Not a fan of the buying pressure below 129. That's no bueno. We were looking pretty good there for a second. We were looking pretty good. I'm going to get out real quick because that's a strong bounce. That's a strong bounce. Like, yeah, I'm not going to hold on to this and get squeezed out. That's a very strong bounce. I went ahead and exit that position. You see how quick you go from a great trade and then boom, anything could happen. It's insane. Right? You see a great trade, you take it, the volume's there, the price action is there, the technicals are cracking, the trade's confirmation, everything's hitting. You make your entry, right? It's crazy how in literally 10 seconds, the trade could go against you and you have to be willing to get out. So right now, I went ahead and got out just in case it does start to squeeze back over 131. I could always get right back in. So right now I went ahead and got out just because that was a very strong bounce, right? Cracked below that 129, and you saw a lot of buying pressure move on in. So right now I am out for now on RBLX. But I still like the opportunity. I still like the potential. And we'll see if it sets back up for us. LGVN over 12, guys. LGVN trying to break 12. I wouldn't be a buyer right at $12. Wait for a quick little pullback. Maybe back down to like 11.50. If you can grab an 11.50 bounce, that's not bad. An 11.50 bounce on LGVN for a quick pullback for the break over 12, not terrible. So right now, LGVN above 11.45. Above 11.45. You see a higher low form. You could easily see a $12 break next to 13.14 and then 14.75 here on LGVN. ISPC is not doing anything. ASTR, not a lot right now. PROG, not really happening. Moderna, taking on off. Lucid was a nice crack, fade and fall. Apple and NVIDIA, nothing right now. But right now, my focus is on Roblox, and my focus right now is on LGVN. So as long as LGVN stays above that 11.45 team, you have a $12 break inbound. Breaking over 12, you can see a quick spike to 13.14 and then potentially $14.75. Yeah, stairs up, elevator down. I had to start another short there on Roblox. Small position, but starting another little short here on RBLX for the lower high to see if we can get that crack on down. Running a pretty tight stop here on RBLX, but I'm looking to see if that was the retest of the trend line as new resistance to see the lower high and to see the dump. So again, we broke out of the flag formation. We saw buyers bring it back up to retest old support as new resistance. We're starting to see it roll over. We're starting to see it curl. I went ahead and jumped back into the short side, looking for the lower high, the rejection, and the retest of old support. New resistance, cracking below 128.50. I feel great about this trade. Below 128.50, I'm feeling really good about this trade, and I think we could see it down towards around 127, and then that low of day at 125.50 here on RBLX. So again, I jumped back into the short. I liked the price action. I liked the setup, and right now, We're up about 300 bucks on this trade. And again, I have a same cost basis, right? 129.87 was my cost basis before, and that surprisingly is my cost basis again here on RBLX. Below 128.50, I'm feeling really good about this trade. Below 128.50, I feel very, very confident with RBLX that we should see it down towards around 127 next. That's where I'm going to take a little bit of profit off the table. And then 125.50. So right now we have about $400 on this short. Running a similar trade strategy as before. Running a very tight stop, pretty much break even. Because if it pops back up again, I'm not going to risk a loss. I can jump right back in like I did here. But right now, I like the selling pressure. I'm liking the price action. I think we have 127 coming on up. At least 127.07. That's where I want to take a little bit of ched off the table. I'm being very patient here. I'm trying to see if we can get a 128 crack. There's a 128 crack, 127.90. Can we get the sellers below 128? Can we get sellers below 128 here? Giving it a few more seconds. If we don't see the sellers below 128, I am taking half at 128. There we go. We got the sellers below 128. We're still good. Got about 520 on the trade. I'm going to take half here. I am going to take half here. I am going to take half. Back above 128.50. I am going to close it up, but I'm going to ride the rest to see if I can get another $1 to $2 to the downside on RBLX. I still have about 125 shares left, as you guys can see on the lower right-hand corner of the screen. I want to take the elevator down, absolutely. On a setup like this, I 100% want to take the elevator down. And right now, we see the elevator. Woo! It's fun, it's fast, it's crazy, it's aggressive. Let's go. We're going to floor 0. We're going to the basement, baby. Let's go to the basement, Roblox. Take me to the basement. Back above 128, I close it up completely. And lock in this nice little base hit. Crack 127.50, baby. Crack 127.50, baby. You got it in you. You can do it, Roblox. Oh, I'm tempted to take it now. I'm tempted to take it. I'm going to take it. I'm going to take it. I'm going to take it. That was $2 to the downside. I'm not going to be greedy over another $1. I'm going to take the quick 500 bucks. Nice base hit. Gets me out of the PROG hole. Like I said, my next A+ setup that I take is going to be something that digs me out of the hole and possibly puts me back up in the green today. And just like that, 1 for 1 on the day. Managing the risk good on PROG, finding an A+ setup. Again, it took me over an hour to find a good setup. It took me an hour of being patient, not trading, just to find a good setup on Roblox to be able to lock in a quick 500 bucks. And I shout out Skylar, Mr. Skylar, for bringing RBLX to our attention. If you guys were able to capitalize on RBLX as well, good job. Good job. Skylar said, like a bank heist, in and out, like a bandit. I love it. Hey, good eyes there on RBLX. Good eyes, good analysis, bringing that to the team's attention. This is why I absolutely love the team. I absolutely love the team. We have everybody in here knowing TA, looking at their own stocks, their own setups, bringing it to attention. Not only was I able to capitalize on this, but I guarantee some of you guys were able to capitalize on that short as well. So good job, team. So just like that, guys, 2 trades on the day, right? 1 for 1. I have a 50% win rate, right? 50% win rate's average. And as you can see, perfect testament that even with an average win rate of 50%, as long as you implement good risk management and your patience and you're disciplined and you only trade good setups, right? Even if it takes an hour to identify a good setup, you're patient enough to wait and then react to an opportunity that when it presents itself, even with a 50% win rate, you can still, all right, you can still make consistent profit in the market. And that's only 2 trades on the day on this kind of iffy Monday, guys. Kind of iffy Monday, especially with penny stocks. And yeah, I think that's a good idea. Let's take a screenshot of this real quick. And this right here is beautiful bear flag formation. So let's go here and let's just add it to my desktop, and we'll go bear flag. So this will be a good visual representation of what bear flags look like. And if you guys want to add this to your playbook, you want to add this to your folder, go ahead and add this to your folder and label it bear flag, right? Label that bear flag. So right now, let's do a quick scan. It's 10:50 in the market. Again, LGVN above 1145 has potential. As long as it stays above 1145, it has potential. I'm not a fan of the price action right now. I'm not a fan of the way it's moving, but we had a nice volume rip to the upside. So we had volume increase along this move. And during this period of consolidation, we actually see decreased volume. So in reality, looking at the volume alone, it is holding above support as well. Over 1145, this has potential back up to 12. Anything over high a day at 1220, we have room to 1314 and then 1475. And this was the first pullback, guys, right here. 1150 pullback. When we were talking about it, you were able to at least grab maybe 50 to 60 cents out of that. Right now, looking at price action, I don't like it. Looking at the price action on LGVN, I don't like it. But looking at volume and just basic technical analysis, support resistance, it's still intact. But the price action, I'm not a fan. I think it's going to crack and dump and fade and fall. Like I said, lately, guys, I haven't really been able to play too much into price action. As you guys know, I'm a price action trader. But price action lately on penny stocks have been inconsistent. So I've been taking a step back and not focusing too much on the price action. I've just really been focused on the volume. I've been focused on just basic support resistance because, like I said, looking at price action, that's how I trade. That's how I'm really good at trading, is based on price action. It has not been consistent lately. But look at that, see? Based on the price action, it looked like it was going to dump, fade, and fall. And you actually saw longs getting stopped out. You probably saw shorts entering the position just to see it push back up and squeeze. So that's what I'm saying is you cannot, well, I cannot put too much emphasis on price action, especially with penny stocks, because here's another great example of how price action looks like crap. I would not want to take it long. If anything, I would want to take it short, and seeing how moments later it pops back up, it rips, and it's like, okay, you can't put too much emphasis into the price action right now with these penny stocks, guys. As long as it stays above 1150, never close below 1150. You have room back up to 12. You had room back up to that 1220 level. Next, you're looking at 13, over 13, 14, and then over $14, 14.75, guys. I love it. So we got Jose, completely new to stocks. How were you able to make money on a stock that was going down? What's a short? So you have two terms, Jose. You have long and you have short. When you go long on a trade, you're buying shares, right? If you're going long on LGVN, you're buying shares. And when the stock goes up, you sell those shares for a profit. So when you want to go short, you are selling shares, right? The stock falls and you want to rebuy those shares back at a lower price, making profit as well. So you can go long and make money when the stock goes up, and you can short a stock and make money when the stock goes down. If you have a margin account, if you have a broker that has shorts and you can short stocks, right? Then you could simply click short. You are now shorting the stock, and when it falls, you will actually make money to the downside. I took another small stab on Roblox to the short side off that little rejection here, right? You see the bounce, the curl, the rejection off the 9 EMA. It looks like a really nice 1 minute continuation to the short side. I took another short on Roblox here. Cost basis 127.78. Gonna go and lock in a little bit here and looking for that crack to the downside. Got 125 shares left. Let's see that 127 crack, baby. Can we crack 127? I'm giving it a few more moments. I'm going to take it. I'm going to take it real quick. I'll take another, quick little $100 to the short side. That was a quick little sniper trade right there. So I'll take it. Not bad. Another quick $150 to the short side. Grabbed about, 50 cents out of it total on Roblox. I'll take it. Not a bad little short. And if you guys are like, why'd you short it, Josh? Why'd you short the stock, right? I understand why you shorted the bear flag. I understand why you got out here. It was risky. I understand why you got back in. You saw the confirmation, right? It dropped, you covered. You took your profit. Why did you just now get back in? What did you see? Why did you get in? If you guys are uncertain, I can definitely explain that to you, and I can definitely walk you through that trade step by step. I definitely got out way too early. But at the end of the day, it was a great momentum short. It was all momentum. It was really just momentum. You had that bear flag crack. You had this period of consolidation. You had a shorter term bear flag, right? You had a big bear flag. Look at this big bear flag. Big leg down, big consolidation, big bear flag. You have this little leg down, right? Little leg down, but you still have that period of consolidation into the 9 EMA for another little bear flag. So it was like a bear flag inside a bear flag. And I see the big drop, the first period of consolidation, looking to play into the momentum for the next drop to the downside for a quick little scalp for, again, about 50 cents. So I was able to pull another 150 from Roblox. Again, I'm being very small on size today, number one. Very small on size. Very patient with my setups. And really not trading too much. Because like I said earlier this morning, I really don't trade a lot during holiday weeks, especially the big holidays. Christmas, Thanksgiving, 4th of July. Because, the consistency really isn't there. So anytime I see a good setup, I take it. But I'm not going to hold the bag too long. And, take a winning trade to a losing trade. So 2 for 3 now. 2 for 3. 2 green on Roblox and PROG for the loss. Look, Skylar, it's always so funny. He's like double dipping. Just don't do it when sharing French fries. I love this dude. Always making me smile. Always making me laugh. Oh, man. He's over here learning, having a good time, and making everybody in chat laugh. Double dipping on Roblox. Just don't do it when you're sharing those French fries at McDonald's, buddy. So ASTR right now, team, there's nothing happening. ISPC right now, team, there's nothing happening. LGVN, like I said, as long as it's over that 1145, you're still good to the upside. The second it closes below 1145, you'll probably see it back down at 1027. As long as it holds 1145, you could definitely see a break here. All right, you can see a nice little break in the downtrend. As long as it holds 1145, maybe you see it back up to 1220, 13, 14, and 1475. I'm not trading it because I find it to be just a little... Okay, it just cracked below. Yeah, you got to get out. You see the close below 1145? That was a sign to get out. You see how quick that was? The candle closed at 1140. Like I said, if it closes below 1145, you'll probably see it pull back all the way to 1027. Right now, I would not be touching this. I would not be touching it. If you guys were in, stops were under that 1245. It closed below. That was a quick get out of the trade. Right now, you technically have room to pull back towards around 1027. Rivian was a good short at 120 this morning. Then 116, I thought it was already gone. Then 113 and now 110. Wow. Rivian. R-I-V-N. So I like to start with some of these with on a 5-minute. But on Rivian, let's throw it into a 1-minute here. And let's just play it, minute by minute. So we have the open. We have the open at 124. The open at 124 was also very, very close to that prior close and that prior close here as well. So, it was opening right at resistance, flushed out right at the start of the day, had a nice little bounce. Almost looks like it was going to go for a red to green move. And we see traders moving in for a potential red to green move trade. False move to the upside. Traders are getting scared, stopping out. Traders think maybe an ascending triangle, getting scared, stopping out. But right now at this point in time, you had a potential red to green move where the stock opens red, pulls back, finds a floor, one big U shape for the break. You actually saw the volume intact. You saw the buyers moving in, but buyers were not strong enough to break it over the open. It got rejected. Pulled back, bounced off the prior high, bounced off the VWAP. Now traders are maybe looking at an ascending triangle. Like, hey, maybe this is a little bit of an ascending triangle breakout formation, right? At first, it looked like a nice little red to green, right? Going red, looking like it's going to be one big U shape for red to green, and getting rejected. All right, not a red to green move. Let's see it sets back up. Bouncing off that prior high, bouncing off the VWAP, holding the trend line as well. Okay, maybe an ascending triangle. Traders coming back in for the ascending triangle breakout. Not happening. And it's starting to crack the trend line. It's holding VWAP. Boom, short. Why short? We cracked the uptrend number one, right? Cracked the uptrend number one. Number two, we cracked the VWAP. Number three, we put in a lower low. We had a low, a higher low, a higher low, a higher low, and then we put in a lower low. That was number three. So cracking the trend line is first reason for a short. Cracking below VWAP is a second reason for a short. And then cracking below a lower low, putting in a lower low, that signals a trend reversal. That is a third reason for a short. So you have shorts moving on into this stock right around 121.50. Guarantee stops are going over high a day, right? And then looking, you're probably going to say, okay, well, I think it has room down to the 20 EMA right there. Maybe it has room down towards around the open. And then maybe it has room down towards around that low, right around 108. So now you have targets. So you have traders saying, okay, I'm short at 122, risking 125, $3. Can I get at least 6 to the downside? Absolutely, right? We have a good target right there around 114. We have a good target down towards around maybe like 108. So you have shorts moving on in for those three reasons that we just talked about. Stop for most likely over the high a day. And they have targets to the downside, right? They have a 119 target, a 114, and maybe even a 108.25 target. Let's see how this stock played out. Right down the first target. Stops most likely went break even, right? That's how I trade. When I hit first target, stops go to break even. Coming right down into second target. And now you're just trailing and, just skimming out little by little. You're scaling out. So from what appeared to be a red to green move, rejection. What appeared to be an ascending triangle breakout, rejection. You had three separate reasons to enter the short. That was a crack of the uptrend. It was a crack of the VWAP, and it was the stock actually signaling a reversal by putting in a lower low followed by a lower high, right? That was a great short, good stops, good targets. I understand why the stock is fading and falling, as again, it was a good short opportunity, and we saw all two of those targets hit. And you still have about another $1 or so to the downside before you hit our third and final target here on RIVN. So from what I see, there was definitely some news here. There was definitely a reason why, it's overall selling off today, right? Like you said, news related, Ford and Rivian cutting ties, but then we bleed into the technical side as well. You apply that already thinking, hey, maybe it's a good short. And then you see 3 to 4 separate reasons to jump into a short that we just talked about. That was a good short opportunity there on RIVN. So does that make sense, guys, how we walked through that? From what appeared to be a red to green move, what appeared to be an ascending triangle, and then we had 3 separate reasons that it was a good short. And then how we marked up targets, 20 EMA, looking left, the open, looking left, the low of the day, and how these targets have been honored pretty much to the penny. You just got within 50 cents of your third and final target on RIVN. Again, your third and final target was 108.25. You came down to 108.60, 108.50, right? Could this be a good bounce at 108.25? It could be. Could be a decent little quick scalp, a little bit of a bounce at 108.25. But if it cracks that 108.25-ish, 108 level, you'll probably see it back down to the open of the IPO date at 106.82. So if it cracks below 108 and you see it down at 106.82, I may try and catch this for a quick little bounce on RIVN. I like dip buys. I really enjoy dip buy opportunities. So let's see if we have anything here down towards around that 106.82 for a bounce, for a little bit of a dip buy. Again, off the IPO open. The open that day was 106.75. Yep. So we're looking at like a 106.75 dip buy opportunity. So hopefully, Skylar, that TA was good education on how we saw a potential long, how we saw another potential long, how it just wasn't breaking out. Buyers were not really stepping behind the trade. And then eventually, with those 3 separate reasons that confirmed, definitely confirmed a good short, and how you could have taken this short down today on RIVN when the stock was at 121.55 could have been a great short. And again, look at that. Look at that, about a $12 dump to the downside. So as you guys see, I don't have any open positions right now. I don't have any open positions right now. But I am looking for a dip buy for a quick $1, $2 scalp on RIVN if we get to crack below low of day of 108.21. Looking for a dip buy opportunity off the IPO open right around 106.75. You know, the SPY with a quick little false breakout into new all-time high. Once the SPY starts cracking below like 471.77, I would say like right around 471.77, you could really see the SPY start really taking some heat and really starting to crack to the downside. Catherine says, stay out of Apple, Josh. I want it to pay. I will not touch Apple, Catherine. I'll tell you what, I won't touch it. All right, Apple, you're taking some puts. I won't even look at it. How about that? Apple's coming off my watch list. It's really going to move now. I'll put Rivian on my watch list. All right, but there you go. Apple's off my watch list. I'm not bullshitting. I took it off my watch list. It's not even on my radar. There you go, Catherine. Make some money. Do I think Moderna will continue to go up? Well, it already smashed 3 of our targets. So we broke and held that 272.37. We broke and held 274.64 to the penny, right? That was our confirmation. Break and hold over 274.64. Break, hold. That's an entry. Where was your target? 278.02. This stock has already moved $3.50. That trade's done. That trade's done. Do I think it could still go up? Absolutely. Absolutely. But entry, target, right? Enter the trade, take your profits. Enter the trade, take your profits. There should be no reason that you're still holding this trade. If anything, you might be holding a runner, but you should have taken maybe 50 to 75% of your profits at our target, put a stop in at break even on your runner. Yes, as long as we do not crack back below 274.64, you technically have room back up to high a day, and then 281 here on mRNA. Yeah, Catherine got Moderna. Nice. Again, patience, baby, patience. Catherine getting a trade an hour after the market. An hour after the market, waiting for confirmation, nailing the trade. Boom. Nice little $4 move to the upside. Those will definitely pay with options, for sure. If you're not in Moderna, I would not be jumping in right now. Liking ISPC for a breakout. You know, I do like it as well. I do like the downtrend here, Sam. Right? You have a nice little downtrend. You are building slightly higher lows. So a break of the downtrend and a break back above that 1144, you do have room back up to 12. And then you have room back up to 1240, Sam. All right? So you got VWAP support at this time. Downtrend resistance. Right? Could be a boom, boom, bang. A little bit of a downtrend break setup. I would be looking for a break above the downtrend as well as a break and a hold back above that 1144. That would really make me interested. That would really make me feel confident that we could see this back up to 12 and then potentially back up towards around that 1244 level. It's about $1 potential to the upside. That is the same Catherine. That is the same Catherine back in March on the first YouTube stream. So Catherine's been with us pushing a year now. Woo! I love it. One of the first to join the team. And she's like, I'm never leaving either. One of the last to leave. Catherine is the OG. She's been here since day one, guys. We got some good profits and profits chat too. J-Dub getting a quick 123 this morning on ISPC on the small account. Nice. Jeff locking in 231. Skylar, quick 74 swing on AMD. I'm locking at 355. I know there's other traders here in chat making money. I know there is. So we got some profits today in profit chat, guys. Good stuff. Good work. Garrett over on YouTube asking, how much money do I need to start investing and trading? Zero. You need $0. What? What do you mean, Josh? Like, I can't start trading with $0. Sure you can. You soak up all this knowledge. You learn. You educate yourself. You take what you're learning, that education, you apply it in a fake account. You're going to make mistakes. You're going to lose. You're going to fat finger trades. Your emotions are going to play a factor. You're going to take big losses. You'll probably blow up a few paper accounts. You'll probably go from $10,000 account down to zero. You'll probably blow it up. Why would you want to put thousands of dollars into a real account just to lose it? So to answer your question, technically, Garrett, you need $0. You can set up an account with TD Ameritrade for $0. You can call them and say, hey, can I get some free data for a week or two to really test your platform? Sure. They'll give you free data on your paper account. So now you can actually day trade real time on TD Ameritrade on a simulated account. You're learning, soaking up all this knowledge, all this information. You're going to apply it on the simulated account. You're going to make mistakes, right? You're going to fail. You're going to fail often. You're going to fail forward, right? Like Will Smith says, fail often, fail forward, fail frequently, whatever. Get back up and keep pushing yourself. You're going to build confidence. You're going to be like, man, I got this now. This feels good. I've been consistent on this fake account. I'm pretty sure I can be consistent on a real account. Then you're going to have that confidence to take that money that you didn't lose. You're going to be able to fund it with a real account and then transition from simulated account to real account. And at least you have better odds and better opportunity to make more consistent profits. It took me years of inconsistency and then 1 year with Josh and Kenneth. And I'm finally trading well and consistently. I love it. Catherine here, learning the day trade. Taking advice and learning from Kenneth. I know Kenneth day trades, but he's a really good swing trader, and he's a great investor as well. I mean, I absolutely love it. Coming in and just taking that trading to the next level. And again, it all starts, guys, in my opinion, with a small amount of money that you can risk, that you can just put in the toilet, flush it, it's gone. It's not going to wreck you financially, right? You can afford to let it go. Or a fake account, a simulated account, which we call paper accounts. So Garrett, to answer your question, $0, right? Sometimes what I tell people is, hey, you know, these free streams are only limited, right? Moving forward with the new platform, they're going to be even more limited from 9 to 9:30. 1 day a week, we'll stream until lunch, right? Not all day, but until lunch on this new platform. So the live streams, the free live streams are going to be more limited because I need more time to commit to members inside of chat. So we're going to have to kind of shrink that down, limit it, but still give these free live sessions, these free live educational value-packed days like we're doing today, like we did last week and the week before in the last 8 months. But yeah, if anything, you need to spend a little bit and invest in your education. That's what I tell everybody. Don't invest in the market because you're going to lose it. Invest in your education. At least you can't lose that knowledge, right? You can't lose it. Once you have that knowledge and the education, you can't lose it, right? At least invest in your education in the beginning first, right? That's what I recommend. A course, a community, ask questions, watch someone trade live, collaborate with other people, ask them questions, right? You're going to learn so much faster that way versus following people on like TikTok giving bad advice. So always be willing to invest in your education. You can never go wrong with that. So I like it, working on the halt strategy on a paper account and getting burned. So no way I'm doing it with real money. So take Catherine, right? Catherine knows the halt strategy is risky. The halt strategy is not an easy faint of heart strategy. So why implement that strategy and try with a real account, right? With a real account, why do that, right? Practice on a fake account. At least lose 10 grand fake money versus 10 grand real money if that's what it is, all right? So even someone that's been trading consistently for the past year, even taking step backs to paper accounts to test new things, because we realize we will make mistakes with new strategies, with new approaches. Why risk real money? That's why we have paper accounts. Natalie saying, hey, when do you plan on announcing the discount code? So Natalie's like, hey, I don't care what you're talking about right now. I mean, I'm not saying you don't. You're like, I do care, but I just want the discount code, dude. Like, I just want you to drop this Black Friday special. So what time is it? It's 11:15. Let's do this first, right? Let's do this first. Let's go ahead and recap what we have moving, see if there's any opportunities, all right? I'll drop the discount Black Friday offer. This goes for anybody inside a chat as well, right? Obviously, anytime we've done any kind of specials, promotions in the past, it does bleed into chat as well. And we'll have some fun, right? We'll have some fun. So what do we have going on right now? Yo, Jamie, what's up? Good morning. Happy to have you here on this beautiful Monday. RBLX was a great short. It took a while, but it came down and hit target. That was a good trade. Right now, I don't see any reason to be jumping in the Roblox. Again, it just fell from 130 to 124. That's $6 to the downside. I definitely would not be jumping on in. ISPC, like I said, if it does not break the downtrend and really get back above that 1144 and hold, it's still not looking good. Look at that. Big crack, big fade, big fall to the downside. ISPC right now is dead. ASTR right now is dead. PROG right now is dead. LGVN right now is dead. Okay? Roblox, it may set back up, but right now there's no opportunity. The opportunity was off the bear flag. The opportunity was off the smaller bear flag, right? No more opportunities right now at this point in time on RBLX. Rivian, right now it had a nice bounce at 128, or I'm sorry, at 108. Right now, all we're looking for is a reversal formation, right? We don't have anything on a 30-minute chart. We're not really seeing anything on a 5-minute. If anything, the 5-minute still looks very bearish. If anything, the 5-minute chart on Rivian is suggesting we come back down to low of day. So right now, would I be jumping in on this for a potential higher low? Absolutely not. I'd be waiting for this to come back down and actually solidify a double bottom market structure at low of day. The 5-minute suggests we'll most likely see low of day. The 5-minute looks very weak. The 5-minute looks very bearish. Right now, I would not be jumping into a long side. It's too risky. But Rivian could be setting up. Roblox, same thing. Right now, there's no trades. It could be setting back up, though. All of our small cap penny stocks are dead, dead, and dead. Okay? Moderna, the trade was already at that 274.64 up to 278. If you wanted to grab it for another go, you could have went long once again at 274.64. You see it bounce, 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 boom, just popped up about $2 there. That could have been a quick, easy scalp there on Moderna. Right now, I feel like you're already $2 too late. Lucid, this stock was great, over $54. The break and the retest, it didn't quite make it to our target, right? Not to the penny, doesn't happen all the time, but we ended up getting the 57.44. Our target was 57.69, 30 cents away, but still a great $2 to $3 move to the upside out of Lucid. Tesla was another good one, a break and hold over that 1175, right? Eventually, it got to our $1,200 target. I mean, it took forever. It took from $943 to $1043, but we got that nice $25 move out of Tesla to the long side. Overall, guys, we've absolutely crushed it. We didn't have any alerts on NVIDIA. We didn't have any alerts on Apple. We had Tesla, right? Nailed it. We had Lucid, nailed it. We had Moderna, nailed it. We had Prague, missed it, right? So out of those last 4 trades, 3 for 4. ASTR, this one didn't break and hold. That was never a solidified alert. It never confirmed for an entry. So we can't count that. We never had anything confirm for an entry on ISPC. LGVN, we never really had anything confirm here that I'm going to count, right? Roblox was a great one. And we have yet for Rivian to confirm. So out of those 5 trades, 4 for 5, right? 4 green, 1 red. And the 1 red one was a small cap stock. It was a penny stock. The green ones today, they were all large caps. Tesla, Lucid, Moderna, right? Roblox. I mean, phenomenal to see that, we can still make some consistent cash with some of these larger price stocks, and that the team is really confident with grabbing options now, right? Especially after our options talk last week. It's really awesome to see that you guys are confident to start trading these options with smaller accounts, and you guys are still crushing it, making some big time profits. So good job, guys. Good job. All right, so that's kind of what we have going on right now, right? That's kind of what we have going on. Not a lot, right? Right now, it's safe to say that we can sit on our hands, that our morning's pretty much done. We've locked in some great profits. You guys in chat making great profits? What about on YouTube? Anybody over on YouTube making some consistent good profits today? Right now, we're only about 2 hours into the market, and so far, not a bad way to start our Money Monday, especially being a week where we can expect things to be a little bit on the slower side. So I have money in Doge that I invested in a year ago. Wow, a year ago. So that means you got in at the absolute bottom there, Garrett. Would you sell and use that to invest or hold on to it? I know it's not the best crypto, but is it dead? That's the thing with these meme coins, man. These meme coins, the Doges, the Safe Moons. What's the other one now? What's the other one you guys told me to buy? It's not Safe Moon. What is it? Shiba? Yeah. These are trades. These are trades that got some hype and they moved on up. Garrett, what I would do is at least pull your initial investment back up. At least pull your initial investment back out. And if you think Dogecoin would ever get to $1 or above, you can still make some profits. But here's the thing. Dogecoin was a meme coin. It got that hype and now it faded and fell. Safe Moon was a meme coin. It got the hype, right? It ran up, it faded and fell. Same thing with Shiba, a hype coin. Got the hype, faded and fell. You have Wonderland this, you have Santa Claus token, you have all these coins, right? All these cryptos, and a lot of them are memes, right? They all had some great 6, 7, 800, 900%, 1,000% moves. But now the hype's over. Things are starting to settle back down. I think there's much better, I know there's much better investments in the crypto space. You're better off investing in Bitcoin, Ethereum, Solana, Quant, ICP, Cardano, Ripple. You're even better investing into Ripple than say like Dogecoin, Safe Moon, Shiba, Wonderland, this and that, right? So I would say that, it's never a bad idea to take profit and use that profit to reinvest into better projects, better, consistent, safer investments, such as the ones I just listed off. And there's a lot that I didn't list off. And if you still want to leave some in Dogecoin to see if it ever goes to $1, $2, and you want to leave what we call a runner, leave a little bit of money in there to see if it ever goes, you can absolutely do that. But from my experience as a trader, it's never a bad idea to take profit from something like Dogecoin, like a penny stock, right? And put it into a longer term investment that's a little bit safer. And even looking at some of these safer crypto investments, they still have a shit ton of upside potential. So that's what I would do. Again, I'm not a financial advisor. I just try and educate based on the mistakes that I've made in the past and what I would do differently today as an experienced trader versus 8 years ago as a new trader. Take profits on meme and shit coins and maybe hold a moon bag. Exactly, Merlin. Take some profits, hold a moon bag, right? A runner, a moon bag, and then invest those profits in the better projects. I mean, again, Ripple, that's something I would allocate to. Cardano, VeChain, HBAR, Matic, DOT, right? Ethereum, Bitcoin, VXV that Cole's talking about. There's so many other really good projects to get invested in. that have 5, 10, 20x potential to the upside, and they're much better investments. They're not meme coins. They're not hype coins. They're actually solid projects. Check out Affirm. Do you see any support for a reversal? AFRM, AFRM. Honestly, right now, no. Like, what I saw was better, was like okay, so like 123.68. Got the close. You have a couple days that we kind of banged around there at 123.68 on Affirm. Then you're kind of coming back down into the 119.46 level next. I mean, that's better. Resistance, 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 breakout. You know, 123.68 light support, 119.46. Again, light support. I mean, when I say light, I mean light. Strong. I'm talking strong support. 106.99. I mean, look at that. Held above, held above, held above, held above 4 times. 5, 6, 7, 8. Look how many times we tried to break below 107 and we bounced, 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 and ripped high. 107 is a pretty strong level of support, but we do have a gap that needs filled all the way down at $100, right on Affirm, all the way down at like $100 to fill a gap. So right now, 119.46, 123.68. Could you see a bounce? Yeah, but is it super strong support? No, I see strong support all the way back down at like that 107 on Affirm. Can you look at the daily on Netflix looking at a bounce off the uptrend? Yeah, we nailed that one like what, last week or the week before on Netflix, NFLX off the trend line. That was a nice little trade. Here's the thing that I see. You see a possible trend line play, right? But what do I see? Number one, I see divergence. So I see a higher high on the chart. I see a lower high on the RSI. So I see some bearish divergence, number one. Number two, I see a double top. I see a double top, number two. Number three, I see us kind of looking iffy around that 20 EMA, as well as looking a little iffy around this trend line. So I see a double top. I see confirmed divergence, which is bearish. And I see the potential crack of the uptrend. To me, I think it has room back down to 644, right? We have to see. Anything can happen. I would be looking maybe the last 15 minutes of the day. Let's see what Netflix looks like the last 15 minutes of the day. If it's closing below the trend line, I think you see it at 644. I think you see it come down lower. I see the double top, the divergence, and I don't like seeing those two things thinking about a long trade because I'm already seeing some bearish sentiment set in. I'm seeing some bearishness set in. That would prevent me from really being confident about a long. But again, you're still holding the trend line. So what I would say is kind of just really fine tune this trend line. Really, really, really fine tune it as best as you can. And just look at this closer to the end of the day, right? Towards the end of the day, if we're holding above, maybe you have some action come tomorrow for a nice bounce back up to 690. But if we start closing below this into like the low 660s, right at 660, I still think you have room down to that 644 level. Because again, we have that divergence with a double top. That's me screaming bearish. That's screaming short. But let's see what we look like closer to the end of the day as we're sitting right around this uptrend on the daily chart. Nice, Garrett. Pulled the $500 back out, made like 3,000. Nice. Don't know if I should pull that out too. Let's do this. Don't take it from me, Garrett. Don't take it from me. Let's go ahead and ask what traders in chat think. We have a lot of traders in chat. What do you guys think? If you guys were in Dogecoin a year ago, right? How would you trade it, right? It was a $500 investment to up $3,000. Garrett just pulled his initial investment back out. He is now risk-free, but he still has $3,000 of profit that he could take. What would you guys do? You already know what I would tell him. But again, an unbiased answer. What do traders inside a chat think? If you guys were in Garrett's position, what would you guys do? You invested $500. You're up $3,500. You pull out $500, you get your initial investment back out, you're risk-free. You still got $3 grand on the table. What would you do? He wants to get into better investments. He wants to do some real investing and some real trading, right? It was fun with Dogecoin. It was fun with SafeMoon, but now we want to do some real trading, real investing to do this more consistently, more on a full-time basis. So my answer to the question would be take 80% of the profits and use 80% of those profits to save, to grow, to invest a little bit in your education, to learn how to do this more consistently, more full-time. So what do we have here? So we got Corey, if it dumps hard, you'll be mad if you lose it all. So sell some. If you don't care because you're break even, then let it roll. That's a great point. If you're already risk-free and you got your initial investment back out, if that $3 grand goes to zero and you don't care, go ahead and hold it. Catherine, pull it, drop it in Bitcoin. That's exactly what I'm thinking. Drop it and put it in a better investment. Solana, I mean, it's going to surpass Ethereum. I mean, there's so many better ones. Casey, take those profits. Skylar, definitely take profits. Doge is dead. Dog at the moment. Leave $250 to $500 for another Musk tweet from Dr. Frank. So he's saying take 80% of your profits, leave a little bit as a moon bag, and then go on somewhere else. Keep $500 for a moon bag. Split the rest into $500 chunks. Go to VXV, VET, Matic, etc. I like Merlin's thinking. Those are all great long-term projects that have huge upside potential. Corey said leave in a runner in case it goes to $1. It won't. Don't fall in love with a meme coin. So I like it. They're all saying take 80 to 90% of your profits. Leave a little bit in there. We call that a moon bag. If it goes to $10 in the future, you got money on the table. But take a lot of those profits that you made and invest those into better projects, right? Better projects that have still 20 to 50x upside potential that are a little bit safer as well. Solana's great. I'm buying a Solana a week. I'm buying SOL. I'm buying one a week, guys. One a week for Solana. It's gonna surpass Ethereum in my opinion. Oh, hold on. See, this is not coming from me, Garrett. Not coming from me. Take the profits and join chat. That's coming from Skylar, the man, the myth, the legend. Again, that's not coming from me. It's coming from traders in chat. Go ahead and take some profits. Learn by joining chat. Have some cash that when you have confidence, you can start actually seeing that cash grow into more money. Skylar, take the profits and join. I've been delaying the inevitable too long, haven't I, guys? For those of you that are still here, you guys have been waiting for this discount, haven't you? Who here right now, in all honesty, who's still just sitting waiting for me to speak promos, speak discounts, speak Black Friday sales? Who's literally waiting for that? Catherine, well, maybe if Josh drops the code. Listen, guys, I'm just milking this as long as possible. I'm milking it right now. I'm having fun with it. Like, who's going to stick around to get the coupon code? I mean, everybody's already been here for like 2 hours, so they've been waiting patiently. Always, Skylar, always holding me accountable. Always holding me accountable. I do love it. We need some accountability. I need some accountability. All right? Absolutely, Garrett. Absolutely. Just make sure you're doing the right thing, putting yourself in the right position. You're doing the right thing, putting yourself in the right position. And the right position is to lock up a good majority of profits and invest those into better projects. Right? And we can go over those projects too if you want. All the top 10 projects. Which ones should you allocate your funds to? Again, this comes from some of the most experienced, some of the smartest crypto investors out there in the world. This is the information that comes from them. So he said, drop my affiliate link while you're at it, Catherine. All right, guys. So I'll go ahead and drop it. Again, I'm not a salesy guy. I'm not going to sell you on why you should join. You guys know exactly what you get as well. Who doesn't know what they get when they join the team? Who doesn't know what they get when they join the Alpha family? If you guys don't know what you get, I'll tell you what you get. Which you could pretty much see that 25% of what you get, just me being on the live stream and commentating and educating, that's 25% of what you get. So if you're already like in love with what you get here for free on YouTube today, you're going to love it 10 times more because you're going to get 10 times more stuff, 10 times more value when you join the team. So let me turn this up real quick. It's getting a little sunny in here. There we go. I can see clearly now. The sun is gone. All right, guys. So Black Friday 2021. Black Friday 2021. As you guys know, we have the new platform coming. With the new platform comes a lot more value, and with a lot more value comes a slightly increased monthly cost. We're already one of the least expensive, right? You look at some of the other top communities out there, $300-400 a month. We will never, ever, just so you guys know, never, ever be $300 to $400 a month. That defeats the purpose of why I launched Alpha Day Trading. Our slogan, our mission title, line, whatever you want to call it, is making proper trading education more affordable. If I start raising prices up to $300-400, it defeats the whole purpose on why we launched Alpha Day Trading in the first place. Our goal, our mission statement is to make proper trading education more affordable, to help more people find success. So again, we'll never be that much, but with more value and more leaders and more mentors and a bigger community and nicer things, a nicer platform, comes a slightly higher cost, right? Because our overhead increases, so we have to increase price. That's just how it works. But it's never going to be that expensive, guys, okay? Maybe a $20, $30 bump, $50 bump, okay? So, and like I said, Mr. Frank, Dr. Frank, all right? This promo that I drop is also for people inside the chat. If you've signed up recently, and this promo is better than when you signed up, I will honor the promo for you today. I'm like the only person that would probably do that. Right? I don't know how many times I've done it inside of chat. How many times have I sent you guys a free course in chat? Because I've offered a discount, I've offered a promo, and some of you guys are like, man, I should have waited. And I'm like, you know what? I'll give you a course. So with that being said, just signed up for everything and even asked Josh if I should wait for Black Friday sale. So, yeah, so like I said, I'm like, I will do that. So if this promo is better than when you signed up, I will make it right. And I will pass that along to you guys as well. And this goes for anybody that's maybe on a monthly plan too. If you're on a monthly or a quarterly and you want to take advantage of this, you can. We'll just go ahead and make it right, refund subscriptions, do some prorations, and we'll make it fair. We'll make it square, right? So, locked in for life. When we migrate to the new platform and new mentors come in, new leaders come in, and you get 10 times more value, it's not like you're going to see the cost go up. As long as your subscription is active, right, you're going to be locked into that price for life, and you're going to get all this other value included for the same cost. Now, if you ever cancel and you come back a year later, then yes, you'll have to sign up at the market, whatever it is, based on what my marketing officer says I should do. Okay, so what we're going to do for Black Friday, the mini Santa behind you is telling you to do more giveaways. What's up, little buddy? He's like, do it, Josh, do it. So what I'm going to do, guys, is we're going to do, usually I do a yearly, right? So it's, you guys, if you sign up for the yearly, right, I'm going to give you 20% off. I'm also going to give you a free copy of the course. Well, I do know that during the holidays, right, a lot of people are traveling. A lot of people are buying gifts. A lot of people are, spending money. Friends and family for the holidays. So I get it. Money may be a little tight during the holidays, but maybe this is a gift that you've been wanting to give yourself for a long time. So what I'm going to do is if you sign up for the yearly, I'm going to drop a 25% off coupon. Normally it's 20. I'm going to go 25% off. Normally it's 50% off the course, right, for the yearly plan. If you go to the website and you go to the yearly checkout page, normally you get 50% off the Ultimate Day Trading Starter Kit course. Now this course is 53 chapters. It's 20 hours of on-demand video lessons. It'll probably take you a couple months to get through. It's structured. It's all just from I know nothing about trading stocks to the end. I know enough to make my own trades, consistent trades. So, I mean, it's one of the better courses out there for the least amount of money. A course like this is normally $3,000, right? It's being sold for under $500. Normally, when you sign up for the year, you get a 50% off coupon for the course. So I'm going to give you 25% off the yearly. This is our Black Friday sale. I have yet to run any ads. I have yet to send an email or make a post on TikTok. This is just for anybody that's on YouTube. 25% off the yearly. A free copy of the course. So you're going to get basically the monthly half off. So if you look at what the monthly is, you're going to cut that in half. And that's what it's going to be for the next 12 months. You're going to pay like $62 a month versus $120. And instead of having to still pay for the course, right, with 50% off, I'm going to give you the course for free as well. So 25% off and a free copy of the course. Or you will get 10% off the monthly, because the monthly is already cheap, and I'll give you 50% off the course. So there's two ways you can go about it. You can sign up for the yearly, and you're pretty much going to get half the year for free, if you look at it that way, right? With the 25% off, it's already discounted 30%. You're getting 55% off. Cut that in half. You're basically getting half the year for free and a free copy of the course, okay? That's Black Friday offer number one, right? And I think that's the smartest way to go, in my opinion. Or you can sign up for the monthly. You will get 10% off for life, not just on your first purchase, but for life. You will always get 10% off, and I will give you a coupon that will discount the Ultimate Day Trading Starter Kit for 50% off. So instead of paying $449, it's only $229. So now you get to join chat, 10% off for life, and you still get to save over $250 on the Ultimate Day Trading Starter Kit course. So not one offer, two offers, depending on where you are, the commitment you want to make, the investment in yourself that you want to make. Again, I just know it's around the holidays as well, so I want to make it better, I guess, than I have before, okay? I can see all the obstacles in my way. Don't stop singing. I can see all the obstacles in my way. What? Don't make me sing, Skylar. Dude, I haven't sung. Did I sing? Oh, I did sing a second ago, yeah. He's like, don't stop singing. I can see clearly now the rain is gone. I can see all the obstacles in my way. There you go, Skylar. I got you with that little bit of that American Idol voice right there. That American Idol voice right there. So Garrett, I offer one-on-one sessions. So for members in chat, I don't do this as an add-on. You can't just come and say, hey, I'm going to pay you $100 for one-on-one. I only do this for members in chat. So if you're a member in chat, and let's say you had a rough week and you want us to review trades. Well, you can jump on a Zoom call with me for about 45 minutes, and we'll sit there and review your trades. Maybe you have direct questions you want to talk to me about and not with the rest of the team. You want it more private. I do offer private one-on-one mentorship sessions. Right now, it's unlimited. So that's something else that you're locked in for life. If you're a current member, before we migrate to the new platform, you still get unlimited one-on-one sessions. Moving forward with the new platform, again, as we grow, as we have more members, I need to still give my time to people in chat, to members in chat. I will not have 10 hours, 20 hours a week to do unlimited one-on-one. So they will be limited with the new platform. But as long as you're a member now, you're locked in for life, you still get the unlimited private one-on-ones. That right there is priceless. The one-on-one sessions with me, you can't put a price on that. I mean, you can, but it's a lot. I mean, so unlimited, included, free one-on-ones, you get that for life. Netflix is still kind of taking some heat, guys. Netflix right at that 660 right here. Still watching Netflix. How's Rivian? Rivian, still not confident in this one yet. Roblox, that was a good short, right down to all targets, even down to that 121, almost 40, almost to the 121.40. That would have been a great short if I would have held that. LGVN still chopping around, ISPC still chopping around, ASTR and PROG not doing anything. Moderna, the trade's done. Lucid, the trade's done. Tesla, the trade was done. Yeah, so, I mean, we've crushed it. I'm sorry, Catherine. I'm doing it. Okay, I looked at Apple. I'm not going to look at it now. I saw NVIDIA falling. I was like, okay, is Apple falling for you too? Yeah, Dr. Frank, send me an email, and I'll get that taken care of in the back end for you. Dr. Frank. So go ahead and just send me an email, and we'll get you all squared away. All right? Now, if you're a current member and you're like, dude, I love it. I'm here. I'm here for life, right? Why stick to a monthly when there's this coupon, I guess, or this promotion for Black Friday? If you're already like, dude, I'm here for life. I'm here for a year, 2 years, 3 years. I'm not leaving. Might as well go ahead and upgrade your monthly and save half the year. Basically, get the monthly for half off, and I'll give you a free copy of the course. So again, this goes for anybody over on YouTube, and this goes for anybody inside a chat that wants to take advantage of the Black Friday offer before I start really promoting it on like TikTok or Facebook or sending out emails and stuff like that. Oh, yeah. So, I mean, Josh looks at Apple and it breaks the trend. I'm sorry, Catherine. Josh looks at Apple and then it breaks the trend line. No! I'm sorry. I didn't mean to look at it. I'm so sorry. I didn't look at it. It's not even on my watch list, so it should reverse and come back down. It should reverse. It should come back down. So, you're still good. You're still good. What I consider doing a who's red on the day and a who's green on the day poll? Yeah, absolutely. Let me set up a poll real quick. Yeah, Tom wants to do a poll on who's green, who's red. So let's do a poll real quick, and then we'll do zero trades as well. Who's not taking any trades? Who's sitting on the sidelines? And let's do a unanimous poll and see what the team's doing from a percentage standpoint. So what I'll go ahead and do is before that, I'll go ahead and drop the link. All right. So what you guys will do, I'll go ahead and drop the link real quick to make it easy for you. So it's Black Friday 2021. That's the coupon code. So if you go here to, you go to pricing if you want. It's easy. Scroll on down. Yearly. Normally it's $84 a month is when you break it down. It's already 30% off, but you're going to go ahead and click, join the team, become a member. It's going to take you to the checkout page. And then when you scroll down, it says have a coupon. You have add a coupon, type in Black Friday 2021, hit enter, and it's going to take it down to the $7.55. Now, if you break that down over the course of the year, it's $62. So like I said, $62 a month. It is billed in advance for the year. But the monthly is $120, and the yearly, when you break it down, is $62. It's half off. And again, not just getting 50% off the Ultimate Day Trading Starter Kit for $225, getting it for free. Free. If you don't know anything about the course, you can come here to the Ultimate Day Trading Starter Kit, and you can see exactly what the curriculum is. So you have 4 modules. You got module 1, module 2, module 3, and module 4, which is our bonus module. So you have a introduction to day trading, introduction into technical analysis, like basic technical analysis, and then advanced technical analysis, plus all of our bonus content, talking about stock selection, the float, the level 2, right? News, pre-market stock selection, futures, options trading. So again, there's over 53 video chapters. Out of these 53 video chapters, it's over 20 hours of content. I'm going to give this to you for free. And if you don't believe that it's a good course, again, you could look at every single review from every single person that's purchased the course. And like I said, for Black Friday, I'm going to include that for free and also throw that 25% discount. Coupon code Black Friday 2021. I posted it up for you guys over on the tube. Oh, in the video, like I'm not even breaking down what you guys get. Like, I'm literally doing the worst job ever with, like, this is what you guys get, right? You get the video lessons library. You get daily video lessons, like live lessons over the live stream, which we're getting ready to dive into around 11 o'clock. I have a lesson prepared for the day. Q&A sessions. You get access to my scanners all day, every day. These are $2,400 scanners per year. I stream them live to chat. You get our custom chat rooms. The video lessons library, the daily lessons, the Q&A sessions, the private one-on-one mentorship sessions. I mean, there's so much, guys. There's so much right now the way it is. And just imagine how it's going to be in the next month when we officially migrate to the new platform. Let's do a poll. Tom wanted to do a poll. Let's do a poll real quick. Poll. Let's do a poll. I like polls. And it's going to be easier for me to do polls with the new platform as well. So we're going to be doing polls every single day. So how is your day going? Right? Is it green? Is it red? Or is it break even? All right, so let's go ahead and do a poll real quick. Add the poll. And you guys will see that pop up here at the top right-hand corner of your chat box. So whether you have it popped out, whether you have it inside of the chat room here in a moment, polls, you'll see a little red dot pop up. Just like that, little red dot popped up. And then boom, we can go ahead and go vote. So how's your day going? Tom wanted to do a poll. Is it a break-even day? Is it a red day? Is it a green day? So go ahead and click, cast your vote, and let's see what chat is thinking. Give you guys a few minutes to go ahead and cast your votes over in polls chat. Frank, guys, I recently signed up for a year program a couple weeks ago, and for Josh to do a refund for me. What? Insane integrity. Awesome. I appreciate that, Frank. Actions speak volumes. I'm 1/3 of the way through the course, and it's the best ever. I appreciate that. It took me like 6 months to do the course. I'm glad that you love the course and that you're learning a lot from it. And like I said, guys, I'm here to help you guys succeed. Right? I say that so much, but I try and act upon it and show you guys, like, that's really my intentions. I'm here to help you guys succeed in the market. I will put my trading on the back burner to make sure my team's successful. Like 100%. I will place my own trading to the side, and I will give 95 to 99% of my undivided attention to my team all day, every day, to make sure they're successful. I love it. And I try to really prove that to you guys and show you guys that I do care about your success, and I want you guys to be successful. And we see it. Catherine, Corey, Skylar, Casey. I mean, everybody in chat just coming in and just rocking and rolling, just absolutely crushing it, which absolutely fires me up, guys. I freaking love it. Do the happy dance. Do the happy dance a little bit. All right, let's go look at polls. How are we doing today? So we have 40% of chat green on the day. 40% of chat is break even on the day. Maybe not trading in this kind of uncertain market. And unfortunately, 20% of chat, right, that are red on the day. Now, if you guys are red on the day and you want to know why you're red, maybe you want to review your trade, let's do it. Let's do it. I got a nice lesson prepared, right? But at the same time, reviewing trades not only helps the person making the trades to learn from their mistakes, it's also a great learning example. It's a great time to learn with other traders on your trade, maybe where the mistake was made. Who knows? Maybe it was a great trade. It was just a trade that worked against you, right? PROG wasn't a bad trade. It was just a trade that didn't work out. So again, guys, at the end of the day, sometimes reviewing your red trades helps other traders inside of chat as well. All right, so what do we want to do? It's coming down to 12 o'clock. We're coming up to around 12. Do we want to go ahead and dive into a lesson, guys? Do you want to save the lesson for around 2:30 this afternoon, right? Do you want to go ahead and do some Q&A talk? Do we want to review anybody's trades? What do you guys want to do? So, all right, you can go lesson, right? We can do Q&A, open floor Q&A, or we can review some of your trades. If you guys have a trade you want reviewed, we'll go ahead and review those as well. Let me know what you guys would like to do. So 45% of chat green, 36% break even. So at least I like to see us above that middle line. Break even or green. Now, red trades are inevitable. We have them. And we all have different edges and different ways of trading, right? After Cole's discussion last week, alpha means edge. We're here to teach you your edge. I absolutely love that. And so some days I can have a red day and you guys are all green. Some days you guys are break even, not trading, and I'm thriving, trading left and right. Again, we all have different markets that we do well in. We all have different trading edges and ways of trading, and we're all going to be slightly different. Profitable, red, break even. It's always going to fluctuate and vary. So it's good to see that everybody's leaning more towards the green and break even side. But again, if we have any trades, maybe you took a trade, it's red, you want me to review it, now's a great time to do that. Garrett, to get off Robinhood, an easy transition from Robinhood to Webull. And then once you're on Webull, if you want to upgrade, TD Ameritrade would be the best route to go, would be TD Ameritrade. But Webull's more user-friendly. Webull, they have a better application for your phone. TD's the OG, but TD, there's a lot with TD Ameritrade. There's a lot to learn. There's still stuff about TD that I don't know. So from a user-friendly standpoint, it's not as user-friendly as Webull, but if you've never used Webull, you've never used TD Ameritrade, and they're both brand new to you, I would recommend TD Ameritrade over Webull, right? They're both going to be foreign and weird and brand new. You're not going to know either platform. I would rather you get familiar with TD Ameritrade, as this is the most preferred broker for brand new traders. Can I go back and look at Apple, Catherine? Can I look at it? I'm curious. Come on. Let me go look at it. Can I look at it? Let me look. See, RIVN working its way back down. I'm still not opposed to taking a bounce on Rivian at 106.75. 106.75. I've been waiting for a bounce play for what? Since 11:04 to 12, an hour. Not touching it, not touching it, not touching it. Now it's starting to crack, dump, fade, fall. New low a day. If I get 106.75, I'm taking Rivian for a bounce play at 106.75. And I've been waiting for this for about an hour, guys. So let's see if we get that 106.75 entry. 107.50. It's coming down hard, guys. RIVN is coming down hard. Fast and hard. Keep coming down to my level. 106.75. 106.75. There's 107. Crack it. 106.92. I got a partial fill. I didn't get a full fill. I did not get a full fill. I had entries between 106.75 and 107. I got a 106.96 entry. I got a 106.96 fill. We're looking for about $1 bounce here. I did not get my full position, which is unfortunate. I did not get the full position that I wanted, but I'm going to go ahead and take the bounce for $80. Ah, there was my $2 bounce. Nah, that was my dollar bounce. My bad. There it was. That was the bounce. I'll still take 80 bucks from it. I'll still take 80. There was the bounce I was waiting for. Wow, if I would have got my full position of 500 shares. Ow! I had 4 orders typed up. That was the bounce. Look at that on Rivian. There was the bounce, baby. Almost to the penny. 106.82 came down to 106.91. Really nice, aggressive $1.50, almost $2 bounce to the upside. Man, oh man. If I would have just gotten my entire fills, I only got one of my 4 fills. So it still was profitable though. So that was fun. That was fun. Nice dip buy opportunity. Anybody else get the dip buy with me on Rivian? Man, I was waiting for this for an hour. And we finally nailed the dip buy for over $1. Not a bad dip buy opportunity. And it still has room to bounce to 109.50. Watch it go to 109.50 as well. Man, that was a fun trade. Those are fun trades when you're so patient for them. Even though it wasn't the full profit I was expecting, it wasn't the full position I was expecting, it was still a fun trade because it was a disciplined trade. It was a patient trade. And I just executed it the way I just really wanted to execute it. And it just worked out beautifully. What a dip buy. What a bounce there. Ah, man. Look at that. $2 now to the upside. Oh, apologize. I forgot my webcam was on. So, again, it was a small one. It was a small one. Down around, where was I in at? 106.69 because I had a limit order set at 107. I got filled at 106.69. I took profit 60 cents later there on Rivian, and boom, look at the bounce. If it was shortable, I would short it right now. If RIVN was shortable, I'd be looking for a short between 109.50 and 110. You're like, what? Yeah, I'd be looking for the curl back on over. I'd be looking for about $1 dump to the downside. All right, guys, so lesson. We're doing a lesson. We're doing a Q&A. You guys want to save the lesson for later? It's up to you. Right now, we've been trading. We've been having some fun. We've been talking a little bit, answering some questions. But right now, team, we have any questions, comments, concerns, right? Go ahead and ask. You guys want to do a lesson? Let's dive into a lesson. It's a quick lesson. It's an easy lesson, but it's a fun lesson. It's an important one as well. But again, if you guys want to save the lesson for around 2 o'clock, we can do that as well. So let me know inside the chat what you guys want. I'm going to take a step out of the office for a second. I am going to grab a drink of water. I definitely need my water. And I'm going to use the restroom. I will be right back in about 2 to 3 minutes. Let me know what you guys want to do. Lesson, Q&A, or we can review some trades, guys. All right, I'll be back in about 2 to 3 minutes. All right, guys, we are back. Sorry it took so long. So Tom says, let's just do a lesson. Let's just do a lesson. Yeah, we can dive into a lesson, guys. I will record the lesson. It's a very quick lesson. Very, very, very quick lesson. All right. And it's just a pattern that I want to present to you. You guys have heard me say this pattern a lot, and I've had a lot of people like, what are you talking about? What is this pattern? You don't talk about it a lot. Well, we don't really see them happen that much, but when we do see them, they could be really good opportunities. So we'll dive into a lesson here in a second. All right. I think we have a couple. I want to sign up. Please let me know the Black Friday special. Yeah, so I already did. So I posted, I don't think I posted the link. My bad. Let me get the link real quick for you. I'd be more than happy. Just bear with me, guys. I'll post this over on YouTube for you guys. So there is the direct link. And then make sure you use Black Friday 2021 as the coupon. That'll give you that 25% discount. And you will get the free copy of the course. All right, so there's the link. There is the coupon code. And now, ladies and gentlemen, thank you guys for bearing with me a little bit. All right, we're going to dive into a quick little lesson. All right, not the most energetic day because my allergies are kicking my butt, but a fun day, an educational packed, value packed day. And we're going to go ahead and kick it on off before lunch with a quick little lesson. I know we move on after trades, but look at Roblox. Yeah, absolutely. Still fading and falling. Still getting absolutely hammered to the downside. So next level, you're going to probably see this bounce at Skylar. Coming just on the daily chart, you're looking to be down towards around this 116.65 level for a decent little bounce. Actually, we should readjust that a little bit. You're looking at 116.55 would be the next level. Now, we had that big sell-off, this really nice bear flag, the extended move to the downside. Right now, if it bounces, it may bounce a little bit, but nothing that I think is worth your time on options, right? I really don't. Like, what are the, I'm sure the IV is kind of up there. Yeah, the IV is at like 100. They're on the pricier side. Even if you go with a 125 call for a bounce, you got a 33 delta. The volume's good. The open interest is good. I just don't know. I don't think it's going to bounce enough or fast enough for you to really capitalize to the call side. I mean, it's just tough because it's straight to the downside. It's just getting absolutely hammered to the downside. And I don't know if that 116.55 is such a significant level to see a significant bounce, right? The only reason I took the short was for the bear flag. Now, if it sets back up for a short, I would rather take a short because we see the overall trend is obviously to the short side, and we have better opportunity to nail puts, to nail shorts versus trying to catch a bottom, trying to catch a quick bounce, watching it curl on us, continue to fall, and then we're like mad or upset. We don't cut our trade. We take a big loss. Now the calls are expiring worthless. I don't know. I would not be trying to catch a long trade on RBLX based on how it's moving right now. I would be just looking for a proper short setup to continue riding this momentum to the downside. All right, let's go ahead and dive into a lesson, guys. All right, right now, it is Turkey Week. Gobble, gobble, gobble. We got 3 days to go. Thursday, we have Thanksgiving, and then Friday being Black Friday. I highly doubt we'll see some crazy action or crazy volume and activity in the market. So we have literally the rest of today. We have tomorrow, and then Wednesday is going to kind of be like a typical Friday. So we'll come in Wednesday. We'll identify our opportunities. We'll get prepared. We'll attack. But we'll probably see a lot of that volume fade right around 10:30 or 11 o'clock. But we shall see. You never know. The market's crazy. The market can be erratic. So we'll play it day by day. We'll come into Power Hour this evening, see what we have in store. Come in tomorrow on Wednesday, identify the opportunity, get prepared, attack, make our money regardless of anything else. So once again, happy Monday, traders. I'm super proud of you guys. We saw some big-time profits today inside a chat on Moderna, on Lucid, on Tesla, on Apple, on Roblox, on Rivian, The list goes on and on and on. So good job, good work. It is November 22nd, 12:15 in the market. And today we have a nice, quick little lesson for you guys. Over the last couple of weeks, I've been using the term, what? Red to green move. Red to green move. Red to green move. And everybody's like, what the heck is a red to green move, Josh? Like, I know what a bull flag is. I know what an ascending triangle is. But you keep saying, well, you had a quick red to green move here, quick red to green move there. Like, what the is a red to green move? Well, simply put, guys, a red to green move is another pattern. It's another chart formation. It's another trading strategy, like a bull flag, like an ascending triangle, right? Like a cup and handle. A red to green move is just another pattern. And honestly, the red to green move is easier to trade. It's easier to identify and it's way easier to trade than any other pattern out there because you don't have as much criteria with red to green moves. They're very quick, they're very fast, they're very, very easy to get familiar with. So today I want to introduce a red to green move, especially because I've had a lot of you guys reaching out saying, dude, what the heck is a red to green move? I'm confused. Just when I thought I learned all the patterns, right? You keep bringing more to me, and I keep having to learn. Well, that's good. I want you guys learning. So today's lesson, once again, guys, is on red to green move. So what is a red to green move? So the red to green move is one of my favorites and one of the easiest chart patterns to master. Like I was saying, the red to green move is just another type of chart formation, another type of chart pattern, like a bull flag, like an ascending triangle, like a cup and handle, like a head and shoulders. It is just another chart pattern. It's one of my favorites because when they work, they work out big time profits. And they're one of the first patterns I learned. And looking back 8 years ago, 7 years ago, one of the easiest chart patterns that I was able to master. Right out of the gate with ease, 70 to 80% win rates with these red to green moves if executed properly. A lot of people will teach you one way on how to trade a red to green move. I will teach you my way of trading a red to green move. My way is a low risk, high reward chart pattern. The typical way of teaching this is a high risk, high reward chart pattern. Do you guys want a high risk, high reward? Or do you guys want a low risk, high reward chart setup? I'll take the low risk, high reward all day. So the red to green move is, the way I explain it, the way I educate it, is a low risk, high reward chart pattern that forms very, very quickly right after the market opens. I'm talking the first 3 to 5 minutes when the market opens. You will see these patterns form. You will be looking to make entries. You will be looking to lock in profits. Very quick, very fast, right after the market opens at 9:30. Again, normally taking 3 to 5 minutes tops, but sometimes can take 10 or more minutes to set up. We've seen red to green moves in the first 3 minutes of the day. Sometimes I've seen a big 5-minute red to green move that's taken 30 minutes to set up. However, 70 to 80% of the time, you will see these red to green moves form on the 1-minute chart and typically form and break and run within the first 3 to 5 minutes out of the gate. So if you're saying to yourself right now, Josh, I don't trade the first 15 minutes, then that's okay. You will not trade the red to green move. If you're like, Josh, I like trading the first 3 to 5 minutes of the day. I love the washout long you've taught me about. I love the panic pop shorts. I love the gap and go. I love the ORB, right? I like trading the first 15 minutes of the day because I like volatility. Quick cash, boom, boom, done. Called a day in the first 15 minutes. This would be a strategy. This would be a pattern for you. Again, the red to green move. So the red to green move, once again, is a easy chart pattern to master because there are only 4 pieces of criteria to enter the trade. So let's talk about the criteria for a red to green move. What you're going to see, how you're going to prepare, and how you're going to react to the opportunity in front of you if you see this red to green move opportunity. So number 1, the stock opens at 9:30 and the first candle is red to the downside. Very easy stuff, guys. So again, you grab your piece of paper, grab yourself a pen, and you're going to write down red to green moves. And you're going to go number 1. The first candle is red. So right when the market opens at 9:30, right? At 9:31, the first candle will be red, right? That's criteria number 1. The market opens at 9:30. The first candle of the stock is red to the downside. Okay. Number 2, we typically have 3 to 5 candles to the downside, and ideally seeing this on decreasing volume. It's not a must. It's not a definitive. You do not have to see decreasing volume during those 3 to 5 candles to the downside. You don't have to, but it's ideal. When you see decreasing volume to the downside on those 3 to 5 candles after the market opens at 9:30, that increases your odds of being right. But it's not a must. It's not a prerequisite criteria that has to be met to enter the trade. We just want to see those 3 to 5 candles to the downside, ideally on decreasing selling volume. This is going to be classified as your A wall, right? We'll talk about the A wall, the B wall, and the C wall here in a moment. So again, criteria number 1, the first candle is red. It's not the first candle is green, then it's red and falls. No, it's the first candle is red to the downside, followed by an additional 3 to 4 candles, 3 to 5 candles to the downside. And ideally, seeing those additional candles fall on less and less and less selling volume. In parentheses, that is going to be classified as your A wall, okay? Criteria number 3, we see that support is forming, and we see that buyers are starting to step back into the trade. So over those 3 to 5 candles to the downside, you see the sellers in control, sellers in control, sellers in control, sellers in control. And eventually, you're going to finally start to see it stop falling. You're going to see buyers trying to move back in. You're going to see it jump a little bit. You're going to see it jump a little bit. You're going to see it jump a little bit. You're going to see a little bit of consolidation, just a little bit, 1, 2, 3 candles of consolidation. Seeing that support form, seeing buyers stepping back into the trade, seeing the stock not falling anymore, but more or less sitting sideways. This is going to be your B wall, okay? So we see the stock, now it's fallen. The first 3 to 5 minutes, we have 3 to 5 candles to the downside. And we see that it's no longer falling as quick anymore. It's starting to level out. It's starting to find a base. It's starting to find this support. You see buyers stepping back into the trade, right? That's your B wall, okay? Criteria number 4, we see buyers take control of the stock, pushing the stock back up to the opening price. That is going to be your C wall. So again, sellers in control driving the stock down. Sellers in control driving it down. Buyers starting to step back into the stock, right? Forming support. Buyers take control, ripping it back up to the open. That is your C wall. All right. Criteria number 5, buyers push the stock's price back over the open on high volume for a strong breakout. Okay. I'm going to teach you guys a way to trade the red to green move. A lot of people will teach you to buy when it breaks the open. So you'll see the 3 to 5 candles to the downside. You'll see the supports forming. The buyers are stepping back in. You'll see the B wall. You'll see buyers take control of the stock, pushing it back up to the opening price. That's your C wall. And then you'll see the buyers push the stock's price over the open, causing the stock to break out on high volume. A lot of people will teach you that's where you buy. A lot of them will say you buy when the stock breaks over the open. You can do that. You can do that. But I'll explain why doing that is a high risk, high reward approach. The way I teach you the trade a red to green move is a low risk, high reward approach. Okay? I want you guys to have a visual representation on what I just talked about. Criteria number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. A wall, B wall, and C wall. Okay? So here is a visual representation of the criteria. All right? So let's go ahead and get my little drawing tool out real quick. So we see the stock opens, right? This is the first candle of the day. This is 9:30. The first candle is red, right? That is criteria number one. Stock opens at 9:30 and the first candle is red to the downside. Criteria number one. Criteria number two, we have 3 to 5 more candles to the downside, ideally on decreased selling volume. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4 candles to the downside, ideally on decreased selling volume. That is going to be our A wall. Okay, as you can see here, I have this labeled. This decline in price, right, while it's falling, is our A wall. Okay. Criteria number 3, we see support is forming and we see that buyers are starting to step back into the trade. So we can see here that it's falling, 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 but we start to see it start to level off here a little bit. We can see here that it's starting to kind of sit sideways and consolidate a little bit, right? We can see that buyers are starting to step back into the trade, trying to hold it up. This is our B wall, okay? Criteria number 4, we see buyers take control of the stock, pushing it back up to the open. We see buyers stepping back into the stock, pushing it back to the open. That is the C wall. And then buyers push the stock's price back over the open for a strong breakout, right? Back over the open, increased volume for a strong breakout, okay? So that's where we get the A wall, the B wall, and the C wall. A lot of traders will teach you, and this is why I do not teach you this way, okay? A lot of traders, a lot of mentors will say, you buy right there. Let me change the color so you guys can see this. So let's go draw. Let's change the color to blue. A lot of mentors will say, on a red to green move, you buy right there at that blue line. What's the only problem with that? The way I look at this is if I'm buying right here, that little blue box, I'm buying at a break of the open. What's one thing we could see? We could see a false breakout, right? It could be a false breakout over the open, and it could fail and fall and drop. Here's the only problem with buying at the open, guys, okay? The only problem with buying at the open right there is your stop loss is all the way underneath intraday support, right? The stock fell and faded, put in this intraday low. This is an intraday low. At the B wall, that's your intraday low. You're buying at the open. You're buying at resistance, looking for a breakout. So you're buying just because the stock's breaking the open. Your support is all the way back down here. Where's your stop loss? Under support, right? That's a big window for a loss. That's a big window for a loss. Now, if it's a great red to green move and it breaks out, 90% of the time, you see the stock trend higher for the duration of the day, and it never comes back below the open. So if you find the correct red to green move, and you make a good entry, and let's say you buy a break at the open, and it's a red to green move, 80 to 90% of the time, you will see the stock not drop back below the open. You will see it trend higher all day. It would be a profitable trade. But here's the thing. What if you buy, right? What if you buy the break? It's a false breakout. Your stop's all the way down here. That's a freaking big stop loss. Here's how I teach you guys to trade the red to green move. I personally, based on experience, have found better success buying during the transition of B wall to C wall. Instead of buying at the top of the C wall, way up here, right? Instead of buying at the top of the C wall, I'm buying as the stock is transitioning from its B wall to its C wall. I'm buying right there during the transition as I see sellers being depleted, as I see buyers stepping back in. I can visually see the selling, the leveling, the support forming. I can see buyers stepping back into the trade. I start to see that U-shaped transition. I buy. Why am I buying during the transition? Does anybody know why I like being a buyer down here during that transition versus way up there? It's the stop loss, right? It's the stop loss. Because now, if I'm long way up here, my stop loss is underneath intraday support. If I'm long down here, my stop loss is still underneath intraday support. So my stop loss is still right there, right? Look at how tight your stop loss is. Buying during transition from B wall to C wall, you're getting in right at support, very close to it. Your stop loss is right below support, making this a low risk, high reward trade, right? Like I said, most people will teach you to buy way up here. That is a high reward, but it's also a high risk trade, right? Very high risk. Your support's far away, but you do have high reward if you're on the right side of the trade. Or you can turn this into a low risk, high reward trade by buying during that transition of B wall to C wall. Your stop loss is now right under the low a day. There's your stop loss, right? Very nice, very tight. Now, the reason I like this is if you are on the right trade, and this is a proper red to green move, right? You're long down here, and if it's a proper red to green move, you'll see the stock break the open and rip higher. So not only are you now still capitalizing on this high reward trade, you're also preventing a lot of risk. You're taking a high risk, high reward trade, and you're tweaking it a bit to make it a low risk, high reward trade. Here's another reason why I like buying during the B wall to the C wall. Let's say you make your entry during the B wall and the C wall transition. You're long down here. That's where you're long at. You know where your stops are underneath support. Let's say the stock starts grinding up, and it's grinding up, and it breaks over the open, and it's a false move, and it starts dumping. What can you do at that point in time, guys? What can you do? You can take profit right there, and it's still coming down. What can you do? You can take a little bit more profit right there. What do I mean, profit? You're long right there. That's where you're long, way down here. So if it moves up and it's a false breakout, you can lock in profit. Tries to move up again, doesn't. You can lock in profit. Or you could simply put a stop loss at break even. So not only do you have an opportunity to lock in profit at resistance, being the open, you have opportunity to take money from the market. If you don't take profit and it doesn't break out and it's a false breakout and it dumps and fades and falls very hard and very fast, you are not losing money on the trade. You are breaking even on the trade, right? So that's why I like buying during that transition of B wall to C wall. Number one is I have an entry near support, so I have very tight stop. Number two, I can take half of my position at the open. So I can go ahead and already lock in half of my position at the open. And then I can bring my stop loss at that point in time to break even, right? I can take it right back up to break even. That's my new stop loss, right? So now I'm in a risk-free position securing profit. And if it's a red to green move, guess what? Guess what? The stock can still rip and run throughout the day to the upside. You're still locking in more and more and more profits. And the other reason why I like doing it this way is, what if the stock moves up to the open, you take half, stock goes to break even, and it dumps. You just took a winning trade and you went risk-free on the trade, so you're not losing any money, right? Imagine buying at the open and getting caught in a big dump and a big false breakout. Now you are down all this money. You're down, right? High risk. But if you're right, could be high reward, right? But with high reward comes high risk. Well, not with a red to green move. With a red to green move, you can actually tailor this to make this a low risk, high reward setup. Because if you get in right here and the stock moves up and it fails, you get stopped out for a very small loss, 10 cents, 20 cents, but your upside potential is huge, is massive, okay? I know these drawings are helpful because you can visually see the volume, the increase in volume. I can visually show you the A wall, the B wall, the C wall, and I can break down why I like taking the trades at certain areas and how I teach it. But this never does its job like a what? Like a live example, right? We actually have a great live example today on a red to green move. on how if you would have taken the red to green move trade, like most people teach you, what your loss would have been. If you would have taken a red to green move trade like I tried to teach you, how you could have taken this into a profitable trade even though it never broke out for a red to green move. And I'm going to give you guys a live example. Roblox. RBLX. I think it was Roblox. It was not Roblox. What trade was it? Rivian? It was Rivian. It was RIVN. All right, so let's clear everything out. All right, and let's go ahead and look at RIVN. Let's assume it's 9:30 in the market. Right now, it is 9:30. First candle opens on Rivian. It is red. So that's criteria number 1. This green line right there is the open. Remember, that's criteria number 1. Stock opens at 9:30 and the first candle is red to the downside. Perfect. Number 2, we have at least 3 to 5 candles to the downside, ideally on decreasing volume. That's going to be an A wall. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So we have the stock falling. Now in this case, we saw 2 candles decreasing volume, a big pop in selling volume, and more decreasing volume. 6, 7. Look at that big bounce. So the stock 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 candles, right? And it found a base of support right there, 118.88. We can see that it came down and held once, came down and held twice, came down and held 3 times, right? So we can see that we have 3 points of contact, 3 points at a certain price, signaling buyers are trying to keep it above that price, right? We say this a lot when we're talking longs, right? When we have a stock ripping to the upside and people are looking for a breakout and we see that there's like 3 points to the upside, like 3 bars across the top. I said, guys, there's 3 bars across the top. We can see that there's a lot of selling pressure. I would not be looking to take this for a breakout trade to the upside because we have 3 bars across the top showing us that sellers are holding it down. Take that same approach that we talk about a lot and flip it 180. Hey guys, we have 3 bars across the bottom showing us that buyers want to hold the stock up. Why would you try to short this for the next leg down when we see 1, 2, 3 points where buyers are holding this stock up? That right there, ladies and gentlemen, could be considered your B wall. Now, again, I really like showing you guys examples on not the cleanest red to green moves or the cleanest bull flags. To give you an idea, as long as criteria is being met, you still have opportunity. I'll rather show you a really bad example, so the next time you see the textbook, beautiful red to green move, you're on top of it. You're ready to attack. So what was criteria number 2? We have 3 to 5 candles to the downside, ideally, not a must, ideally on decreasing volume. That's our A wall. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We have 6 candles to the downside, right? That's our A wall. All right, let's move on to the next piece of criteria. We see that support is forming, and we see that buyers are stepping back into the trade. 1, 2, 3. We see a slight base, right? 1, 2, 3 minutes where we're holding above this 1888. We can see support is forming, and we see that buyers are stepping back into the trade. That is our B wall, right? It's meeting criteria. Buyers are stepping back in the trade. We found a light level of support here, okay? What's criteria number 4? We see buyers take control, pushing the stock back up to the opening price. That's our C wall. We have a C wall right there. We see buyers taking control, pushing the stock back up towards the open, right? That is our C wall, criteria number 4. But what did I teach you guys? I like to be a buyer during the transition of B wall to C wall, and I'm going to show you why. So here would be your transition from B wall to C wall. So maybe you were getting long at 120. So let's go ahead and mark that green line is going to be our entry, okay? That green line, based on this example, is our entry. We have our A wall, we have our B wall, buyers coming back in, we see buyers trying to hold it on up, and then we see buyers taking back control, pushing the stock's price back up towards the open. That is our C wall now forming. We're buying during the transition of B wall to C wall. So let's say we got an entry right there at 120. Where do stops go? Underneath support. So right there at that point in time, we could say stop losses go at 118.40. Let's mark this level red. So green is entry. Okay, this is the way I teach it. And I'll show you the way that other people teach it. Green is the entry. That's the transition from B wall to C wall. Stops are under low of day. First target, this blue line, the first target is the open. The first target 100% is the open. Other targets, you're looking left. So you'd be like, all right, so I got my first target at the open. I say we have some room up to 125.81. So second target is going to be that second blue line, and you're just marking up all your targets. That's all you're doing, marking up all your targets. Boom, pre-market highs, that's a target. So I have my entry, I have my stop loss, I have my targets. I can sit here and say that it's at least a 2-to-1 setup. At least. I'm in at 120, my first target's at 124, my stop loss is 118.37. I'm risking $2 to make $4. It's a 2-to-1 setup. It's a good trade. I was long. I wasn't long, but hypothetically speaking, right? This is the way I teach how to do a red to green move. You're buying during the transition of B to C, stops under low a day, you have targets. Your first target is always the open. When you hit your first target being the open, at that point in time, you will bring your stop loss from under the low a day to break even, and you will ride this as a risk-free trade. That's how you trade that. Let's see how this would have played out. You just hit first target. Took a long time. Took a while. You hit first target, right? So what did you do? You brought your stop loss up to break even. So now you can remove one of those lines. So this line right here, this red line, your stop loss just went from your entry, right? Your stop loss went from down here to your entry. Your stop loss is now break even. You just took half of your position, a fourth of your position. I don't care what you took. You took something. You got paid. You brought your stop loss up to break even. Now it's risk free. Are you going to hit second target? We're taking it 1 minute at a time. And you just got stopped out. You just got stopped out, but you were able to secure $4 per share on what you took. If you had 100 shares, you would have taken 25 shares. Maybe you took 50 shares. Maybe you exited, right? 80% of your position. Based on your plan, I do not know. All I know is you got your entry during the transition. Stops were under low a day, right? You got your entry during that transition. Stops were under low a day. You hit first target. You brought your stop to break even. You had a profitable trade on a sloppy but red to green move. Now, how do other people teach you how to trade it? How do other people teach you how to trade it? Buy the break over the open. That's how they teach you, right? They say, you know what? Red to green move, buy the break over the open. So criteria is the same, right? Stock opens at 9:30. First candle's red. We have 3 to 5 candles to the downside, the A wall. We see that support's forming. That's our B wall. We see buyers take control of the price. That's the C wall. Buyers push the stock's price back over the open for a strong breakout. Everybody else will teach you to buy criteria number 5, 0.5, right? Nope. We're buying way up here. We're buying during the transition. We're not buying at resistance. But let's just say you would have taken this for a red to green move like some people teach. You would have gotten filled when the stock broke over the open. So let's say you got filled right there at 124.14. Where do your stops go? Underneath the prior low or under the low of day. In this case, low of day is down here, but you actually had a higher low. So your stop loss is right here. All right, boom. So your green line's the entry. You're buying the break over the open. Your stop loss is under the prior low, 119.52, and you have the same targets. Same targets. You got a target up there at 125.84. Because again, the targets don't change. You got a target up there at the pre-market highs of 126.96, right? Go ahead and mark that as a target. Targets are the same. Your entries are just different. Let's see how this trade would have played out. You're long at 124.14. You're stopping out at 119.52, and you're looking to make $1.50 a share. So right off the bat, this is not a 2-to-1 setup. This is a terrible setup. Absolutely terrible. Right? You're buying at high a day. You're buying at resistance. Okay? If this is not a proper red to green move, your stop is way down there at 119.52. You got a 126 target and a 127 target, but your entry's at 124. Does that risk reward really make sense? Absolutely not. It makes no sense at all. But let's say Joe Blow taught you this is the way to do it. How would that trade would have worked out? You just got stopped out. And if you never stopped out because you're greedy, you're now holding the bag. And you're like, well, it's going to rebound. It's going to come back. I know it's going to come back. It's Roblox. It's got to come back. Oh, no, it's still moving lower. Oh, it's going to come back. It's going to come back. Oh, it's not doing anything. So, again, guys, that's why I'm not a fan of buying at resistance. Again, if we're in a market where stocks are breaking resistance left and right, let's go. Let's buy high and sell higher. Okay, remember when we had Supernova Week, DWAC, PHUN, we saw stocks ripping and running. That was a buy high, sell higher kind of day. 95% of the time, we are not buying high and selling higher. Okay, when the market's on fire, that works. When the market's not on fire, you are going to lose 90% of the time. So you have to tweak your approaches. You have to tweak your entries. You have to get an edge on the market. I was taught to trade the red to green move at the break of the open. That's what I was taught. 90% of the time, I would lose money on the red to green move because as a new trader, I didn't realize market conditions were everything. The market conditions would what make a pattern work and make a pattern not work. So I said, Josh, if market conditions aren't supernova all the time, but I still see these patterns, how do I take advantage of these patterns, right? The last thing I want to do is trade a red to green move 10 times a year and only be right on 2 of them, right? And lose the other 8 because market conditions just aren't market conditions. So how do I adapt? I'm a chameleon. I adapt to my environment. How do I adapt and still take advantage of the opportunity that's presenting itself? How do I take a 20% win rate on a red to green move and make it an 80% win rate? I need to change my entry. I need to change my approach. This is me getting an edge on a red to green move. So what I started to notice is I could be a buyer during the B wall to the C wall transition, right? And if I was stopped out, it was very tiny. But if I hit and it was a good red to green move, the upside potential was insane. And if I didn't hit and it wasn't a breakout and it was a false move, I could still take that trade and make it profitable. So now, instead of trading the red to green move like everybody told me over the open and losing 80% of the time, I was able to get an entry during the B wall to C wall transition and make money 80% of the time. And 20% of the time that I was losing is because the stock came down and stopped me out under low a day. Very, very tight stop loss. 80% of the time, I was able to make money, regardless of it actually breaking over the open and ripping and running for the duration of the day. Regardless of that, I was able to take a 80% losing trade and transition it into an 80% winning trade, all based on me identifying a better entry that made sense to me in my plan and my edge. And that was me getting an edge on the red to green move. So don't buy a break over the open. A lot of people will say a red to green move is when you buy the break over the open. It's risky. You see a lot of false breakouts, a lot of stocks dump, fade, and fall, especially volatile stocks, low float stocks. You know, if there's a false breakout, you could see it get slammed to the downside and halted immediately. Do you want to be stuck in a halt to the downside? Do you want to be down $4 a share, $2 a share because you're buying a break over the open? Or do you want to identify the B wall to C wall transition to make your entries right at support, stops below low a day, and at least have a first target being the open? Not, I'm going to open a position at the open. I'm looking to take profits at the open because the open is resistance. And we can see this here like we saw on RIVN. If you would have taken a trade during the transition, it could have been profitable. If you would have bought the open, a break over the open for a red to green move, you would have lost money. Okay? Does anybody have any questions, comments, or concerns about red to green moves? What is a red to green move? The criteria for a red to green move. And then how I teach you guys how to trade a red to green move. Do we have any questions? I know we talked about a lot. It's about 36 minutes long, but I want to be thorough, break it down the easiest way I can, and try and give you guys a real life example of this pattern, how you could have made entries, how you would have set your targets, how you would have made your stop loss, how you would have built a plan, how it could have worked, how if you would have done it differently, it could have worked against you. Does this make sense to you guys? It's a pattern that we haven't really talked a lot about. It's a pattern that we haven't discussed that much, but it is a pattern that we see play out pretty consistently in the market. Pretty consistently in the market. So this is an intraday red to green move strategy. So there's another strategy called the red to green move, but it's from the prior closing day, right? You're looking at 2 days. You're not looking at intraday. This red to green move is a day trading strategy. This is an intraday day trading pattern, day trading strategy. But the other red to green move, that's another time, another lesson. There is another red to green move, but you're looking at the prior day's close. So the stock will close at, say, 100, gap down the 99 the next day, and then break over the prior day's close. That could be considered a red to green. But we're looking at the open for the intraday, 9:30 this morning. Okay, but there is another approach, red to green. This is a day trading intraday on the 1 minute red to green. Not looking at any prior day candles, looking at where we open today. Gringo, does it work upside down as well? Seems super clear on the pattern you just explained. Yes, it does. It absolutely does. So you could see a stock, right? It can be a green to red, right? Same criteria, flip it upside down, where the stock opens, right, goes green, starts to really lose those buyers. You see resistance setting in, right? And then you see sellers taking control, slamming it down below the open. That could be a green to red move. Okay, so the same concept, same criteria, same approach. Buying during that transition, right? It's just to the short side now. So 100%. Almost every pattern, you could take it and do a 180 with it and make a long pattern or a long setup, a short setup. And a short setup, a long setup. You could literally take that and the criteria and just do a complete 180. So yes, you have red to green moves to the long side, and you could have green to red moves to the short side. Absolutely. That was a good question, Gringo. And it's the low risk. But here's one thing that I will be honest about. You are anticipating somewhat the trade. You are somewhat anticipating that buyers are really going to step back in and push it back to the open. But I'm willing to anticipate a trade if all the criteria is met up until the point of entry. I'm willing to anticipate a trade if all criteria is met up until the point of entry, especially if my stop loss is really tight. That's the only time I anticipate a trade. I don't anticipate breakouts. My stop loss is too far away. I'll anticipate rebounds, reversals. I'll anticipate a red to green move, and I'll buy that B to C wall transition because all the criteria has been met up until the point of entry, and my stop loss is right underneath support. And normally I'm getting long pretty much at support. So my stop loss is so small, it's worth the risk. Low risk, high reward. And you can see low risk, high reward on even a setup that didn't work out. Even a pattern that didn't fully break and rip and run to the upside. So I like the strategy. I like the setup. It was one of my first ones that I mastered as a new trader. It was one of the first ones that I really crafted my edge with. And this was a pattern that I traded a lot of as a newer trader. And it was a very profitable, very consistent approach, very consistent strategy as well. So Gringo, you're adding so much validness to the trade. So Gringo was like, hey, time frames of the candles. Listen, on the higher time frame you see, the better. If you see this on a 5-minute, it's better than a 1 minute. You see it on a 15, it's better. This pattern, I really figured this out with penny stocks. In penny stocks, I trade penny stocks on a 1 minute chart for the first hour of the day, right? This pattern was something that I noticed a lot of with penny stocks. So when I noticed this, it was all 1 minute. But as I became a better trader and I had more time in the market, yes, I've seen 5-minute red to green moves. I've seen hourly, an hour candle, right? Red to green move. And obviously the hours are much better than the minutes. And the 5 minutes are much better than the 1 minute, right? So yeah, time frames, right? Any time frame. I would say 80% of the time you're going to see them on the 1 minute. Why is that? Because normally 80% of the time you see a red to green move within the first 10 minutes of the day. Normally you will see a red to green move within the first 5 to 10 minutes of the day, right? So that's only 2 5-minute candles. You're not going to get enough data from those 2 5-minute candles to actually see a red to green move. So to answer your question, 80% of the time you will see them occur more frequently on 1 minute candles. But when you see it on a 5, you see it on a 15, you see it on a 30, you best believe that when they set up and they start breaking, they can break big. They can break big. Do you look for any support resistance levels? Another thing to add to it, if you see the B wall not just forming intraday support by itself, but forming intraday support based on previous support from the past, right? All those levels when you're doing your due diligence, that gives you better odds of being on the right side of the trade. So Gringo, yes, I do. Is it a piece of criteria that needs to be met? It is not. You do not have to find the B wall at a valid level of support. You don't have to. But if you do, and you see the B wall forming at or near a valid level of support that you've gotten from like the daily chart in pre-market, as you were doing your due diligence, 100%, it validates the trade even more. And honestly, it puts the odds more in your favor, gives you a higher percentage chance of being right. I visually see them. You can visually see them. So when we're like the first 3 minutes of the day, first 2-3 minutes, this stock's fading, this stock's fading, this stock's fading, right? All of these stocks are red on the day. They opened red, they're still red. I'll be looking over that 3 minutes to see if they start curling back up for red to green move. Why do I go through my tickers quick, right? I'm always sifting through different tickers because if I see a red to green move, I want to be able to alert it to you guys. Hey, ASTR, red to green move, guys. Right? 3 to 5 candles to the downside. Found the base. You see the transition. Guys, this is an entry. Put your stops under low a day. Look to take half at the open. Right? I'm always going through these tickers pretty consistently the first 5 to 10 minutes to see if I notice any kind of intraday pattern. And the most common intraday pattern that you see form within the first 5 minutes or so, right, is going to be that red to green move. Pre-market preparation does not help you see a red to green move. Absolutely not. From my experience, I've been able to get nothing from pre-market to determine what that first candle is going to be. I have no idea what the first candle is going to be. We really don't know. You see a lot of panic pops. You see a lot of washout longs. We really don't know which way the trade's going to go right at the open. We don't. The first 1 minute candle, we get a great idea. And so normally, we have to get that first 1 minute candle to get an idea, is this even going to be a possible red to green move? So anything in pre-market preparation does not help us identify candidates for red to green moves. All right, so I hope that makes sense. Do we have any questions? So for those of you that are still here over on YouTube as well for our free stream Monday, this is just another sneak peek of what we do every single day inside the chat. We don't just come in and trade live together. We don't just get you prepared for the day, right? We don't make it easy for you to make consistent profits. We educate you as well. So next time you're in the market by yourself and you see this, you don't need me. You don't need me to validate a trade. You're like, fuck, this is a red to green move. Josh was talking about this 2 weeks ago. Everything's forming beautifully. I'm buying it. Boom, you made money all by yourself. Guess what that does? It makes you more confident. You didn't have to lean on anybody as a crutch to make money, that you did it on your own. How are you going to do it on your own? How? You're going to have to learn how to do it. And how are you going to learn? Someone's got to educate you. Who's going to educate you? I'll educate you guys. That's what I do. I love doing it. A lot of people just want to feed you alerts. But eventually, what if they go? What if they leave? What'd you learn? You learned how to click a buy button. You learned how to click a sell button and read an alert. You didn't really learn why the trade was the trade. I'm here to teach you why the trade's the trade and how to trade these independently on your own without needing to lean on me or anybody else as a crutch. All right? Ed saying BBIG was a perfect example of a red to green move. Let's go look at it. BBIG was a perfect example of a red to green move. Let's see. BBIG, perfect example of red to green. Live now, paper traded, but worked perfectly. Red to green. We looking on a 5-minute? Was it yesterday or Friday? I don't see any red to green moves, my man. Let's go back to a 1-minute. I mean, out of the gate, it was green. So maybe I'm looking at the wrong day, man. Maybe I'm pretty sure I'm probably looking at the wrong day, or maybe it was the wrong ticker. So, RIVN was sloppy, but it was a great example, guys. I like giving you sloppy examples. I like giving you guys sloppy examples. Because when you see one really form and one that's like, oh my gosh, that was beautiful, then you're going to be able to jump all over it. Trying to see if we had anything else. And I saw a couple of them last week, but today, not a lot. Not a lot of clean red to greens. I mean, I guess you could look at NVIDIA. I mean, yeah, you could look at NVIDIA as a red to green move. Look at NVIDIA, right? The stock opens, it's red. Stock pulls back, finds all this support, right? Look at all that support. Pulls back, support, 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 support. I mean, Jesus, how many times did this bang off support? You finally see the A wall to the B wall to the C wall transition right around 321. Look at that. Boom, red to green move that actually worked out beautifully. And look, I mean, it's been trending higher throughout the entire day. So NVIDIA was a great example of a sloppy, not textbook perfect, but red to green move where we have our first red candle. It sells off, sells off, sells off. Support, 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 support. Buyers transitioning back into the stock from selling to buying. You see that B wall to C wall transition. You make entries. Bop, bop, bop. One that actually worked out and moved to the upside. All right, team. So, any final questions, comments, concerns? It's 1 o'clock, guys. Jesus. 1 o'clock. Normally, we're out of here at like 12 for lunch. It's already 1 o'clock. Holy moly. We've just been crushing it today. If the market's still slow like this, I don't know if we're going to be here for the entire power hour commentary, because if the market's slow, the last thing I want you guys doing is like over trading and taking losses, but I'll be here and maybe we can do another lesson this afternoon. But right now, looking across the board, things are getting a little top heavy right now. Things are just getting a little nasty right now, if I would say so myself. Look at Tesla. What time did that fall on off? 11:35? NVIDIA? At 11 o'clock, that thing dumped. Everything dumped at the same time. I mean, not Moderna. Moderna said, fuck you, market, I'm going to the upside. But, we look at Tesla. Tesla had a big hit towards it. NVIDIA as well. How are the Qs doing? The Qs? That's gross. I almost puked. What a freaking sell-off. How's the SPY holding up? SPY? Yeah, SPY got hit pretty hard too, guys. That's a lot of downward pressure that quick. I mean, what happened in the market? What happened news-wise? Right around what time did we see the markets roll over? Like 10:35? Was there any news? Was it coming into like OPEC? Not OPEC. I mean, 1144. Trading higher after Biden announced he will nominate Powell for a second term as Federal Reserve. That was at 1144. So 1144. We had the market bounce a little bit on that. So this started curling at like 1035. Oh, no. So 1007. 1007. Stocks trading higher after he nominates Powell for a second term. 1007. And then shortly after, maybe investors like, screw that. Powell, second term, we're out of here. Let's get out. Let's get out. Let's run. So I don't know. But anyway, you can see that the NASDAQ or the Qs, tech heavy, taking a beating. You can even see the SPY, which is not all tech, right? It's not all tech. They have a lot of dividend, a lot of value stocks. This one took a little bit of a dive too, but you can definitely see the Qs or the NASDAQ taking a pretty nice beating right now as well. So we'll see. I'm still not long on anything. I've just been sitting on cash for crypto. I like that. Cash for crypto. I've been sitting on cash for crypto. We see divergence today on the Qs. Look at the divergence that we're seeing with a big bearish engulfing candle at this point in time. I mean, we may be due for a nice little correction here, especially in the Qs. The SPY, do we have anything as well? We got some divergence. We have a nasty upper shadow, false breakout. We could definitely see a little bit of decline as well. Now, when are they going to start raising rates, guys? Does anybody know in chat that really tunes into that? When are they going to start raising rates? Because when they start raising interest rates, what is it, like July? A lot of these tech stocks, right? A lot of these tech stocks will probably start to sell off a little bit. In my opinion, when we start to see rates go up, it's going to be more expensive to borrow money. That's going to cut into their proceeds a little bit, to their revenue. We're not going to be paying for what future value is. We're not going to be paying as much as what we're paying right now as far as future growth for these tech stocks. You'll probably see a lot of these tech stocks take a little bit of a beating, and obviously that's going to pull the overall market down as well, like the Qs and the NASDAQ. Next year, okay. And that's just something to be mindful of, guys. That's something to be mindful of. When the rates start being raised, it's going to be more expensive for these companies to take out loans. When it's more expensive, they still take out the loans to grow and scale, but it cuts into their revenue, into their proceeds. And now they're not having as good of earnings, and we start to see the market sell off a little bit. So that might be something where we can get a better price, better deal, right? Better savings for some of these tech stocks coming on up when we start to see rates increased a little bit. So, but again, next year. All right, guys. All right. So I hope you guys had an amazing morning. I hope you guys are all fired up for a great afternoon. We'll be back here at about 2:30. I'm going to grab some food, grab a drink of water. Live stream Monday is today, free stream Monday. So enjoy the free stream, guys. Get access to the scanners. Have some fun. Ask me all the questions you want. Get the answers. And a little bit of a sneak peek of what we do inside of chat. And this is only like maybe 20 to 30% of what we do inside of chat every single day. So enjoy it while we're doing this. Because like I said, as the new platform is being built, and once we launch the new platform, these free streams will be more limited. Still doing the free streams. I'm all about pumping out value, but they will be a little bit more on the limited side. So enjoy these while they're here to stay for these all-day streams, these hourly-long streams in the morning. And I hope you guys are having a good day, a profitable day, that you guys are making some great profits. All right? If you guys have any questions, please let me know here inside of chat. I'm going to be jumping off the mic, guys. We're going to go ahead and dive into lunch, a much-needed lunch. And I've been talking straight since 8 o'clock, guys. I've been talking for 5 hours almost, I feel like. Was it 4 hours now? Yeah, it's about 4 hours. We're good, though. Take a lunch. We'll be back here in about an hour and 20 minutes as we kick off our Power Hour commentary to see what we have in store for this afternoon, guys. If you need anything, do not hesitate. Type any questions, comments, concerns you have in chat. I'll be more than happy to jump back on the mic to get those answered for you. Enjoy your lunch, team. I'll see you guys back here right around 2:30.
I know you're somewhere out there, somewhere far away. I want you
Okay, I don't think we have time to finish the intro. I don't think we have time because right now, guys, I think we have a little something here on LGV. And what's up? What's going on, traders? I hope you guys had an amazing lunch and that you were fired up for an awesome end of day LGVN. Guys, I did not think we were going to see some hotness in the market, some steam, some hype. But ladies and gentlemen, maybe traders are desperate. They're like, yo, we're not going to have any opportunity Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Let's make it happen today. Right now, we have some good opportunity on LGV. And if I was quick enough, I would have gotten an order ready to go here on LGVN for a possible cup and handle, ladies and gentlemen, a possible cup and handle formation right now, right here on LGVN. I mean, setting up beautifully. Right, nice big U shape right back up into the high day beautifully to the penny. Nice 50% pullback, also lining up with some prior resistance right around 1762. So as long as we're staying above that 1750, 1760, we have a really nice cup and handle formation right now on LGVN. And I tell you what, guys, it is tempting to grab something here on LGVN. The only thing is I don't like giving back profits when I have them. So, all right, I'm going to wait. If I miss the break and it's a quick boom, break over the high a day up to 20, I miss it. But if we get a slight pullback and we see that double bottom, we see a higher low, I will be jumping into LGVN for a potential cup and handle breakout. So, looking to see if it comes back down and possibly double bottoms at 1750, or if it's a bounce with a higher low and we get that break over 1850, right? That high here, if it's a higher low, breaking the higher high, and we see some volume, I will be looking to jump in over 1850 for that potential cup and handle up to 20. Ideally, I'd like to try and catch a double bottom here. So let's see how this plays out. Let's see how it forms. But right now at this point in time, guys, it does look like a little bit of a cup and handle formation here on LGVN. So I definitely want all eyes, all focus right now on this stock. All right, so if we catch the double bottom, we get the break of the short-term downtrend back above 18. Stops to be under 1750. First target, high a day. Final target to take everything would be right around 20 bucks. So I am starting a position on LGVN. I did start a small position here on LGVN, only 250 shares. Not 1,000. I want 1,000. But definitely not going heavy right now because it could be a little too early. But I definitely want to start getting my feet wet here because I like the setup. I like the potential that it shows. Again, starter position knowing that I could risk $1 and that would be okay. So again, a little bit of a starter position here, looking to see if this one gets that break over that 1850 to see if we have something. See, nope, nothing yet. Still doing good, though. That's why we don't take full position when you're a little bit early. We can scale in and we can scale out. Do we have an uptrend here as well? Trying to see where we would even like start the trend line on LGVN. So do we even have a trend line here? Where would we even like run the trend line? Like right there? Maybe, maybe not. I'm just playing support resistance, short little downtrend, possible double bottom, higher low for the cup and handle. It's definitely looking like it could be a nice little cup and handle breakout coming to the end of the day. So let's see what we have here. So again, I hope you guys had an awesome lunch. I hope you guys are fired up, ready to go, ready to attack the last hour and 15 minutes of the day. I mean, this stock has a lot of hype around it. GTEC is moving as well. Yeah, I saw you guys talking about GTEC, and I saw that it was halted as well. So this stock is right at Friday's highs, though. So this stock right now is right at Friday's high. So there's a lot of resistance here at 1086. I think right now, if we're looking at LGVN based on the chart formation, based on how it's moving, I think LGVN has some good potential. I mean, don't get me wrong, GTEC from $9 all the way up to 1086. But again, we're running right into Friday resistance. Looking at LGVN, this one has a potential cup and handle formation. A lot of momentum. It didn't just pump and then dump and give all those gains back. I still think traders are here. Traders still want to get something going, as they probably think that, hey, the rest of this week may be a little bit on the slower side. So let's see what we have right now. This is the make or break, in my opinion, on LGVN. Start breaking 1850. We want to see the cup and handle start playing on out. If we see the break over 1850, we're seeing weakness. We're not seeing certainty and confidence from buyers. We may want to think about not holding onto this position too long, just in case it cracks, just in case it does come dumping back down. You know, this is a very volatile stock. It moves very, very quick. But for the most part, from what I can see, is it's been pretty consistent as well over lunch. So let's see. It's about 246 in the market. I do have, as you guys can see, I only have about 250 shares at this point in time on LGVN, as I was just getting my feet wet. A little bit of a starter position here on LGVN. You know, I would say if this one starts coming back into the 1750s, probably walk away from it. But I don't want to keep my stops too tight, but at the same time, I don't want to have my stop too far away and end up getting caught up in this all the way down at $17. That's almost a $1.30 loss to the downside. So right now I'm running a very tight stop on LGVN, but I want to give it enough time. I want to be as patient with it as possible to see if we can get this potential cup and handle. You know, it's still holding the 9 EMA on the 5-minute. Nice, healthy, decreasing volume along the pullback. Still have about 2 minutes and 30 seconds for this 5-minute candle to close on out. I mean, overall, it doesn't look terrible. It actually looks intact. It looks okay right now. So let's see if traders are still here. Let's see if buyers still want to get something going. There's a little bit of a crack. So let's go ahead and readjust our technicals a little bit. Maybe the downtrend's right here. A bit of short-term downtrend, maybe just right through here. So again, guys, I still have the that position here on LGVN. I'm down about $100 at this point in time. I like the potential that it shows. Right now, the 5 minutes intact. Right now, the 1 minute's intact as well. Like I said, I'm trying really hard lately to not pay too much attention to the price action on these small caps, just because, you know, that price action is what's been killing me lately. Trying to hone in too much and focus too much on price action versus just lower size, more breathing room on these small caps lately that have been, you know, kind of inconsistent. A lot of my trades, a lot of my winners lately have been with larger price stocks. You know, Roblox today, RIVN, you know, a lot of my losses have been coming from penny stocks. So if I continue to see that I'm losing more on penny stocks than larger price stocks like mid cap to large cap, I'll primarily be focused on these mid cap to large cap stocks moving forward as the primary ones that I trade. So she's still intact. Very tempting to add. Very, very tempting to add. Looks like we may start to see that double bottom. We get the higher high again over 1850. That's when I think this thing could really start taking on off. You got about 10 seconds left on this candle. An impressive close would be over 1850. In 5 seconds at 1850, that'd be pretty impressive to see this actually break the high a day and go up towards around 20. So let's see. Not a bad little close there on that last minute. Got a new 5-minute candle. Right now, I think this is the make or break, guys. I think this will be the make or break. Is it going to go? Is it going to crack and fade and fall? I don't know. So I know you guys are watching GTEC, but again, at that high of like 1086, way too risky being at Friday's resistance. But as long as you're playing this smart and being safe, look to just try and nail a pullback for the next leg up on GTEC. So light support right now down towards around like that 990, right around like $9.90 support on GTEC. Below that, back down around 941 there on GTEC. So again, light support 990, support underneath that 940, but a break over Friday's highs. Your next level of resistance is $11.22 here on GTEC. RIVN. Rivian with a nice bounce right off that 106.90 level. Roblox has been flatlining a little bit here today. ISPC, that one's done for. ASTR, never even set up. PROG, letting us down there a little bit. So we're definitely, we can definitely take ASTR off watch. ISPC can come off watch. We're still going to watch PROG tomorrow, the rest of this week and next week as well. PROG still has a lot of momentum, has a lot of hype around it still. So I'm still watching PROG for sure. And right now, LGVN looking really tempting to go ahead and get a little bit more. I'm going to add a little bit more here on LGVN. I only have 375 shares now, at an average cost basis of $18.26. So I'm really liking this potential cup and handle formation that's starting to play on out. Over 1850, easily up towards around 1923, and then you're looking at $20. Support right now seems to be right around 1750 here on LGVN. So I know you guys are watching GTEC. Is there anything else besides GTEC that you guys are currently watching that you want me to review? That time in sales is starting to become a little faster here. You're definitely starting to see a lot more orders come through that time in sales. Really picking up steam here, guys. Really picking up steam on the time in sales. Big prints coming in. It's crazy. You see a lot of big green prints coming in. 1830, 40, 1850, and then boom, you get one big block order that comes through and pushes it back down about 30 cents on LGV. And so you definitely have a lot of overhead selling here that's not being reflected on that time, or I'm sorry, on the level 2. And every time it wants to try and give it a go, it does get slammed back down here, which is a little concerning. But like I said, I can't focus that much on the price action, because me and price action with small caps lately hasn't been my edge. That's been my edge for the past 3 to 4 years. It has not been my edge the last 3 to 4 weeks. So I'm just I'm trying to adapt. Small size, breathing room, wait for the big move. Small size, breathing room, be patient, wait for the move. This has got to be the point where we get that 1850 break, guys. We got to break that 1850. If not, I'm not really confident. I'm just losing confidence. We got a lot of overhead selling right now. But again, take that step back. You're not looking at price action here, buddy. You're looking at support resistance. Absolutely, I came back. Absolutely. It's money freaking Monday, baby. And on top of that, I saw we actually had some hype in the market. So I'm actually shocked that we're seeing some action in the market here. I'm out. I don't like the price action. I got out. Like, I'm sorry. I don't like the price action. I'll take a $55 loss versus holding this for a dollar dump to the downside. Like, I know I said no price action. I know, but there's just, it's just that 4 years of me and price action, guys. Just that 4 years of me and the price action. And it's just hard for me to hold a trade that I just don't like. But now, guys, it'll rip for you. It'll rip for you. So congratulations if you guys are still holding. Josh is out. Here it comes 19 bucks. Here comes 20 bucks. Here comes a hold to the upside. I mean, I could always get right back in if I really, really wanted to. I really, really wanted to, but I don't know if I really, really want to right now. GTEC. Let's see if we get a little bit of a downtrend break setup here on GTEC. This one's a little quieter. This is more of a quiet stock. It's not as rambunctious as LGV, and this one's a little bit quieter. A little bit slower. I like it. I like it. Was I right on LGVN? Was I right to get out? I don't know. It's still technically has some potential. But I honestly would have expected the cup and handle, if it was a cup and handle, to play out much earlier. Right through here. Right through there. I would expected to see this get that pop. Now that it's starting to work its way back down, now we're just consolidating. Now if we break out of this consolidation over 1850, boom, that's when we have room for about 80 cents to the upside. Cracking below this lower consolidation of 17, let's just call it 1760, you'll see it most likely back down. Well, we have this slight uptrend. We could see it hold the uptrend, but if we crack the uptrend as well as that 1760 level, you're going to see LGVN probably back down towards around 16 bucks. So if we continue to consolidate sideways like this, getting tighter and tighter and tighter, and we come right here and we hit this uptrend, I will give it one more go, and that'll put me right around 1760 versus an 1820 entry. So that's about 60 cents better on LGVN. That's the only way I'd jump back in. If we continue to consolidate sideways and we hit this trend line right at 1760 support, that's when I would look to possibly jump back in. But that could have been the trend line right here if you look at it. Trend lines are very subjective. Are traders running off the bodies? Are we traders running off the wicks? Which trend line is going to be honored? The one right now that's at 1760, or the one right now that may be bouncing here a little bit? I'm personally going to go with my 1760 trend line because it lines up really nice with that 50% Fibonacci retracement, as well as where we're really trying to hold up support. You guys getting audio in chat? We all good? Just want to make sure that audio is coming through. And again, GTEC. GTEC, just looking to see if GTEC can get a little bit of this boom, boom, bang. Casey with the boom, boom, bang. I know Casey loves the boom, boom, bangs. I know all of you guys love a good boom, boom, bang. So right now, let's see if we get a little action. You got that 990 support holding above 990. Breaking this downtrend, we do have room back to 1050 and then 1086 here on GTEC. So I'm a little conflicted right now. You know, I like the potential that LGVN shows, especially if we hit that 1760. But I'm also liking the potential boom, boom, bang. The boom, boom, bangerang on GTEC. I think the reason why I like LGVN better is because the 5-minute looks a little bit better. But I also like just how kind of quieter GTEC is. A little bit quieter. When it starts ripping, I think it'll really start ripping. I think, there's a lot of people on LGVN, which is causing a little bit of that choppiness, a little bit of that odd price action. GTEC seems like it's more like that sleeper setup. It's pretty quiet right now. Not a lot of people here on GTEC. And once this breaks, I do think that's when we can really start to see some action here. There was your higher low off 10. Starting to get a little bit of that break here now on GTEC. I took a 250 share position for the break. Looking for maybe 50 cents or so to the upside. I'm not taking big size. I don't want to give my profits back, but I'd still like to take advantage of the opportunity when it presents itself. So you saw the volume moving in, slight break of the downtrend off of the higher low, but not really that pop and that continuation that you want to see when you break the downtrend. So I'll have to walk away from that as well for a small $11 paper cut. For a small $1 paper cut. Still intact, maybe a little early on that. Still showing some potential. Now, LGVN is getting right there around that 1760, so I'm still a little conflicted. GTEC or LGVN? What do you guys think? Do you think it's a GTEC party end of the day, or do you think it's going to be LGVN? What are you guys in chat thinking? I mean, don't get me wrong. LVGN is looking great, looking like it's squeezing. Looks solid. But at the same time, I don't want to be sleeping on GTEC because GTEC looks like it has some decent potential as well. It's tough. A tough one. Which one? Which one? Which one? Which one? You know what? I think I like GTEC better. For some reason, I like that we're right here on GTEC. I think GTEC could be a little bit better. And then Casey coming through, confirming, yeah, GTEC. But LGVN doesn't look bad either. Right? LGVN does not look bad at all. You got 990 support here on GTEC. I mean, that's about 15 cents away, 10 cents away. The cracks 10, it may start cracking really hard here. I am not in on GTEC. Remember, I got in for the break. Didn't really blast on off like I thought it was. So I went ahead and got out to avoid a possible dump. But like I said, if it still holds on up, I can always get right back in. I do think LGVN is going to squeeze as well. I think it'll be over 20 by the end of the day. Like, I definitely think this thing is going to start squeezing here momentarily. But from a trade perspective, from a pattern, a formation, a setup, I mean, GTEC looks better, in my opinion. I mean, it just looks better on GTEC. I mean, LGVN, it definitely has the potential, but I think that one could be a little bit more risky than GTEC. Being, about 50 cents, 60 cents above support. GTEC being about 15 cents away from support. I mean, that's why I like this one better, just because of how close we are to support. And the pattern as well. We have a boom, boom, bang. My favorite pattern in the world. The boom, boom, bang. All right, this has got to be it. Let's get it. Boom, taking half. All right, cool. I'll take half. I'll ride the rest at break even. Took half. I'll ride the rest at break even. I'm glad I picked the right one for once. I'm glad I picked the right one for once. There we go. Let's go ahead and lock in a little bit more. There we go. Getting over 500 on the day. I like it. I like it. Ah, no! We picked the wrong one. Hey, we got a green trade on GTEC, but look at LGV and it's at 1925. I can't take both, and I'm out. I'm out. Getting a big rug pull on GTEC. You got to get out. You got to get out. Big rug pull. Hey, I was able to grab 150 from it, though. I cashed in real quick. Cash in. Watch LGV and dump. Did LGV and dump? Oh, they both dumped at the same time. Guys, let's just call it how it is. Let's call it how it is. Can we say the M word today? Can we say the M word? No, guys, I'm not saying motherfucker, okay? That's called manipulation. Like, come on. When two separate stocks, do their own thing and they both dump at the same time, we can call that manipulation. So it worked out good, though, guys. It worked out good. Finding the trade, we had a first target right there at 1050, right? This is why we have targets. First target, second target. Not first target up here, never taking profit. First target, second target. We get the trade, we lock it in, right? Starts to come back down. We're out at break even. From something that could have been a losing trade, we're able to pull 150 from it. So, hey, I'll take a quick scalp. I'll take a quick scalp. That's the M word for sure. Yo, that's what's up. We got a 150 on LGVN. Nice, nice. Right before the rug pull. Got to get in and got to get out. Got to get in and got to get out. Now, I watch this, right? You heard it first. We're going to see GTEC in the next 10 minutes at high day. We're going to see LGVN back at the high day in the next 10 minutes. That's what I'm saying. Market makers flushing out the longs, stopping out the weekends, and then boom, you're going to drive the price back up in their direction. Typical market maker shakeout. I don't know. But we've been seeing that a lot with small caps. And that's why I was a little hesitant to even put on a trade with GTEC and even hesitant to put on a trade with LGVN because the consistency has not been here. That's why I've been really, focused more on some of these larger price stocks that just seem to be much more consistent. And I have a theory as to why small caps aren't consistent. Oh, Bitcoin is down 5%, down to 56K. We buying more? We buying more? Gonna get some more cryptos? Oh no. We are coming down to that sweet spot, right around 52K. Remember, 52K is a great level of support. There's that nice little uptrend as well that we were talking about last week. So it's getting really, really close to making me want to exit my positions. But at the same time, we're getting really, really close to where if we hold that level, I may be adding a little bit more for this potential bull run. So we'll see. We shall see. Yo, I agree. All that volume in one candle, yeah, absolutely. Now it looks like it's still good to roll over. I mean, GTEC is easy to short. GTEC looks like it wants to roll over here. But at the same time, thinking of it as a market maker shakeout, it may pop right back over that 990 and continue the direction that it was on, up. Yeah, anytime you're down in crypto, in my opinion, you buy more. You diamond hand. You buy more. You buy a little bit more, and you diamond hand. And you diamond hand. And you diamond hand. And you buy a little bit more. And you diamond hand. So my theory with small caps, with penny stocks, my theory is this year, it's the first year I've seen inconsistency with penny stocks. Why is that? You have a lot more traders coming into the market. The AMC and the GameStop hype brought a lot of new retail traders to the market. Uneducated, inexperienced, not really knowing how the market works, how it flows, how it moves, patterns, like how it can be consistent, right? It seems pretty random. In my opinion, it seems very random the way the small cap market's been moving this year. It hasn't been as consistent as it's even been the last 7 years that I've been trading, guys. Like, don't get me wrong, the first 2 years I was losing a shit ton of money. But I still remember the first 2 years. This is the first year that I've seen a lot of inconsistency with penny stocks. And my theory is you have a lot brand new retail traders coming to the market. They're either trading options because it's cheap to do so, or they're trading penny stocks because it's cheap to do so. A lot of just inconsistency with these movers. because there's a lot of, in my opinion, randomness. And why is there a lot of randomness? Well, a lot of newer traders pretty much buy and sell randomly. They buy when the stock's breaking out. Professional traders are dumping on them. It's just very, very random. And that's kind of my theory, is that's the only thing that makes sense. I mean, statistically, this year, if I'm reading this report correctly in my mind, that this year alone, you look at some of your top brokers, TD Ameritrade, Robinhood, Webull, surge in new signups, new individual day trading accounts, a surge. I mean, like 100%. So that's telling you that on average, 1,000 people a month start day trading, right? This year, double to triple the amount of people getting into day trading. That's newer traders, inexperienced, uneducated. Why is the market random? Because the market's moving randomly because you have a lot of newer traders that buy and sell randomly. I mean, I don't know. That's the only thing that I can think of. Why do these larger price stocks still move consistent? Well, they're larger priced. They're not easy to buy, right? On Lucid's pretty consistent stock today. Roblox was a pretty consistent stock. Rivian was even pretty consistent. In my opinion, why are these stocks more consistent than the $5, $10 stocks? I mean, they're in a different price bracket, which makes them harder to physically trade shares from a retail perspective, unless you have a larger account. So I don't know. That's my theory behind it. I'm probably really wrong and probably really far off, but okay. You gonna pick up Riley too? Okay. Love you. See ya. So I don't know. That's the only thing I can think of, because it's not just me. I talked to a lot of people. John Carter, same thing. Pretty inconsistent small cap market. Sean, I don't talk to Ross, but I know Ross has been not struggling, but he's taken some pretty consistent big losses this year. And he trades penny stocks, inconsistency, right? It's just, even Chris has been in the market for 10 plus years. Even Chris inside of chat, same thing. Penny stocks have been garbage the last 3-4 months. And it's not saying that they're garbage, not saying that there's not opportunity, just when you really craft your edge and you really finally like, man, I'm homed in, I got this figured out. Like, this is my edge. And then all of a sudden it does a 180. And your approach and your edge really isn't working consistently like the way it used to. That's when we say it's garbage. That's when we say it's crappy, because to us, it's crappy. But to you guys, brand new traders, this is the only market you know. That's why I've gotten out of that, small caps suck. Because small caps don't suck, right? This is the way small caps move. If you can learn this market the way it is right now, you don't know any other market to compare it to. This is a good market to you guys, right? To me, this small cap market sucks. To Chris, this small cap market sucks. To Ross, to Sean, to John, it sucks. It's inconsistent, right? But to brand new traders, this market is amazing. And that's why I've kind of taken a step back from, the small cap market stinks, because again, this is the only market you guys know, and we're going to teach you this market. I'm going to learn this market myself, and we're all going to learn, profit, trade together. But for the most part, I'm putting more emphasis on trading these larger price stocks, because that's where the money's been made the last 2-3 months. All of my big trades have been on large cap stocks. Like today, Roblox, right? Last week, Playboy, a $30 stock, right? A lot of my trades have been on more expensive stocks that are kind of out of reach to maybe the brand new trader to the market. So, but right now, guys, from what I'm seeing is it's less on price action. Now, price action with these mid to large cap stocks all day. My edge is there and it feels great. Right now, with small caps, price action, is really getting me hurt. Price action, reading the price action is really getting me chopped out of a lot of trades. From what I've noticed is this is a small size, breathing room kind of market. This is where you find a good opportunity, a good setup, put a proper stop, and go with it. And if that means you have to really reduce your size to take on that kind of stop loss, which sometimes it could be $1, right? $1. You got to really scale back on that size and really give it some breathing room to really let these trades work out for you, in my opinion. PROG has some power hour vibes. Don't tempt me with some prog. Don't you tempt me with PROG. I'll come back and I'll get my $300 back from you. No, I'm kidding. I don't do that. I don't do that. I've done that before and it's taken all my money. Bitcoin is tanking. No, I wouldn't say it's tanking unless it's changed in the last 10 minutes. It's pulling back heavily, but she's still intact, guys. If we go look at Bitcoin, Bitcoin's still intact, in my opinion. Oh, Black Friday specials. Okay, well, I just want to go to the chart. Thank you. Don't want the Black Friday special. So, I mean, I still think it's intact. Because, I mean, when we were talking about this last week, we still technically have room to this trend line. If we dumped right now to the trend line, we're at 50K. And honestly, still above 50K is still good in my opinion for Bitcoin. So I'm not worried right now. I'm actually still okay with the way it's moving. It's definitely pulling back. It's definitely correcting. I definitely don't think it's dumping or crashing yet. We just don't really see, that whole, what we'd want to see to see if it's dumping and crashing, just pulling back a little bit. Let's go back to 2017. Yeah, that was a nice little crash. Well, it went from 20,000 all the way down to 10,000 in like 3 days. Yeah, that was a crash. That was 50%. We are gradually pulling back right now. And, we still have that prior high as support. Technically, we can see this down towards around 52.6, right? That still puts you at the prior high. If this one takes a few more days to kind of get down to that 52,000 level, that prior high, as well as the trend line, there's 2 points. And I'm pretty sure that's a 50% retracement as well from the last time we did analysis. So from that low up to that high, that does put you inside, a little bit lower than the 50. If you bring that down just a little bit right there, that puts you at the 61.8 fib. So if you come down slightly below that high, down a little bit into more where we had resistance before the false breakout, that also puts you at the trend line, and that's a 61.8 fib retracement. That's really that sweet spot, right at 50K, which is nice. 50,000, natural. We have prior resistance, new support, and we have this trend line as well, and it's the 61.8 fib retracement right at 50K. So I'm really looking for, 50K to hold up at the lowest on Bitcoin. That red line, 44.8, that's my average cost basis on Bitcoin. If we come down there, I'm out. We come down to my cost basis, I'm out, regardless of what happens next. In my opinion, if we come all the way down to $44,000, right? I don't think we're going to see the bull run. So we'll see. We'll see. Right now, it does look like it has some more room to the downside. I'm looking right around 50K, ideally, to see this hold on up. We got some nice price targets to the upside as well, so I'm excited. I still think we're still intact. We just got to be patient with it, right? We just got to be very patient with our cryptos right now. And just have a plan. Have a plan. My plan is to exit no matter what in the next 4 to 8 weeks, whether that's exiting for big-time profits if we get the bull run, or whether that's exiting, break even, going back to cash and waiting for the bear market, right? And waiting for the bottom to set back in to where we can start dollar cost averaging in. So right now, nice big rug pull, bringing the price right back above that level of support. That level of support was right around that 1760. So technically speaking, LGVN still has room back up to 1923, about $1 away. GTEC, this is the one stock that has not tried to regain that prior level of support that we cracked below. So right now, LGVN still looking like it wants to get some here into the day. Can we rewind the live stream? Mark my words, the next 5 to 10 minutes, you'll see LGVN back up a high a day. I mean, look at that. That is some market maker price action right there. That is some market maker. Yep. Look at that high a day. Boom. Was that 10 minutes or was I off? That was 15 minutes. All right, 15 minutes, guys. All right. I said 5 to 10. It was 15. But look at that. That's what we call market maker shakeouts. I mean, that was textbook too, Corey, wasn't it? That was textbook. So right now it's 320. Just 320 in the markets. Nice. Now look, Casey. What? Look at Casey coming back. Woohoo! Jeez, let's read off these profits real quick in Prop Chat. And I know this is not everybody. Catherine never posts her profits. But Catherine's always freaking banking. Catherine, if you're here, I love you. All right. J-Dub, 123. Jeff, 231. Skylar, 74. Another 20 bucks. 170 on ASTR from Casey. 225 Roblox from Skyler. 251 Z Polar. 230 LVGN from Casey. PRFX, a quick 40. Merlin, a quick 50. Oh, that's what I'm talking about. Profits. And I know that's only like 30% of profits today. That's like 30%. Where's everybody else at? Good job. Good work, team. Yep. You can rewind the stream 15 minutes. When I was like, just mark my words. You heard it first. Watch LGV and go back high a day after that market maker shakeout. So that's a textbook market maker shakeout. And if you guys do not know what that is, go into the video lessons library, type in market maker, and you'll actually find a 30-minute lesson we did months ago on the market maker shakeout. And that was textbook, absolutely textbook. So now we're seeing it, again, pick back up here a little bit. I'll tell you what, guys, I swear it's the glasses. Once I started wearing these blue light glasses, $500 days. That's it. I gotta wear my glasses more often. We're good. We are good. I got some. What? Oh! Yo, real little spaz. $5,700. All right. I'm going to your TikTok. You said go look at your TikTok. You got me intrigued, buddy. Let's go look at this. Let's go look at those profits. Oh, there it is. Oh, is that it? Is that it? Oh, this is it. Woo! Woo! Nice. I love it. I love it. Woo! Look at you crushing it. Good stuff, man. Good stuff. I love those profits. Good profits. $5,700. Nice. And look at that. LGVN getting some action. What about GTEC? That one ever picked back up? You gotta love the market. Look at that. That's funny. That's great. I like seeing these play out. I don't trade into the market maker shakeouts. I just don't. But it's really cool to see them play out. Good setup, false move, dump, consolidation, driving the price back up in their direction. LGV, and you see the same thing. False move, shakeout, driving the price back up in the direction. Shaking out the weak hands. The weak hands. But hey, that's pretty cool to see, guys. So now you see two textbook examples on market maker shakeout. Number one, you identify the trend. We can see here on LGVN, the trend is to the upside. you have a period of consolidation, right? Followed by a false move to the upside, because that's where you think it's going. Resume its trend. The trend is up, so it would go higher. False move, flushing out the weak hands just to drive the price back in their desired direction. You saw it both on LGVN as well as GTEC. Uptrend, period of consolidation, false move, flush out, rip to the upside. All right. So John, all right, you guys know John, the guy that I really like in regards to crypto. He just sent me a DM on TikTok. Let's see what he has to say. Bitcoin is crashing, question mark, explained. John really knows his stuff. He's very accurate. I do like following him. Let's see what he has to say. He knows crypto better than me.
Bitcoin is crashing, and I'm going to tell you exactly what's going on. If you guys followed me on Twitter at crypto square, you 2 days ago, just go follow. Experience. Smaller.
Same analysis. That's cool. So again, same analysis that I gave you. Trend line, 61.8 fib, 50% fib, kind of how things are playing out. But he added that, let me throw this in there for you crypto guys. It's saying Bitcoin and Ethereum being at all-time lows on their exchanges. So he's thinking that 50 to 53,000 level that we were just talking about between the 61.8 fib retracement and the 50% fib retracement, as well as the trend line and the prior high, anywhere between that 50 to 53, that's where he expects that bottom to be in, somewhere probably first to second week of December. That's where we bounce, and that's where we see the slingshot into those new all-time highs. So we shall see. It's good to see other people that have been in the space for 10 plus years kind of right around the same ideas is kind of what we're thinking as well. So we'll see. We'll see. Thoughts on BBIG earnings play after hours? Earnings are a gamble. Look at earnings as going to the casino and going to a roulette table, right? You can take $100, you can throw it on 22, see if you hit. Well, at least with earnings, you have better odds, right? With earnings, it's 50-50. Either goes up, it goes down, or it sits sideways. So it's a 33% odds, right? 33% of the time it'll go up, 33% of the time it'll go down, 33% of the time it will be at the same price the next day. So at least your odds are 33% odds. What are your odds with roulette? 1 in 37? I have no idea. But the way I look at it is go to the casino, put some money down on a roulette table, and if you hit, you hit. If not, then you walk away. Same thing with earnings. You put money down on earnings, either you hit or you don't hit. It's just a gamble. That's really what it is. It's a gamble. 1 in 36, right? So it's a gamble, right? All day, 100%. So you got like 3% odds of being right with roulette. You got like 33% odds of being right with a trade through earnings, but just know that it's a gamble. I agree, Skylar. I agree. I have typically used stops and have entered that request normally in Thinkorswim. Should I really be using conditionals where one cancels the other when looking to sell a position, or just cancel the stop? Just cancel the stop. I would just, cancel the stop loss, right? If you're doing like OCOs, yeah, other cancels other, those conditionals, one cancels the other, looking to sell a position, I would just cancel the stop. Cancel the stop and do it manually like you have been. Might be easier for you as well to do it that way. Absolutely, Todd. Wait, so how do you guys find stocks? Max99DX. There's a systematic approach to finding the best stocks in the market that can go from 0 to 100 real quick. Real fucking quick. No, I'm kidding. We use Trade Ideas Pro Scanner, so I have a subscription to Trade Ideas. I pay about $2,400 per year, which screens the market for us. We also have manual screeners as well, like FinViz, Market Watch via TD Ameritrade, but there is a process behind dissecting these stocks. So anybody can buy a screener and anybody can identify a stock to trade, but is it the stock to trade? Is it the best stock to trade for the day? So there is a way of picking and choosing stocks from these screeners. Just because it's on a scanner doesn't mean we trade it. We still have to do our due diligence, look at it. Why is it moving? What's the volume? Take in consideration the float, looking at the charts. There's a lot to it, but that's what we're here to do, is teach you how to identify these stocks during pre-market. We call that pre-market stock selection. How to do your due diligence, how to build a trade plan, how to put on these trades and make them winning trades as well. So right now it's 3:30, guys. 3:30 in the markets. LGVN. Nice market maker shakeout. Regaining that 1750. Blasting on off. And right now, it kind of is flagging a little bit. Nice big rip to the upside, followed by this period of consolidation. Holding above that 9 EMA in a flag-like formation. But like I said, I don't know, guys. For me, anyway. For me, right? I'm not going to take it. Absolutely not. You guys know how to take flags? You want to buy in the apex, right in the tip. Wait for some volume to move in, break the downtrend, make an entry. Stops go below the consolidation low. So if you get that confirmation, you get tighter and tighter and tighter, and you see that pop in volume, you see the break in the downtrend. Those are your entries. Stops under the consolidation low. With LGVN, your next main target is going to be 25 bucks. Both going to be around, LGVN right around $25 is going to be your target. You do have a nice flag. GTEC, you have that leg up and you have that consolidation as well. Now, LGVN looks a lot better as far as a flag, but GTEC is kind of meeting the same criteria as well. Why am I not going to take it? I'm not a flag trader. I don't trade flags. That's just not my edge. But again, with Alpha Day Trading, baby, we teach you your edge. See, flags are just not my edge. A lot of people in chat crush the flags. A lot of traders in chat love trading the flags. Personally, it's just not my cup of tea. So again, you know what you're looking for. You know your consolidation low is right around 2135. A break of the downtrend, that signals an entry. You do have room to 25. But you have to take some profit at 23.22. You have to take a little bit at that 23.22 level because that's the flag high. I mean, that's just an area that you got to take a little bit of cheddar. Other than that, you can ride the rest towards around 25. You just broke the downtrend, guys. There you go. There's your flag. Lock in some profits right now for me. Start trimming. Start trimming. Keep trimming. The last thing you want to do is see this come back below 23 and get halted to the downside off a rug pull. Right? The last thing you want to do is see this come back down below 23 and get caught in a rug pull. Trim, trim, trim. Right now, you can go stops at break even. Your stops are at the break of the downtrend. Your stops are under 23. Stops right now are break even on the rest, guys. Ride it risk free. Do not give anything back. Right now, it's a risk free trade. You already locked in a little over $1 a share here. Hey, look at that. Nice. Nice. Grab the quick $100 on GTEC on that one candle. Good stuff. That's what I'm talking about. You saw the volume, you saw the entry, you attacked, you reacted. I mean, it doesn't get any nicer than that. You find an opportunity, you build your plan, and all you have to do is react when the opportunity presents itself. What was the reaction when that candle was above the downtrend? Where did it just go? $25, baby. There's your target. Lock it all up. I mean, I would lock it all up unless you want to leave a runner, but at least have like 80% of your position locked in right now. I mean, you're up $3 a share, guys. You're up like you're up $3 a share. Lock in 80%, 75% of your profit. Leave a moon bag, as you guys would say. Leave a moon bag. I still don't regret not taking the trade. You guys are like, ha ha ha. Wish you would have taken the trade now, huh, Josh? Nope. Nope, that's not my edge. I don't care. It's a great trade. Could have been a big wiener. I don't care. That's not me. Did GTEC get the break too? It's trying. It's trying. I want to see LGV and rug pull so I can short GTEC. I want to see LGVN have a massive rug pull, and I want to massively short GTEC. Because we know LGVN rug pull, GTEC rug pull. LGVN squeezing, GTEC squeezing. If we see a rug pull on LGVN and we see it get nasty, I am going to short GTEC because it's shortable. Right now, not touching it. If we see a nasty little rug pull here on LGVN, I will short GTEC. I have no idea. I have no idea, Casey. But they are following each other pretty close. Rug pull LGVN, rug pull GTEC. Market maker shakeout, right? Regained, ripped, GTEC, regained, and it ripped. Is LGVN getting halted right here? I think LGVN is getting halted right here, guys. If it breaks out of the halt and dumps, you might have a short on GTEC. You're getting halted right now on LGVN. Yeah, there's a halt. Is GTEC get a halt? Yeah, GTEC's got a halt, guys. It's pretty crazy how they're following each other, though. But watch GTEC get halted. You get no idea why. They were both gainers on Friday, and they're both moving very, very close to one another. They were both top gainers there on Friday. They're both moving very, very close to one another, and it's still going. I really want to short it because it broke out of the halt, though. Like, I really want to short it because it broke out of that halt. So I'm shorting it right now. I'm shorting it for a dump because it broke out of that halt to the downside. I'm shorting 250 shares of GTEC. Risky short, but I took a 250 share short looking for a dump because it broke out of that halt to the upside. That's a big no-no. That panics a lot of people out. Look at that. Look at that panic. Look at the panic. Boom, I'm out. Woo! I'll take it. I'll take it. So that put me up to 674 on the day. I was at 550, another $120. I'll take a quick 120. I'll take it. It was easy to short. I was waiting. It was getting halted. It popped up. Normally when stocks look like they're going to get halted and they don't halt, I say that's breaking out of a halt. It broke out of its halt. It was stacking, stacking, stacking. Then out of nowhere, boom. That means there was a large enough order to wipe those bids out, to get it out of that halt zone. That, to me, is a sign to go ahead and short. So I'll take it. It is very strange on why these stocks are following one another. GTEC looked like it was going to get halted. Those bids were stacking. It was stuck. And then, boom, it broke out of the halt at the last second. That's a short. And look at that. Beautiful 50 cent. I mean, I'll take 50 cents all day. 1230 to 1176. I'll take it. Again, I'm not looking for home run trades right now. I'm looking for base hits. $600 a day is easier to maintain, in my opinion. It is easier than $5,000 swings. 5,000 up, $2,000 down. I'd rather maintain $600, $700 a day consistent. Take a few losses throughout the day, but really just lock in those consistent base hits and just have nice, consistent days. If every now and then I get a home run, fantastic. Every now and then I get a home run, beautiful. But I'm not really hunting for those home runs. Now, looking at LGVN, yeah, that was a home run trade. That would have been a home run right there on LGVN off the bull flag for sure, from $22 to 26. Yeah, we call that home run. So right now, not a bad day. Not a bad day. I've traded 7,000 shares, 7,500 shares today. That's it. And I had one trade on Prague. It was a loser. I had that trade on LGVN, small $55 paper cut. Roblox for 6, GTEC. I was able to lock in about 290. And then I had that small trade on Rivian because I didn't get filled on my entire position that I wanted to get. So I had to cancel out a lot of my stops, or not my stops, a lot of my orders. But I was still able to take it for a nice little bounce. If Spaz is still in LGVN, he probably won't come back to chat forever. He's now a millionaire. He's now made his millions. He's done. No more time for Alpha Day trading. No more time to have fun with the fam. You're trading your edge and you're trading smart. Thanks, Casey. Yeah, I've been noticing that a lot with you guys as well, especially Casey. We had that talk last Thursday, and I can tell that talk helped out a lot. I don't know about Angel. I haven't seen Angel in here this afternoon. But even Angel, I know that that little discussion definitely helped out a lot. So I'm glad we had the discussion. And again, it sometimes it takes time. I didn't really understand what was going on. I was trading the way I was trading, right? And everything was just not working. I'm like, this is like beating a dead horse, getting frustrated. And I have to realize I have to adapt. I'm a chameleon. I have to adapt. And when I started to adapt, things became a lot easier. Maybe it was an ego thing. Oh, so ego-driven. No, this is my strategy. No, this is what's going to work. Because this is what's worked for 3 years. I'm sticking to it. I got to get through the rough spurt. Nah, I realize the market's just changed way too much, so I have to adapt. I have to just adjust a little bit. That's awesome, man. It helped a lot. Found what you were missing. Well, that's what is the most important, right? Being able to take that step back, identify as a team, kind of what was happening, and make, I don't know. I lost my train of thought. You know what I'm saying. You know what I'm getting at. Find a solution. Find a solution. What are my thoughts on QQQ this week? Well, let's look at the overall market. Let's look at the SPY and the Qs. The Qs is tech heavy. So if I just look at the Qs, right? If I'm just looking at the Qs and I'm looking at the chart, I'd want to short the out of it. I don't want to short the crap out of it. Why? Well, we have divergence. Number one, look at this negative divergence, this bearish divergence. The stock puts in a higher high, RSI, a lower high. Anytime we've seen divergence, we typically get a sell-off. Number one, just so you guys know, anytime we've seen pretty substantial divergence, we get a sell-off. Look at the divergence here from July to September. You see that massive divergence here on the Qs? What happened shortly after? We pulled back into oversold. We push up, we have divergence, number one. Number two, it's a pretty big bearish engulfing candle, right? The volumes here today to the selling side. There's a lot of selling volume today on the Qs, right? This candle today is completely eating up that spinning top doji. Some would call that the abandoned baby, the spinning top. It's completely eating up the prior day candle. That to me is a reversal. That to me is a reversal. I wouldn't be trying to grab it right off the bat. I wouldn't be just jumping in here to short it. You may see a slight bounce tomorrow, Wednesday, and then you may see the curl. I'd be looking to short the Qs heavily below 40107. Below 40107. A break below intraday and a rejection intraday. Whenever that day is, whether that's tomorrow, Wednesday, Friday, Monday, don't know. When we see the crack below that 40107 and we see that proper intraday rejection and the curl, I will look to short it not only for that day, but I would look to short the Qs for a swing trade as well for puts. So those are my thoughts on the Qs. But here's the thing you have to understand about the indexes, and I just really honed in on this over the weekend. The way I look at the indexes like the Qs in the SPY. I want to ask you guys a question to see where you're at with this, okay? For those of you that may know the broader market more, right? We have traders that have been in chat for 20 years, right? That have always done options, whatever the case is. So do stocks lag the indexes, or do the indexes lag the stocks? So what I'm saying is the Qs are tech heavy. NASDAQ is tech heavy. So if all of these tech stocks are ripping, do the Qs follow the stocks, or do the Qs start ripping and the stocks follow the Qs? I know the answer. I'm just trying to get an idea of where you guys are at. Same thing with the SPY, right? If you see all these stocks within the SPY ripping, is the SPY going to lag behind the stocks? Or is the SPY going to start ripping and the stocks lag behind the SPY? You would think, right, that the indexes should lag the stocks. You would think, right? You would think that the indexes lag the stocks, because the only reason the QQQ is the QQQ is because it's holding a basket of stocks. The only reason the SPY is because it's a basket of the top 500 companies in the U.S., right? The Fortune 500 companies. That's why it's the S&P 500. So you would think that the indexes, or these ETFs, the Qs or the SPY, would lag the individual stocks. I educated myself this weekend. I'm going to have something that's going to blow your mind. It makes no fucking sense at all. No sense at all. But some very valid points that were made. Exactly. That's like, that's common sense. It's common sense. I take this with a grain of salt. It's not like I'm talking to Warren Buffett here, okay? Talking to someone that's been swing trading and investing for 10 years. So at least they have more swing trading and investment knowledge than me. And I can share my day trading knowledge, and they share their longer term approach knowledge, right? So it's not like I'm talking to Mr. Buffett. So it could be out of context a bit. But what I was explained is when the SPY is going up, right? Because I would always think if the SPY is going up, it's because the individual stocks are going up. That's what makes sense. If the SPY is dropping, it's because the individual stocks within the SPY are dropping as well, right? It's what's pulling the ETF down. The stocks are ripping. That's what's pulling the ET up. It's the only thing that makes sense to me, logically. But what I was told is when the stocks are moving up, the stocks actually lag the SPY. So when the SPY is moving up, the stocks will actually lag behind the SPY to the upside. Only to the upside. So when you see the SPY moving up, the stocks are lagging the SPY. But when you see the markets down, right, that's when the SPY lags the stocks or the Qs. So if you see all these tech stocks roll over and start dumping, you see the Qs lag behind. And I'm like, that makes sense, right? The stocks go first and then the ETFs. He goes, yes, to the downside. To the upside, it's the complete opposite. Interesting. So we got to do more research on this. This is Ashton, by the way. Ashton. And I trust this guy. He knows his shit. I'm like, very interesting. Okay. And he said, so when the stocks are ripping, they're actually lagging behind the ETFs and the indexes. I'm like, that doesn't make sense. He goes, that's how it is. I'm like, it doesn't fucking make sense. You're messing with my head. My brain cells are being fried right now. Logically does not make sense. So we got to do some more research. But he said definitely to the downside. Stocks go first, ETFs and indexes go second. To the upside, ETFs and indexes go first, and then stocks go second. I'm like, that just doesn't make sense, but interesting. We'll definitely have to read up on this, right? But looking at the Qs, I'm curious. I want to apply this theory, okay? I want to apply the theory. What's the Qs made up of? Tech stocks, all right? So how do we figure out what the holdings are in the Q? We go to yahoofinance.com. We already know the top ones. It's like NVIDIA, PayPal. It's not PayPal. Tesla, NVIDIA, AMD. Let's just go look at the Qs. Instead of guessing, let's just go look at the Qs. This is the ETF off the NASDAQ, tech heavy. We go to holdings for the Qs. And we scroll down, and we can see it's Apple and Microsoft make up 20%. But 53% of the holdings is going to be Apple, Microsoft, Amazon, Google. So let's just look at Apple and Microsoft. All right, let's go MSFT. Right? Microsoft peaked at 1028. Apple peaked. What happened to my chart? Where'd my chart go? Apple. MSFT. We see it peaked right there at 1028 AAPL. We see it peaked right around 1028 and started that downtrend to Qs. When did the Qs peak? The Qs peaked and started the sell-off right there. So you can see it. When did that big move start happening to the downside? We see that selling volume started really moving in at 1050. So we draw up that level of support. I know it peaked here. Let's get away from the peaks. Peaked there, and that selling volume really started to pour in right around 1050, right? Let's go back to Microsoft. Right? When did that selling volume really start moving in? When did that decline really start to happen? Right around here, right around 11 o'clock, 11:03. See, that theory doesn't make sense. Apple, when did Apple really start becoming top heavy? When did that sell-off really start happening? Right around 10:30 and then again at 11. I don't know. I'm just going to do more research. I'm trying to look at the Qs, compare it to the top two holdings being Apple and Microsoft. Again, just logically doesn't make sense. But I'm going to do some more research on it. Bro, you broke Apple, I know. But that's that, and I don't understand either, Casey. Why would up or down matter? Your logic is right. Your logic is like mine. Why does it matter if it's up or down? Right? The Qs are only the Qs because it's an ETF based on the NASDAQ. The NASDAQ's only the NASDAQ because it's made up of a basket of stocks. Right? If all those stocks in the basket go to shit, the NASDAQ goes to shit, the Qs go to shit. If all these stocks do great, the NASDAQ does great, the QQQ does great, right? That's just, logically, that's what makes sense. So why would it matter up or down? Why would one lag the other? You would think that the index and the ETFs are going to lag the stocks because the stocks are what makes up. See, that's just, it doesn't make sense, right? It doesn't make sense. So it's very interesting. It's definitely interesting. It's definitely something worth looking into, right? Just to see, do stocks lag the indexes or is it vice versa? Like I said, that comes from Ashton. Ashton's been doing this for 10 plus years. If Ashton says that's what happens, I know he's not pulling the information out of his butt. It's logical information, right? He's done his research. So that's what I was told. That's something interesting to follow up on, to read about, to study up on, right? Again, what I was told is the indexes and the ETFs go up and then the stocks go, right? The stocks go down and then the ETFs and the indexes go down. And it's just good to know. It's good to know that information, right? So I'm going to reach back out to him. I'm going to reach out to a couple other individuals as well and kind of get their 2 cents. But it's interesting to know these things, right? It's not like we're going to apply this, right, with all this emphasis, right? It's just, it's cool to know. It's not like it's going to help us increase our edge, right? We play the individual stocks, right? If the Qs have a bear setup, we take the bear setup on the Qs. It's not like we're looking at all 25 holdings of the Qs to get an idea if we're going to short the Qs or not. If we see a setup on the Qs, we're going to take it, right? Regardless of what the top 25 holdings are doing. So it's not like that really gives us an edge, but it's interesting to know. It's just interesting. Like, wow, I just learned something new today. That's pretty cool. I agree, Corey. I agree. So now I got you guys thinking. I literally just killed your brain cells the last 10 minutes of the day. You're like, dude, I kill my brain cells after 9 o'clock, right? When I crack open a beer or light up a doobie. You're killing my brain cells too early, Josh. It's 4 o'clock. My brain hurts. It makes no sense. Now it gives you some stuff to do tonight. Now it gives you something to look into tonight. So it's just out of curiosity. I mean, because I had the question, what are my thoughts on the Qs? It reminded me of this topic I had over the weekend. I know Casey's on it right now. Trust me. I have more follow-ups to do. I'm going to finish some of these trainings that I have with investing and swinging. Because I'm always trying to level up and be better all around, not just as a day trader, but a crypto investor, an investor, a swing trader. And so, but yeah, I definitely got you guys out there. Okay, we're gonna figure this out. This might sound odd, but it makes sense that it doesn't make sense. It might sound odd, but it makes sense. It makes sense that it doesn't make sense. That's the market. Like, it makes sense, but it doesn't really make sense. Like, that's the stock market. The definition of the stock market. It makes sense, but it doesn't really make sense. Green is good. Up is down. Yes. Yes. It makes sense that it doesn't make sense. That's the definition of stock market. Green is good, and up is down. Yep. I love you guys. You guys are fucking hilarious. No, man. You guys crack me up. All right, team. It was a good day. It was fun hanging out. Coming in this morning, absolutely crushing it. We saw some nice profits in profits chat. Some very nice profits in profits chat. And then congratulations to you guys crushing it this afternoon. This is where all the big time profits came. Real Little Spaz just absolutely crushing it with some big time profits. I mean, Casey, Corey, Skylar, everybody in chat. Way to go, way to crush it. Guys and girls in chat. Thanks for staying out of Apple. Catherine was here the whole time. Catherine was here. I was like, Catherine doesn't post up profits and profits chat. I love you, Catherine. Woo-hoo-hoo! Look at you, Catherine. Making the money, making the money. And she's done for the week. She's done. Good job, Catherine. So if you guys forgot, right, when you sign up to become a member of Alpha Day Trading, you guys do know that you're automatically signed up to be an affiliate. Right? You do know that if you recommend Alpha Day Trading as the preferred community, and if someone signs up with your affiliate link, you do get 20% commission monthly, quarterly, yearly for life. So anytime that it renews, you get a commission out of it, right? It's our affiliate program, right? The other thing too is depending on your status in chat, right? Trader, leader, mentor, your affiliate ladder will change, right? So your affiliate ladder does go up to 30%, to 50%, to 80%. So as you start progressing, let's say you become a mentor and you start taking over Friday trainings, Friday live streams, and that is like, I want to do this. This is me. You will eventually get up to an 80% payout. So again, if you love being a part of the team, which again, it seems like everybody does, and you know of anybody that, sorry, that little white thing threw me off, that wants a good community to join, to be a part of, at least use your affiliate link to share that with, friends, family, colleagues, anybody that you think could benefit from joining, and at least earn a little bit of cheddar on the side to invest it, to trade it, to have some fun with it. So yes, good job, everybody. Again, you guys absolutely crushed it. Absolutely crushed it. Catherine stepping up, taking them Apple puts. I know Catherine was in Moderna calls as well today. And coming in, 1 for done, 2 for done, I don't know. But just absolutely coming in, done for the week. That's what I'm talking about. Be like Catherine. Catherine smart. We're going back to the whole up is down, down is good. Be like Catherine. Catherine smart. Catherine come to market, make weekly money in 1 hour. Be like Catherine. I'm not always like Catherine. When I am, it feels good. Oh, man. That's awesome. Congratulations. And yeah, we even have Jamie in chat. Angel recommended. Small paper cut. Hey, I had a loss on Prague as well. Small paper cut. Yeah. PROG. Decent little setup. It had the potential, but hey, manage the risk. Small paper cut. Bounce back. Right? Again, overall, I started my day in the hole. I was down $300 to start my day. I am ending my day up $674.36. So don't let the individual trades get to you. As long as you have a good plan, you know what you're getting yourself involved with. You know approximately how much you're going to make. You know approximately what your loss is going to be. You're prepared and you accept it. A $300 loss isn't going to faze you. $1,000 loss isn't going to faze you if that's what you knew what to expect when coming into the trade. So always have a plan, always be prepared. We were going to make some, we're going to lose some. But if we're good at managing our risk and having solid plans and only trading 8+ setups, guess what? We will walk away at the end of the day profitable. And that's a perfect testament on how I started off my day in the hole, $300. But I knew I was going to lose $300. And I took my next trade on Roblox, and I took the next one on GTEC, and then Rivian and LGVN. Not 100% win rate, 75%. But, perfect example, you're prepared on your trades, you're able to take small paper cut losses. And then when you start hitting your trades, you're going to be able to make all that back plus a lot. And that is trading, baby. Good job, good work, way to crush it today, team. I'm going to follow my own, I always say this, post your profits in profits chat. You know what? Boom. There you go, guys. Profits are in profits chat. Once again, good job, good work today, team. That's what I'm absolutely talking about. You guys came in, you guys crushed it, you identified your opportunities, you reacted, you guys made some killer profits. Awesome stuff. Catherine, damn, it's an I beat Josh day. I love those days, guys. I love the days you come in and smoke me. Seriously, that fires me up because that means I was doing something right. That means I wasn't too fixated on my own profits and my own trading. I was really concerned and mindful about the team. So you know what? Every day should be an I beat Josh day. If every day is not an I beat Josh day, I'm doing something wrong. So Catherine and everybody else inside the chat, awesome job. ETFs work both ways. Should the price of shares of the underlying stock that make up the ETF go up, the net asset value, NAV, of the ETF will go up, and its price, due to the constant trading that goes on in most ETFs, would also rise. Likewise, should a massive sell-off of a specific ETF occur, the ETF manager would be required to liquidate positions in individual stocks, tending to lower them as well. Conversely, buying an ETF requires the ETF manager to purchase shares of its underlying stock, which would tend to pull their prices up as well. So, hey, that makes a lot of sense, right? Does that make a little bit of sense? I mean, that does make sense, though. Should the price of shares of underlying stock that make an ETF go up, the NAV of the ETF, the net asset value, will go up. And its price, due to the constant trading that goes on in most ETFs, would also rise. Likewise, should a mass sell-off of a specific ETF occur, the ETF manager would be required to liquidate positions in individual stocks, causing the stock to drop in value, tending to lower them as well. Conversely, buying the ETF requires that the ETF manager purchase the shares of the underlying stock, which would tend to pull up the prices. So that makes sense. So if you want to buy the ETF, you're then in return going to have to go buy those individual underlying stocks, which would make the stocks lag that ETF. Conversely, if you see those stock, no, that still doesn't make sense. We're going to have to continue. We're going to have to continue here. Do our radio outro. What's the, Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for tuning in to the 105.5, the Alpha. Today was an amazing day in the market. We saw some big time profits. And ladies and gentlemen, we actually fucked the market hard where it hurts. The market's bent over. Oh, that was so bad. Oh, hold on. Let me restart. Guys, I'm going to tell you a little bit of a backstory, why that came out. I've been listening to some weird radio station down here. Maybe Angel knows it. The Bone. Have you guys ever, like here in Florida, listened to 102.5? The Bone? Real talk radio. Well, I've been giving my kid the phone in the car. So I've been listening to the radio, and I came across The Bone Radio. It's a talk show, real, raw conversations. And they get raunchy, rude, all kinds of stuff. And so when you said do the 105, the Alpha, when I started to go into it, all I was thinking about was the last conversation I heard on The Bone. And I'm like, oh, it came out wrong. Binjo. Oh, I'm like, no. This is not family friendly here on the TikTok 105.5, the Alpha. No. But ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much. This has been a pleasure. 105.5, the Alpha. Have a good night. I'll see you later. The time you take to help each trader before working on your trades says a lot about you. You definitely make us all better for it. Thank you as always. Abso-freaking-lutely, Angel. You're 100%. Absolutely. When Josh starts getting calls from the kindergarten teacher. So last thing I'll tell you, my kid was so good yesterday. I had my kid, my wife was working. I took her to main events and she was just an angel. She was awesome. You know, she's just polite. She's listening. We have fun. She didn't freak out when we left. And I put her in the car. I was like, did you have fun? She goes, yeah, Daddy, you're my best friend. I love you. I'm like, you know what? I fucking love you too. She goes, I fucking love you. I'm like, no. She goes, bad word? I'm like, yeah, but she goes, fucking love you, Daddy. I'm like, no, that is a bad word. She goes, oh, I'm sorry. I'm like, but it was the cutest thing in the world. She goes, I fucking love you, Daddy. So yes, I'm going to definitely get calls from the daycare, from the teachers, because I curse a lot. And she's definitely picking up on that, but it was so cute. I fucking love you, Daddy. I'm like, you know what? I'm not even mad at you right now because that was awesome. So I love you too. Fucking love you. Good job, team. Good work. It's 4:05. Let's go ahead and get those after-hour scanners pulled up. Go morning layout, or no. Post-market layout. I'm there with you. Hey, as long as we're in the same boat. Like, I feel bad. Like, we got newer traders coming to the chat. They probably have the stream open. You know, I'm sitting here giving you the final bone of the 105.5, the Boner Alpha Day Trading Show. Talking, you know, dropping F-bombs left and right. I'm sorry. Anybody that has an issue with the cursing, you can email me anytime, and I'll simply just ban you from chat. You know, it's all good. We'll make it happen. No, I'm joking. I'll definitely watch my P's and Q's. I'll definitely watch what I say. I never want to insult anybody. I never want to have you guys have a stream open, and I drop an F-bomb, and now your kid's running around the house at 2 years old saying, Alpha said F, Alpha said that. No, I don't want that. If there's ever a time that there's a problem, all right, you hit me up, send me an email. I'll make sure I'm on my P's and Q's. I have yet to get any complaints in the last 8 months. No complaints, so I feel like I'm doing good, all right? So after-hour scanners are now up. You guys are all set, ready to rock and roll this evening. Once again, good job and good work. If you guys need anything whatsoever, hit me up, Josh at Alpha Day Trading at... Wow. Josh at alphadaytrading.com. I almost said Josh at alphadaytrading at iCloud.com. But yes, Josh at alphadaytrading at iCloud.com. No, I'm kidding. Josh at alphadaytrading.com. Or send me a message here inside the chat. As you guys can probably tell, I'm starting to lose some mental capacity here. Only having about an hour lunch today. Not even a lunch. I had some meetings with developers and stuff like that. So overall, I can't complain. It was a blessed day. It was an awesome day working with each and every one of you, watching you guys make some consistent, big-time profits in the market. That's why I wake up every day. I wake up to be here with you guys, watching you guys succeed, making big-time profits. Like Catherine said, beating Josh today. That's what I love. I want to see more of that, guys. Have an amazing night. I will see you guys back here bright and early tomorrow morning, the start of pre-market, 7 o'clock a.m. Eastern Standard Time. And if I do not see you tomorrow, if I do not see you Wednesday for whatever reason, have an amazing, safe, and blessed Thanksgiving. Enjoy that time with your friends. Enjoy that time with your family. Soak it all up. Never take it for granted, guys. Enjoy that time. Enjoy the holidays. And I'm sure I'll see you back in here Friday, if not Money Monday. But for those of you that'll be here tomorrow, I'll see you guys back here tomorrow morning, 7 o'clock a.m. Eastern Standard Time. I don't care that I'm losing mental capacity. I don't care that my energy level's gone from 110 to negative 10. We're going to end it the way we always end it. In 3, in 2, in 1. What I'm talking about, baby. I don't care about the people upstairs. I don't care about the people downstairs. I don't care about my microphone. I don't care about your speakers, boom, blowing up. Hit me with a woo! Have a wonderful evening, traders. Have a blessed night. Have a great night. And I'll see you guys back here. I spit everywhere. My bad. Bright and early tomorrow morning, 7 o'clock a.m. at the start of pre-market. I'll see you guys then. Oh, sorry, guys. I got a question on YouTube. Max99DX, if you're still here, his question for you guys, really for you. Do you think I'll make back the money for your subscription? What's the answer to that? I'm not going to give the answer. I'll let the team give the answer. So Max, if you're still looking at the live stream, here's the answers from everybody inside of chat. I'll go ahead and mute myself. If you guys want, answer it. His question is it realistic that he makes his money back from his subscription in trading profits? That's $120 a month to get free education. What do you guys think in chat? Once again, have a good night. If you want to answer, chat is on the live stream. For those of you over on YouTube, again, don't take it from me. Take it from members inside of chat.